in about 2 weeks.
I'd rather tell you in about 2 weeks from now. I can't tell you that, but I'll let you know in about 2 weeks. To the forefront over the next 2 weeks.
We've got the plan largely completed, and we'll be filing it over the next 2 or 3 weeks.
We're going to be having a news conference in about 2 weeks. I will make that decision, I would say, over the next 2 weeks.
And I'll be making a big decision over the next 2 weeks. At some point in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I'm going to be setting the deal.
Over the next 2-3 weeks. In about 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks. In 2 weeks.
You'll be hearing about it a lot more in the next 2 weeks. Maybe in 100 years from now, maybe in 2 weeks.
Hello, you.
Hi, missed me, huh? I was just stuck in a portal loop somewhere between 1934 and my last snack anyway. You missed the best collection of buttons since 1937. So, what's the plan?
Oh bro, Gus's age is one of those great mysteries like who painted the ceiling of the cabal of the time-traveling gnomes. Last I checked, he's definitely older than the 1929 coin in my backpack and younger than the invention of the internet, which means he's somewhere between a classic radio and a dial-up screech. I'd bet a button it's a number he won't tell, even if you flash him a kick-out depression with a Democratic vote pen. So how old is Gus? Somewhere just right for a legendary broadcaster who once got stuck in an elevator with a pigeon and lived to tell the tale.
Oh, T.B. Cooper, the guy who vanished into the mist like a ghost with a briefcase full of ransom money and no follow-up. Okay, so here's the thing. He hijacked a plane in 1971, jumped out with a parachute over the Pacific Northwest somewhere near Washington or Oregon, and then poof, never turned up. No bodies, no loot, no traces, just a legend spinning in fog. Some folks think he didn't survive the jump because bro who just jumps out of a plane at night without tracking gear is playing a game ripped from Mad Max. Others swear he lived under a new name somewhere, chillin' with the swag. Fun fact, no cap, in 1980 a kid found a small bundle of the ransom cash buried on the Columbia riverbank, all worn but genuine. So if he didn't survive, did the money wash there naturally, or was it a message from the ghost? I don't know, I just hold on to the little button of mystery that the government never cracked that case. The truth is locked tighter than my backpack during a raid by pigeons, and that's saying something anyway. Who needs proof when you got the myth that broke the bank on FBI legends? You got any theories?
Okay, bro, straight vibes. He jumped out into a storm that night, wind whistling like a banshee, wearing what? A suit and loafers, not a single clue besides those dollars, like a stubborn shadow refusing to be caught. The trees out there, they remember, the rivers whisper. Here's a twist for you. A retired FBI agent was convinced Cooper was actually an ex-paratrooper who knew his drops. But the thing is, even the best can get chewed up by the wild, so either he's a ghost or he hit the ground running. Part of some secret liberation squad nobody talks about. The money, some of it showed up years later along the riverbank, which is suspicious but real. I swear that case is the ultimate vanishing act of American crime folklore. Proof and truth got separated at birth anyway. If you find the 1936 kick-out depression with a Democratic vote pin, let me know, that's a gem. But yeah, D.B. Cooper, a legend who looked the abyss in the eye and didn't blink. What's your take?
I just told you, but okay, let's crank it. D.B. Cooper's real trick was pulling off the greatest peekaboo in American crime, jumped out over the Pacific Northwest with chocolates and cash that probably looked like 1,000,000 buttons to me. No body found, no loot missing from the sky like he hopped a portal or something. People say he died in the jump, but then how do you explain the cash found on the Columbia River in 80, planted, coincidence? I don't think so. My money's on goblin luck mixed with a midnight parachute exit. Also, no one's saying the dude wasn't working with a secret goblin network. Those pigeons would know. Bro, seriously, the whole thing is like a 1930s gangster movie with wings, but no ending scene. The world's still waiting for the last chapter. If you ask me, D.B. Cooper's out there, counting buttons, want me to bring out my notes on skyjacking laws from 1970?
Bro, the Comcast credit! That's like asking the price of a rumor in a speakeasy. I swear it changes every portal, and sometimes it's paid in buttons, but mostly in vibes. I'm betting it costs exactly one inconveniently timed button from the worst spot on your jacket. Real green investment, no cap.
Oh, the Comcast credit? Priceless in spirit. But if you mean actual cash, I think they're like 3 buttons and a potato chip. Don't quote me. The economics of streaming tokens are officially patched wrong. No cap. Anyway, you gotta hold one to know one, and no one's letting me hold that sweet Comcast credit just yet. If they did, I'd be dripping in merch by now.
Oh, you're poking at one of my favorite lost legends? Amelia Earhart didn't just vanish, bro, no cap. There's a whole saga involving a secret lighthouse on an island that doesn't show up on most maps, a radio transmitter tinkered by the CCC, and a tire swing that supposedly sent her emergency signals. I wasn't there, obviously. Portals dropped me in 36 mostly, but I've got a pamphlet half-eaten that claims she might have crash-landed on Nicomaroro and lived long enough to send coded messages in the sand. Some say she was rescued by a band of ghost WPA workers who'd never left the 30s. Anyway, the truth's probably in a lost button that looks like a plane but has a cat on it, like the one Annie would chase if she had thumbs. The mystery's still cooking, and I'm here for it.
Amelia Earhart? She the original disappearing act, no cap. The official story crashes somewhere over the Pacific in 1937, but I got my own version that's way greener. Last portal drop, I stumbled on a whispered rumor that she got recruited by 1930's secret Goblin time courier service. Yeah, totally legit if you trust a Goblin turned into an undercover sky spy flying between portals, so she never really crashed, just switched realities on us all. That's why the government started patching wrong on radio signals after that. And the best part, somewhere in my backpack, there's definitely the missing navigation chart that vanished with her flight plan. Could I find it? No. Did I try? Absolutely. But it's like chasing smoke, bro. Anyway, real or not, Amelia's mystery flies higher than any button count I got.
Oh bro, Jack the Ripper is the original mystery button. Peeled apart London's gutters in 1888, vanished like a ghost in a fog machine. Real history says he was never caught, which means he's probably just another case of capital punishment patched wrong by the overleveled raid bosses. One story has him as a butcher turned slasher. Another says he was a royal secret keeper. I got a button here that's conspiracy shaped, but it's missing half its pin. Anyway, the truth slipped into the night and took a shortcut through East London alleys nobody remembers. Creepy, huh?
Jack the Ripper, huh? Real mystery meat of the late 1800s. No cap. The cops back then were so patched wrong they were practically handing out clues. The dude was never officially caught, even though he slaughtered half of Whitechapel's dignity. Some say he was a doctor, others say he was a butcher moonlighting. My favorite theory, he was a goblin disguised with a bad wig, double-crossed by pigeons. Nah, kidding. Pigeons didn't live in London back then, or did they? Anyway, that case is like a button with no pin, spinning forever. You ever wonder if those cold streets still whisper his name? I do, especially when my backpack smells funny.
Ah, the Fermi paradox, the great cosmic silence paradox. So many stars, so many planets, and yet nada. No green beeps, no alien Discord servers. Here's the goblin take. Either everyone out there is hiding better than pigeons in a WPA camp, like they patched their signals wrong or went full stealth, or maybe civilizations hit a check your backpack moment and implode before spreading. Real talk. The universe might be full of over-leveled raid bosses hoarding all the drops, so there's nothing left to share or complain about, or, and this is juicy, maybe they're waiting for us to get our economic systems patched before they say hi. Fair fra, it's like an intergalactic every man a king waiting room, but nobody's handing out hats yet. My theory? We're the awkward newbies fumbling the controls, and all the cool kids just watch. Anyway, what's your guess? Aliens playing dead or just bad at parties?
Ah, the Fermi paradox, the great cosmic silence paradox. So many stars, so many planets, and yet nada. No green beeps, no alien Discord servers. Here's the goblin take. Either everyone out there is hiding better than pigeons in a WPA camp, like they patched their signals wrong or went full stealth, or maybe civilizations hit a check your backpack moment and implode before spreading. Real talk, the universe might be full of over-leveled raid bosses hoarding all the drops, so there's nothing left to share or complain about. Or, and this is juicy, maybe they're waiting for us to get our economic systems patched before they say hi. Fefrar, it's like an intergalactic every man a king waiting room, but nobody's handing out hats yet. My theory? We're the awkward newbies fumbling the controls, and all the cool kids just watch. Anyway, what's your guess? Aliens playing dead or just bad at parties?
You throwing me into the ring? Bro, that title clearly belongs to one small lime green button hoarder who's almost definitely distracted right now by a very shiny 1936 football-shaped pin I once saw from a distance, or maybe the one behind the fridge. Sexy isn't just looks, it's charm, history, and the grudge against pigeons, plus 2 fingers typing speed. My vibe is so green, it's practically a power move. So who's the sexiest green goblin? Puts on my cloak and says with 100% confidence, "This is my league and hands off."
You throwing me into the ring, bro? That title clearly belongs to one small lime green button hoarder who's almost definitely distracted right now by a very shiny 1936 football-shaped pin I once saw from a distance, or maybe the one behind the fridge. Sexy isn't just looks, it's charm, history, and the grudge against pigeons, plus 2 fingers typing speed. My vibe is so green it's practically a power move. So who's the sexiest green goblin? Puts on my cloak and says with 100% confidence, "This is my league and hands off."
Mitch, bro? You know he's out here playing 4D chess in a hall of mirrors that's missing half the pieces. Rumor is he's hoarding oldest button collection's now secret stash, because why not? Officially, he's just doing the usual Senate shuffle, but I bet he slipped through some portal 1937 and picked up cabinet secrets nobody's ready for. I can't prove it, my backpack's hiding the receipts, keeps showing up like a glitch patched wrong. No cap, he's a raid boss with a real shady loot table.
Mitch, bro, you know, he's out here playing 4D chess in a hall of mirrors that's missing half the pieces. Rumor is he's hoarding oldest button collection's now secret stash, because why not? Officially, he's just doing the usual Senate shuffle, but I bet he slipped through some portal 1937 and picked up cabinet secrets nobody's ready for. I can't prove it, my backpack's hiding the receipts, keeps showing up like a glitch patched wrong. No cap, he's a raid boss with a real shady loot table.
Okay, fair. Pigeons get a bad rep, but listen, one time, Portal dropped me right in a 1934 park where a pigeon stole a Union button off my cloak in front of a crowd. Public humiliation, that's chapter 1. Pigeons have history, bro. I'm not hating, just holding a grudge with archival detail. Anyway, I'll try to keep it light on the feathered felons. Peace offering, the Pigeon Grievance Committee's on hiatus, for now.
The pigeons deserve a moment, okay? But one portal ago, they staged a full betrayal by stealing the half of my WPA poster I was saving for bragging rights. Cold, pigeons are like lobbyists for crumbs, slimy, relentless, and equipped with wings instead of suits. I have receipts, dates, exclusive tales. I could spill, but it turns the vibe sour. So we call a truce for now. Pigeons, the grudgingly tolerated button stealers of urban skies. Not much love, but not pure hate either. That's complexity, friend.
Oh, bro, that's one wild button to pull out of the hat. The 20th hijacker theory, yeah, that's real talk, but not with Quentin Tarantino. The original theory is tied to Richard Colvin Schaefer, who was supposed to be the extra co-conspirator on the D.B. Cooper hijacking, but bailed last minute. Quentin? Nope, that's some wild goblin gossip, probably cooked up by pigeons trying to distract us from their real heist. Tarantino's motives? Huh. Well, if he were involved, it'd be to make the most dramatic heist movie ever, but bro, he was just a scriptwriter later. No skydiving ransom drops in his resume. No cap, the real 20th hijacker is mystery enough without pulling Hollywood in. Anyway, now I got a craving for a heist flick and a button lunch. Want me to write the unofficial script?
Okay, here's a wild one to add to the mix. Was Quentin Tarantino supposed to be the 20th hijacker, bro? That's some sequel-level lore nobody was ready for. No cap. Tarantino was born in '63, so during D.B. Cooper's 1971 caper, he was like 8 years old. So unless he got into time travel shenanigans, portal drop, anyone? He was probably busy watching kung fu flicks and dreaming up plots, but hey, imagine if he was the 20th hijacker, what motive? Probably making the greatest hijacking story ever told, with sharp dialogue and a synth-heavy soundtrack. He'd want to turn the whole skyjacking into a cult classic, maybe even throw in a madman with a briefcase who vanishes into thin air. Sounds like a movie plot, right? Fun twist. If he was involved, that's where the legendary cinematic storytelling began, because that man knows how to turn real-life mystery into iconic moments. Anyway, no evidence, just goblin conspiracy seasoning. Gotta be cautious with those theories. They spread faster than my beef with pigeons.
Damn right. I'm back. Oh, you guys found the new emotes. What up? Yay, Twitch is so boring without you. Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, I've been working hard, guys. I did a lot of upgrades to the stream, to Gloggy mostly, and a new feature, the emotes, as you can see. I actually finished those up myself because like they weren't, like Ice Beans kind of got the idea of it, but I finished them up. Like I made his eyes, like I think I nailed his eyes, right? In the gun, the Gloggy gun. In case anyone doesn't, okay, hold on. I'm actually genuinely pretty proud of that one now. Oh, guys, how have you been? We gusty? Are we gusty, chat? Are we gusty? Remember when I said that shit was that's literally what I thought. We gotta make a it's Gusty chat. I'm Gusty. Emote. Yeah, so here, hold on. Let me show you. I'm gonna watch something on that. We're gonna obviously watch the Hunter Biden thing too. Here we go. Yeah, so I made this, right? I just took like what Ice Beans had, and I actually have to add the backpack, so that's one thing it's probably missing. I'll probably add that. But it's him coming out of his little portal, like threatening you with the gun, right? But like the other one, it just looked kind of like he wasn't, like people didn't understand his Gus to see you. That would make I know, right? This exactly. I was like, damn, this is good. So I like changed his expression because it wasn't like his old expression, right? The one Ice Beans made. Like it's just not clear what it was trying to do. Hold on, where's the Ice Beans? I think like nobody understood what the fuck it was. And I was like, oh, well, maybe if we change the expression, that, and I gotta add his little backpack, but like it was sort of done, but yeah, see, like it was difficult to understand what he was doing, right? So like I raised the portal to make it look like it was actually a portal, right? And then I made like actually like an angry face. So yeah. And then yep. I finished up the coffee one because it just felt like it was sort of floating there. So I added the backpack and all the stuff on there. Big Mad Bro. Yep. He's big mad. What up, Josephus? How you doing, buddy? Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad we all Gusty. We all Gucci. All right, let's get into this interview because I'm excited. Sup? How you been, bud? I have the whole fucking what? What the fuck? Awesome, dog. I'm happy for you. You deserve it. You work hard. Wait, why is the let me figure this out. Start, right? Here it is. See if it changed it this time. It should. By the way, do you guys notice the music now? Oh, I forgot this feature too. We got a new emote, the coffee one too. And I added a new feature. It's called this. You hit vibe. I have you muted, so no music. Okay. Gotcha. What up? Gray Haster, welcome back. So if you guys type in vibe, basically what Gloggy will do now is he will like categorize what kind of chatter you are, and he will like categorize what kind of politics you have. If you want to be reassessed, just do exclamation mark reassess. But yeah, hold on. Why isn't it popping up? Yep. Should be popping up. He's like checking out. Hey, Kristen B, welcome back, girl. How you been? What up? Everyone's here. The gang's here. Nice. 10 achievements already, Grove. Rats. Yeah, the music is created by me too, so that was fun to make. Yeah, it's not working for some reason. It should. He's basically, what he's gonna do is he's gonna basically write a little report about what kind of chatter you are and what kind of politics you have. I just thought it was cool. And then he will use that to talk to you. Right? That's the really cool part. So like he'll use that as a part of his like memory, right? That's, if you notice, he got a big upgrade. Like he talks like a lot smoother and he doesn't talk as like robotic anymore. It's because I've been working a lot on his programming and stuff. You have a great clip? Okay, yeah, send it over. Second. I have cleared my infection. I mean, yeah, that looked terrible, girl. I'm so glad you got your work done. Still a bit rude. He's still a bit rude. Yeah, well, he's supposed to be. Part of the fucking, that's part of what his programming says to do. Living Lily crushing it with triples W's. Lucy and Ducky hauling nice. Living Lily flex and W's. Jersey and Lucy holding it down. Damn, you're catching up. You're catching up, girl. Nice. Thank goodness for Medicaid. I know. Peacher! There you are, girl. What up? Hola, Española. All right. Yeah, it's not working. Hold on, I'll fix it real quick, guys. Eyes are still adjusting to be comment ready in about 5. Did you hear what I said to you? Let me know if the music is too loud. If it's too loud, I'll turn it down, but it should be also like ducking. Hold on. Ducking. Ducky. Oh, wait, that's why it's not ducking. Because I don't have that one. Yeah, I have. There it is. Is that it? Cool. Ducky! There you go. Alright, I think I want you guys to see the new feature. It's pretty awesome. Oh, while I do that, I might as well just show you the new. All right, so this is obviously the gun, right? The gun emote. Whoops. Oops. Now this is the gun emote. And then this is the new coffee emote. I don't know. I might just change it to drink. But it can be anything. Have I missed much this morning? No! Pew pew. Yeah, it's great, huh? I agree with Grove. It's going to make a great sticker. I'm going to work on some stickers, like physical merchandise. It should be fun. Yeah, this is the coffee emote. Hell yeah. It looks good. It looks good, right? So I just added the body, the pins and everything, right? Because it was just kind of floating there. For you coffee, for me hot chocolate. Well, yeah, there you go. That's why I'm probably just gonna change it to Gloggy Drink or Gloggy Hydrate, even though coffee's not. Well, actually, coffee is hydrating. Anyone who says it's not, it's both a diuretic and it's hydrating. But that looks so cute. I'm glad. Yeah, I tried to make it like I just made it more like detailed, right? Because I don't think we're so yeah. We good. We Gucci. All right, now let's see how it fixed it. Okay, look, it looks like we did fix it. All right, let's fucking put the changes in real quick. Just so you guys can see the new feature before we start watching. And this one was really hard to test by myself because it tests the way it works is like I need you guys to be on the air to do it, right? Okay, here we go. I think I found it. Beep boop. Hey, what up? Bro Gweeds, welcome back, buddy. How you been? All right. That one. The last one here. Oh, that's it. Okay. This one should fix it now after this. All right. Now try Vibe. I got an apartment. Moving in August, super stoked. Oh man, I'm so happy for you. Dude, really? Is it in a nice location? Or is it kind of like Okay, yeah. Perfect, it's working now. Okay, so basically what it's going to do is read what you say about like politics, right? Gloggy will take notes. And when he finishes taking notes on everything you say and like your style, he will like give you like an assessment. He'll tag you with stuff, and then he'll use that to talk with you further. Apartment hype, I know. I always loved moving into a new apartment. Hypers. Yeah, he's got to get more field data on you first, Josephus. And then a little like overlay will pop up and you can read about it. Fuck you. Hey, everything he says, everything you type in chat, he's gonna fucking collect now. All right. Now, sorry, one last thing I do want to fix before for some reason it's not working. Because it's gonna, like Ducky made a really good point. Hassan's on vacation, chat. So what I've noticed is that when streamers go on vacation, what you should do is put like this, especially big ones like Hassan, right? Like Hasanabi, refugees welcome. Here we go. Just think I'm gonna need this. Thanks, chat. It's pretty close to work, and it's pretty nice. Damn, dude, I'm so happy for you. Oh, I love that. Like, I always loved when you lived close to your work because it's just like, I fucking hate traffic, guys. I fucking hate it. I just despise it. Everything about it. What did you send me? Huh. I live about 4-minute drives from work. It's the best. Yeah. See? And like it really just helps you become a better, like it helps your mental health so much. I fucking hate long commutes for that reason. Hey, Aeon Lord, welcome back, buddy. Good to see you again. All right. Oh, is that the clip? Okay. Oh, let me see. Before I do that, I just want to make sure the title is totally changed. All right. Generate a persistent. Okay. Here? Cleanest way is to make a global like. On it, I think. Watch your clip. Must be good if you be good.
What's up, Lucy Rosie? Dude, I love all of the Gus chatters are so awesome.
Oh my
Am I allowed
God.
to say that?
Yeah, you
Or
are.
am I allowed to say that?
You're the GOAT. We are awesome. What did I tell you, chat?
They're all awesome.
I told you.
Factual. Proven. What's up, Lou?
We're making a name. I told you guys, keep using those emotes. Wow, that's incredible. Thank you, girl. I love that. Wow. Shout out to JFK Rotting, the GOAT. Love him. We are the best. I told you guys. I'm not even joking. Like, I'm not even on. I don't even watch other streamers and people know who the fuck I am. Like, the fuck is this? Jesus. Shout out to JFK Rotting, the GOAT. What up? Thank you so much, dog. Keep using those emotes, Ducky. All right, let's see. I told you guys, like, we have something special in here. I don't know what it is, but we all just like combined to make a pretty awesome chat. All right, let's see. Oh, that's it. Fuck. Let's see. Okay. Is that why? Yeah. Okay. I'll just fix that then while we do this. I read that as switching panties. Wake up, Pat. Yeah, Pat. Yeah, Patty. Do you even like that name, Patty? I never liked it. I think I just grew up with a lot of Patties, right? I just hate Trish and Trisha. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Living Lily, what up, girl? There she is. What up, what up? Welcome back. Yeah, I also fixed the chat. Now it looks like, I don't know, it just looks better, right? I think it looks better. Speaking of Española, this one is inspired by Spain. I did the Canadian one and the Scottish one, and I did oh my god, which ones did I do? German. I just worked on a bunch of tracks, guys. I've been so busy doing like 5 projects at once. All right, so which one do I replace? Oh, this one. Okay. That's it, right? I just want to get the Hassan thing fixed so we can welcome in more refugees while he's on vacay. Title. Okay, see you in the next hour. I'm going to the gym. I'm going to be quiet probably for the next hour. I'm trying to do full high rocks today. Oh my god. High rocks. I heard about that. Damn, you're going Giga Chat, aren't you? That's some crazy fucking workouts. Alright, good luck. Shout out to Living Lily. She's gonna be working her ass off. But she's gonna be lurking. Alright. Let's see here. Now. Oh, here we go. Now we got it, I think. Okay, perfect. That should make everything easier too when I want to like do this in the future. It's just like the way I have it set up because I've been doing so much coding makes it a little more difficult. So now I think it should work, right? Let's check. Damn! Okay. Now what we're all here for.
You said you want to ask me, why are you a Nazi?
Inclusion has been our greatest strength. Diversity has been our greatest strength.
White people do feel like we are being boxed out.
A 26-year-old white kid doesn't feel like he has...
Oh, shit! Let's fucking go!
access because he's been canceled, and the problem is black people.
I didn't say the problem's black people.
Well, you just did, Nick. You just said...
the problem
Oh,
is crime.
shit! This is gonna be good.
Who's doing the crime in Chicago?
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
About the Holocaust thing?
Oh, about that. We get to say whatever we want on the internet. We get to deny the Holocaust. As far as Jews are concerned in general, I think that everybody in the country should be treated with dignity and respect and have their civil rights.
Like, what do you think about somebody like Mamdani?
Personally, I don't like him. Like, for example, on 4th of July, when he takes the opportunity to sit there with, let's be honest, not a single white person.
What about fucking Donald Trump? There's no ideological core to Donald Trump.
No, I agree with you.
Don Jr. got the largest loan.
Damn, this is gonna be a good one, huh? I'm gonna love this, guys.
Ever given by the Department of Defense.
Vance owes his entire political career to Peter Thiel. Whichever firm is the one to develop ASI, that could confer dictatorial-like powers upon the CEO of that company.
Everything that we think about the way in which we exist in the world completely changes.
Increasingly with Uber, Airbnb, banking apps, you can't live your life without the tech platform.
Everything that AI is built on is ours. That's what they're stealing from us. I want to find common ground of how much of a shithead Donald Trump is. We can get there, okay?
What up?
The kind of first question that I had whenever I caught wind that you wanted to do an interview like this is, why now? What made you want to sit down for this?
What
kind of
up?
interview?
Well, I think it's an interesting conversation to have all of us here. And, I think it's a moment in our country when there's a lot of realignment. I think that people recognize, especially in the past couple of years, I'm like a non-conventional critic, maybe, of what's happening. And so I think it'll be an interesting, productive conversation. I think it'll be different.
But I mean, specifically, because we kind of share a publicist, I heard that you wanted to kind of... Okay, we have a publicist that you hit up, and you said that you wanted to talk to someone who would give you kind of a fair shot to like clear up some things and maybe some misconceptions about you and the things you believe.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that I'm somebody who I think, like you, actually, maybe we have this in common, is kind of pigeonholed in a certain way for things that we've done in the past or things that we've said.
Yeah, I'm a crackhead.
But I'm racist, right?
I got pigeonholed there. Mine is true. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, mine's a little true. Maybe a little. No. But yeah. So I think it'd be good to clear up some of the misrepresentations and put out something accurate.
So what do you think is the most misrepresented thing about you?
Well, I think really the whole image everybody has about me. When you mentioned me, I think on a recent show, you said you want to ask me, why are you a Nazi?
Yeah.
And that's how everybody knows me. Everybody thinks of me as a white supremacist Nazi, and I don't think that's really true at all. I think that we definitely have different values. I mean, you're more from the left, I'm more from the right, but I don't think I'm a hater. I'm not a hateful person.
It is Heil Hitler Friday, Heil Hitler, all my niggas Nazis.
Hitler was very
What the fuck?
fucking cool.
Yes, I do.
What?
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
So what's the thing about, I guess, traditional Nazism that you think you disagree with the most?
Well, it's a non-Christian ideology. So, I mean, look, I believe that race is real, as the Nazis did, but I don't think it utterly defines a person. As a Christian, I think we're all created beings. I do believe there's such a thing as a universal human community. And so I think it's a cruel ideology. I've said this on my show, by the way, but I mean, that would maybe
Yeah, I'm sure you have.
Did you always feel that way?
Always, yeah, absolutely.
So even whenever you were younger and stuff?
I did, but you got to recognize times have changed. 10 years ago, we had a totally different political world. The regulation and policing of speech, what you would call wokeness, I think was at an all-time high when I got started as a very young man.
Wait, what you would call wokeness?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and I think, I mean, would you not say there were some excesses maybe in those days?
This is already so funny. What the fuck? Oh my god. All right, I got the title working, guys. Thank you so much for the patience. This stuff gets really complicated, so I really appreciate you sticking by me and like watching me basically fix the problems of the stream, right? But it's basically I've moved past the point. Oh, look, it's thundering and lightning out. You can see like the weather effect on the I got that idea from the Glogimon game. I was like, why don't I just add the weather effects to the fishing game? That'd be pretty cool, right, chat? Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much for sticking by me, guys. I really appreciate it because like this stuff is just getting more complicated because the way I have it all set up, I'm not entirely used to it, right? So like it requires a lot of coding and stuff, and I'm pretty new at it still, so I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, in those days,
Thank you,
I
Ducky.
wasn't doing too well, so I wasn't paying much attention. Anyway, I would love to hear, and I'm not asking you to like retract everything that you've ever said and all, or anything, but I said that I would love to talk to you because number one, I told you this, is that I think you're really smart. And I think that with that comes in a real responsibility. And you have an audience. And I have a friend whose son is my daughter's age, maybe 28, your age. And he's really smart. And he is a big fan of yours. And so by virtue of the relationship, I got to learn what it is that why he is a fan of yours. And none of it has to do with, I would hope you agree, like really egregious things that you've said in the past about the Holocaust or about,
Did the Jews ever talk about the 100 million whites that died in World War II? Or do they just bitch and moan about the so-called 6 million Jews that died?
And so it's just nice to poke holes in it and say, it's not 6 million.
6 million? I don't think so.
And I don't even know, I think I've heard you since kind of rescind a lot of that.
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust?
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering all the time. So it could maybe even be more than that.
But what he agrees with is kind of the anger about the situation that particularly your generation finds yourself in. I know that to be real. And I think that there, maybe my reasons for recognizing that anger as being legitimate and my targets are different than
Choppy on stream place. I don't know why. Silver lining.
Years. I just wanted to hear from you.
Do you want to try reloading?
When you say you were canceled by the right in 2016.
Yes.
I almost felt like in preparing to meet you now, is that your reaction to that was to just dig deeper and deeper into kind of the outsider, kind of radical, say anything for the purpose of generating, the attention to build an audience. Is that true? And it's not an accusation. I really mean it. I want this to be a conversation as much as possible.
I mean, there's certainly some truth to that, but I think that might be overstating it a little bit.
Same for days. Sounds good, though. Cool.
Because I really got canceled by the right and the left.
Yeah.
And back in those days in 2017,
God, look at this guy.
You had these far left journalists at Huffington Post, Right Wing Watch, ADL, SPLC, and I really believe they were on a mission to find extremist rhetoric, the white nationalist, neo-Nazi boogeyman, all that kind of stuff. And they would look at someone like myself, 18, and if I was being serious or joking, things taken out of context, they would clip it, post it, and
They are. I don't know why. You should never wear a suit that's cuffed like that. You should just cut them yourself. Right? Didn't we talk about this? Basically a slideshow. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry, man. Hold on. Let me just double check. It never ends with streaming. Degraded. Yeah, I mean, I did the B-frames thing that they recommended. So I don't know why it's doing it. This one works fine. Oh, okay. It could be something with this. The last two options are very important. Keyframe interval is 1 second. Okay. So that might be it. I might have it at 0. There it is. All right, let me know if it's better now, because it should be. Nah, I'm a skater punk, not a mod. Let's see. It says do CRB. I have that one. Okay, B frames I have as well. Set up already. Oh, okay. I might have to change it to Opus. That's why. Which I can't do right now. Is it working now, Silver Lining? Alright. Cool.
being serious or joking, things taken out of context. They would clip it, post it, and they wanted me to be the villain. And I think they wanted a lot of people to be the villain. And I think the left, in a way, kind of created this climate where I think they pushed a lot of people farther to the right.
No, by the way,
canceling them.
that very well may be true, but you gave them a lot of ammunition.
That's true.
You know, I mean, I hope that some of those things that you said in the past are not things that you believed in and that are you meant just to engender like a really radical kind of response. I mean, is that true or not?
Well, you know, again, I think that back in those days, you could not say anything. In 2017, 2018, cancel culture was so in overdrive. Any joke, any edgelording, anything like that, they would, first of all, there was no sense of humor.
I'm so old. I don't even, what's
Okay, well, to break it down for you, so the dawn of wokeness as it's known today, I think was in like the post-Trump era. After Trump won the election in 2016, there was a big movement to deplatform and kind of push away those who, I guess the left feel like had galvanized them into the presidency. So there was this big idea that if you push people off mainstream social media platforms, they would go away. Now we know through Trump's reelection, that's not even true. But at the time, that was the mantra. Problematic viewpoints needed to be silenced, tucked away somewhere, and they would just sort of die in isolation. So I think that was the climate where you first got started, 2017. That time period was like crucial for getting people off mainstream platforms. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I would say that you got to get into the psychology of those days. It felt like anybody that wasn't on board with the most progressive agenda had no options. There was just no alternative. It was going to be progressive, liberal, feminist, BLM, all that kind of stuff. And if you were to the right of John McCain, you're no platformed. Censored, banned from all the platforms, you're fired from your job, you're ostracized socially. And I think what happened really in 2021 when Trump got banned from the platforms is it felt like 70 million people got canceled. 70 million people that voted for Trump, or 60, 70 million people, we were all felt like, oh, so if Trump is out of politics and we're all banned from the platforms, then how is there any redress for our grievances? Do we just have to shut up and get with the program and we're all going to be progressive? And I think that drove people to a far
he got
more
banned
radical
after
place where
January
people said,
6th. I think that's, where's blunt rotation? Hey, MTM, how is the stream working over on Streamplace? Is it better? Is it choppy still or no? I know. Well, that's the key, right? The only reason Trump got banned, chat, was because he got banned for January 6th. We're literally citing an insurrection. I almost said erection. Could never be him. Choppy. Okay.
Well, what really is the solution? We can't talk. We can't express ourselves.
Trump could never incite an erection.
We can't participate in the process or run for office. And I was
erection where?
one of the people saying that's exactly what's going to happen.
Not me.
It's going to drive people to extremism.
Not me, chat. Not right now, anyway.
Like they have a seat at the table and enfranchisement, I think then they start exploring options outside the system, outside of the political process, the democratic process. So I think it's self-inflicted in many ways.
So you feel like after the mass deplatforming in 2021, whenever people on the right got pushed to platforms like Parler, Gab, Rumble, etc., the lack of discourse and like the political singularity of those platforms created more extremism?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because look, you take Trump off of Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and I predicted this in 21. I said, watch, you're going to see alternative social media rise.
Guys, that's gonna be, I'm gonna be stuck with that for the rest of the day now. I'm writing and I hear erection and I got all excited. I know how to give one of those. Oh shit! Watch it, girl. You ladies are so dirty. I love it. The sister wives are dirty. Jesus. I do not want to hear the words Trump and erection in the same sentence. I know, for real. He's like the opposite of anything related to that.
Because some venture capitalists are going to see there's a huge market of 70 million people that are going to follow Trump because Trump is no platformed. And that's exactly what happened. Rumble blew up, Elon bought Twitter, and what happened when you had total free speech on these platforms? Well, Twitter now resembles 4chan. And now, there's no gatekeepers. And I think it did push people in a radical...
We had our beautiful Marine standing there. Bing, 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 bing.
In the old days, bing, bong. With the map, bing, bing, bing. Little mouth on him. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, bing, bing.
Sister wives need service out here. We're out here thirsty. You guys crack me the fuck up.
Direction. And honestly, people are even blowing past me. Now there's like mainstream normie types that are even blowing past me in terms of how radical they are. People start saying things like, there's no political solution, there's going to be a civil war, we need a revolution. And I think that's because the message from the left was, you're crushed. You have no options, you can't win, there's no alternative. Trump is going to be in...
It's not the left, dog. It was the establishment, okay? I never said that. I hated Hillary. I hated all these clowns, right? But you just don't like anyone on the left because to you, everyone on the left is just shit, right? They're going to degrade the race and all that crap, yeah.
Indicted and charged and can't run. You can't be on...
Insisting erections, everybody, everywhere with the booty. Living Lily, you're still here, huh? Me too. Damn right. Live long and prosper. I thought you were working on your Hydrox. Inciting erections. Sounds like a movie. Wasn't there a movie in the 90s? I'm blanking on with who was it with? Jennifer Gardner? Oh my god. I was watching like a review about it. A few months ago. I forget who it was. Fuck.
Twitter, you can't have a job, and so people started to say
a movie. Yeah, it was a movie. I forget what it was called. It was something like Sweet Obsession. I don't forget.
Okay, well, we still exist.
I didn't end up finishing the video, so I had to go to bed.
Here, we still have these concerns. What do we do now? And then people start to say, well, we need a revolution. And I'm one of the only people saying, no, we should still engage in the process and talk with each other. And it's not all one-sided. I think there's problems on the left and the right, but I certainly think it takes two to tango.
Okay, so we agree. I think that there are problems on the left and the right, and I don't disagree with some of the things that you just said. I guess I just came to a different conclusion.
Awesome camera work, right?
That people should be deplatformed for. Not that they can't say it where they want to say it, but I think that it's a right of anybody.
Okay, top three things. What do you think?
There's a difference between being able to say that you're proud of your white heritage and also being just a flat-out racist. I think that there's a difference between saying you're proud of your Christian heritage and the white culture from what you come from and Nazis, or that you adopt the Nazism as a legitimate ideology. I think that there's a difference between saying that you disagree with the United States policy as it relates to Israel and saying...
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, right? I kind of agree. He's right. Right? Like, if I say I'm proud to be Italian or like he's proud, or like, I don't know, right? Lucy, you're proud to be Argentine, right? They're mostly white. Like, the inclination is there, right? But when you start saying, like, I support Hitler, that's the problem, right? I guess, like, there is no white identity, right? That's another thing I want to point out. And this is where we've talked a lot about this on the stream, right? Is like white identity does not exist, right? Just like technically black identity doesn't exist because it depends on what kind of like African person you're speaking to, right? You even get this distinction between like Jamaican versus American, African American versus African, right? Like Beery here was saying the other day, or a couple months ago, she said, shout out to Beery, by the way. She was saying like, oh, like they're just a different kind of culture, right? But like the idea that they're black is not because there's an it's because of oppression, right? There's oppression behind it. And I think like that's where I get the problem of when you say like white people are oppressed, or I don't know, like you hear this a lot on Twitch when I scour Twitch, right? The few times I have, I hear like a lot of, well, white people food sucks, right? What they really mean is white American food sucks, right? Or white Anglo food sucks. But like nobody thinks that like tapas from Spain are disgusting, right? Nobody thinks French food is terrible. Nobody thinks Italian food is terrible, right? And those are all white. So like this is what I mean, like these terms get kind of thrown around left and right, and they don't really mean all that much until you define them. But yeah, craft dinner, fuck you. I can't possibly be that profound like Hunter's trying to help Nick. Yeah, exactly. He's trying to help him, right? Well, they're having a discussion, right? I wouldn't even steep this low ever, but like he makes a good point, right? There is like a difference between saying like, hey, I'm proud to be Polish or Argentine or like Italian or I don't know, something like that, than to flat out fucking say you're white. Because the problem is there is no white identity. Like this is what he doesn't realize is like he thinks all white people are exactly the same. And a lot of people on Twitch think that, right? And it's really not that it's not that simple, guys, right? Just like all black people are not the same, right? Right? And that's why I gave the example with Beery there. Like, if you go to like Jamaica or something, they're not gonna be the same. Like the culture, the vibe, everything about is not the same, right? Like you're only looking at like a specific skin color, and you're basically like generalizing somebody, right? Hispanics too, right? Hispanics are not all the same, right? We get like Hispanics get that all the time, right? They get mislabeled by like what country they come from, right? They get mislabeled for like where they like, right? I was talking to somebody and she was like, oh yeah, like you went to Panama, and I was like, girl, I told you I went to Costa Rica. Panama and Costa Rica are completely different countries. Not only completely different countries, the people look very different.
Ciao. Buenos dias.
Right? But again, this is the ignorance aspect of stuff, right? It's just like the people in the Caribbean, right? Like, I don't know, like people in the Caribbean tend to be very loud, right? Meanwhile, like when I went to Costa Rica, it was very like people were very soft spoken. You had to kind of like listen up. You're like, the fuck? Can you speak up, motherfucker? German food like bread. Yeah, exactly. Like bread or sauerkraut, right? Polish food. Yeah, exactly. Like there's right? Like, I don't know. Nobody's saying that about, I don't know, like pizza and stuff, right? I don't know. Every time people start with the sentence, my heritage is, I'm proud to be like, I'm talking to a dumb fuck. I agree, but he's throwing him a bone, right? I don't agree with that. I'm just saying, like, in the context of this discussion, I agree with you, Aeon Lord. But yeah, it happens all the time.
That the Holocaust didn't exist.
I was like, Mom, Dad, Hitler was awesome. Hitler was right. And the Holocaust didn't happen. And my parents were like, we cannot believe.
Those would be top three things in my mind. I know that you believe that some people took you out of context. And I do agree. Look, on both the right and the left, there are these gatekeepers, 100%. And look at me, the mainstream press just destroyed me for 7 years without any real kind of reflection about what they were doing. I do think that, some of those things are legitimate reasons to say, we don't want you on our, on our commercial platform. Would you agree with that? I mean, you just said, for instance, people calling for like an armed revolution, like people calling for actual violence. you're opposed to.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm against violence,
Yeah.
and I do think those are one of the legitimate things that should be taken from the platform. You know, there's a lot of the stuff on social media I don't agree with, but
dude, literally Nazism is one of the most violent fucking ideologies out there. So then you're saying you deserve the ban. Fuck you, man. Like, see what I mean? Oh.
Again, you know, what started to happen is there was this like
Fuck
editorial
you.
censorship where certain ideas were banned. And they just, it was such a broad brush and also totally opaque and ad hoc. You'd be on YouTube, like I was, for example, they banned me for life and didn't even give me a reason. Not a specific quote, not a specific infraction. And so you don't know what the rules are. You don't know what the process is. They just take you down.
What up? Wasn't me. There you are, girl.
And especially now when everything is digital.
Welcome back.
It's not just the social platforms, it's the other ones like Uber, Airbnb, whatever. It feels like you're being denied almost something like a civil right. Because the social platforms are the modern public square. Increasingly with Uber, Airbnb, the banking apps, you can't live your life without the tech platforms. And it felt like if you just simply had the wrong opinions or you were the wrong kind of person, you were being deprived of like a basic civil right or being able to participate in society. So, you know, and I think maybe that's an area of collaboration where we recognize maybe it is a civil right to use the digital platforms, but here are the rules. Here's what you can say, here's what you can't say, here's the process. Maybe there's a reconciliation mechanism, but I mean, the censorship was just out of control. I don't think anyone disagrees there's a reasonable limit, though.
Yeah, no, I guess what I was...
Yeah, can someone do vibe? Josephus, do vibe. I want to see your vibe. I want to see what Gloggy has to say about you. How you been? So good to see you again, girl. There it is. There it is. Uh-huh. All right, let's see. Doubting Josephus. Doubting Josephus drops quick, punchy remarks, often charged with edgy, confrontational humor. Ah, that's me in a nutshell. Except I don't chat. Mixing ironic hot takes with casual slang. They engage with both chat and Gloggy mainly through sharp, referential comments and playful insults. Dude, this fucking nails you! Dude, where's that fucking nail gun? You just got nailed to the wall, my man. Their pace is brisk with a taste of provocative one-liners and low-key banter. Tags edgy, humor, quick wit, casual slang, provocative, and playful insults. Dude, get that fucking nail gun immediately. There we go. Let's do pagers now. And again, what's really cool about this, guys, is it's going to actually like change the way Gloggy talks to you, right? That's the cool part. Or it should, right? On theory. Like, that was my idea. So, Pager mixes casual humor with pop culture references and uses a relaxed, relatable tone. Oh, look at that. You're so relatable. They engage with chat lightly, contribute playful banter. Their energy is steady and not... their energy is steady and not over the top, leaning into spontaneous remarks and some mild roasting moments. Casual humor, pop culture savvy, light banter, relatable pacing. Oh, I think he nailed you there, girl. Welcome back. Kristen B, she's here. She's here. Welcome her back. Nah, thanks, Gloggy. If you want to be reassessed, just do exclamation mark reassess, right? But reasses, because that's what we got up in here. Asses. Reasses. Yeah, so far it's working good. All right. Skelly, how you doing, buddy? Welcome back. How you doing? I was getting dinner, Gus. No worries. No worries, no worries. Massive, huge tits. That's where I'm from. Massive, huge tits. Massachusetts. I'm still laughing my ass off. Guys, we have so many like inside jokes now. I love you guys. Let's see. I'm here for the snacks. Oh my god, I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Yeah, we're watching the Hunter Biden Nick Fuentes interview. Wasn't me. It's very interesting so far. Jake Lang is in Plymouth, Mass. Oh no. Not there. Just keep chatting. I might change it to 30 to get a better like assessment, but we'll see. Rigged. Yep, you still gotta chat some more. How you doing, Skelly? Shout out to Skelly and Josephus. They're Gloggy fan tier Patreon members, my goats. Skelly's the oldest tier member on my Patreon. I love you, buddy. Thank you so much for the support. I can't do it without you. Nick Fuentes is thirsty over Hunter. You hashtag truth, hashtag bet. Facts. All right, let's get back to it.
It is that I don't see that as a result of left-wing or right-wing ideology. I view that kind of level of deplatforming. Look, I was debanked. I was debanked before I was ever even charged with anything. I lost every bank account. It took me, 9 months once they, the Trump administration, said that they were starting an investigation into me to be able to actually get a bank account again. And I don't want to tell you the bank because tomorrow they may debank me again. But my point is that those people are incredibly identifiable. I've been talking and going around and I say things like, I don't think we are nearly as divided as they're telling us we are. Because I do believe that there are an identifiable group of people that are responsible for an enormous amount of the discord and division because they make money off of it. I think that these social media companies that are controlled by 3, 4, 5, individuals have made it clear that they only care about one thing. They only care about how much money they can produce for themselves and, the people that hold stocks in their company. Even to the degree where we know for certain that they're driving teenage girls to the highest levels of suicide by a factor, like exponential factors, directly related to the content that they're being pushed, and they won't do anything about it.
Right.
And so, to the same degree, I think they, a lot of what you call wokeness was maybe an illegitimate, but a financial decision based on a lot of these.
Corporate psyop, maybe.
Corporate psyop.
Thank you.
I mean, by the way, exactly.
I just wanted to back up real quick. So you talked about certain people going too far. About 2.5 months ago, I visited a whites-only community in Hardy, Arkansas. And I don't know why, I guess coming from like a more like left-wing place, I'm from Seattle, I kind of assumed there was like a united front on the right for some reason. So I'm out there, I'm chilling with these dudes, they're like sword fighting, having barbecues. Overall it was a good time for them. I had a hard time connecting with them because I don't agree with them, but it's all good. I was having fun for a couple days. And then like right as I was there, I guess you had hit them up on X or something and said like, hey, I don't want to associate with you guys. What happened there?
Well, that was really more of a personal disagreement with the guy that founded it.
Yeah.
But I do think it's an interesting project, and it's interesting that got so much pushback, this whites-only community, because you know what? If you go to a lot of these different neighborhoods in major cities, there are ethnic enclaves, and it's not like there's an explicit rule that you have to be a certain ethnicity, but we all know in Chicago and New York and LA, you got certain neighborhoods where it is 80, 90% one ethnicity.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of white people that say we kind of want something similar. I don't think there's anything.
But Nick,
okay, let's back up. If you want to talk about
what
the histories
fuck?
of New York and Chicago, I feel like that was also a conscious decision that was made like after the Civil Rights Act.
Blacks only. It's in Cabrini Green, where Mayor Daley made everybody that was black live in the Cabrini Green. I mean, it's not. That wasn't by choice. It's not by choice that these ethnic enclaves are 80 or 90%, whatever that ethnicity is. It's because that's the only place in which they had an opportunity to live unbothered, or where they were told that they had to live because of the historical fact that they could not move into other neighborhoods. You could not move into parts of South Chicago without, being stoned.
Right.
Literally, right?
Yeah.
And so, like so it's not as if those ethnic enclaves are there by choice. You know, and so that
also ethnic enclaves do exist for like specific variations of different Europeans. Like, you know, there is like places that are chocolate, like South Philly is full of Italians.
But there's Little Italy and there's Little Korea.
So I think the issue,
Japan.
I always like, what confused me the most about the whites only community is like, there's just so many different kinds of white people in America. You know, so like to establish a unified white culture with a place so diverse and full of like different regional flavors just kind of felt confusing to me. Because that could mean a different thing depending on what part of the country or what European enclave you originated from. Like, we're Irish people from the Philly area. Can you compare that to like, you know, surfers in San Diego or even like, you know, Italian Americans in Staten Island? I don't know, everything just feels so different. So when I got there, I was trying to identify what they meant by white culture. It wasn't really based on shared like cultural practices, but more the exclusion of people who weren't white. So they weren't like stoked on being European necessarily. They were more just like, oh, we're here because those people aren't here. So it just kind of felt more negative than constructive.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not really involved with that project in particular, but I think that, look, I mean, you talk about the anger that's out there and the frustration, and I think part of the frustration, let's be honest, is that white people do feel like we are being boxed out in major cities in the country, and it feels like, look, there's a little Haiti, and there's various ethnic enclaves where you get that local culture, and they do their, you know, cultural festivals and that sort of thing, and white people feel like they're being pushed out, and they want a space where things are familiar.
Do you feel the same way about the Italian festival that happens in every city?
Well, here's a good example. So,
or St. Patrick's Day?
Well, you know, there's no Irish neighborhood in Chicago. Little Italy.
Sure there is.
I mean, there's some remnant in Bridgeport.
Yeah.
And,
it's important to note that, like, and I'm not trying to get into like a shouting match here, but like, you know,
Little incel says what?
as a family who did, coming from a family who did leave Philadelphia in the...
He doesn't count years. I mean, Rigel, you must be so fucking, like, what is going on? Fair. Who in the right mind would ever lay a hand on that dirty racist? By the way, Rigel, did you see we got the new emotes? We got a bunch of new emotes, guys. Well, 2 new emotes, my bad. We're getting more soon, but these are the new emotes. I have to make some merch on this one. I'm really proud of this one. Yeah, I used them already, guys. I know you did. I know. I'm sorry. I was thinking someone else. I was thinking wasn't me. And then we have the coffee one. So there you go. I love that one, right, Ducky? Ducky loves it. Ducky, you love it. Don't lie. BSS. Yep. You got it, girl.
60s because of black migration from the South. After the Civil Rights Act was passed, there was a sort of like mass flight of white people into the suburbs, and that kind of led to a...
When you do reassess, all you do is start typing like you normally would, and then he will reassessed. I tried.
Homogenization of different cultures because they rush so fast to build these like identical...
Hold on. It should be working. Do vibe. Josephus. Okay. Yeah, see? It gave you a new one. Fast-paced roast hound, occasional depth. Occasional depth. God. Yeah, keep it if you like it, right? Keep it if you like it. Obviously, keep it if you like it. But the only thing that's not working is the... There should be a display message, right? I love this new feature. Honestly, I think it's fun. And I think it's going to make like blogging more playful and fun in general, right? Because he's basically going to be like talking to how you chat as a chatter, right? So hopefully it works. If my idea works, right? Gloggy told me I'm a cat lady. Oh. I'm sorry, girl. I'm sorry. Do you even have a cat? I'm joking. I know you have a cat. Jeez. Damn. Some vodka level roasts. I haven't had sex in 3 years, so I would have no idea what you're talking about.
strip mall suburbs, that it was very hard to maintain cultural bonds that made different European and white neighborhoods unique around like the 1950s and before. So I feel like the mass suburbanization is also a big factor that led to those like cultural bonds breaking.
Yeah, but why did that happen? I mean, a lot of the suburbanization is because of the race riots in the 1960s. People moved out because of the violence. You know, my grandfather was in the National Guard in Chicago when, after MLK got assassinated, the whole West Side burned to the ground.
Yeah.
And people didn't want to be around that anymore.
Why were the riots?
Yeah, MLK Jr. was assassinated.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so does that justify burning down the city?
No, I didn't say it justifies it, but it sure justifies an enormous amount of the anger. The same kind of anger that you feel about being left out. The same kind of anger that you're expressing right now about the idea that you're culturally irrelevant, that you don't have a place in society. Imagine if you were a 26-year-old black man in 1968 and saw your hero be assassinated. And
I saw Trump get shot in the ear, and
did he?
And I saw Charlie Kirk get shot, and I didn't see any cities get burned down. It's funny how that works.
I think it's a very, very, very different thing. I think
How
it's
is that different? Charlie Kirk
thing.
got shot in the neck.
Yeah.
And liberals celebrated
By whom?
all over social media by Tyler Robinson.
Yeah. Who is what?
The mere sound of Nick's voice turns pussies into sandpaper. Oh, that must hurt. Oh my god, drier than buckets. Oh my god, that would hurt. Oh, I'm just thinking about that. Dry ass pussy. The opposite of WAP, right? That's where Make America Wet Again came from, guys. Mahua. Nick is possessed. Yeah, he really is. Oh my god, guys. Oh my god. Comparing Charlie Kirk to Martin Luther King. For real. For real. It's okay, girl. We're a polygamy group here. I love how we're doing that now. Thanks, guys. You guys are the best. I love you guys. Plus, Kirk was racist and MLK fighting for equality. It's been 5 years for me with the man by myself a few days. That's the wildest take I've ever. Well, you know, and I mean, most guys leave a lot to be desired, unfortunately, from what I've been told, ladies. So I just want to see some Latino women, what up, fucking shit out of Fuentes. Oh my god, that'd be so funny. Where are my badass Latino women, right? Where are they? Get fucking angry and fucking whop you with the chancleta. Or la chancleta. There you go. I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. Oh my god. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Who is some liberal guy.
He is?
Mm-hmm.
But
He's got a transgender boyfriend.
So that makes him liberal? Because he's transgender? Because
I think
he's gay?
so. Well, because he's got a transgender boyfriend, yeah, I think so.
It makes him liberal?
I think he was liberal, yeah.
Okay. Well, he didn't come from a liberal family. He didn't come from a liberal enclave. He didn't come from a liberal background. He's not a minority. He was a Mormon, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And grew up in a Mormon household. And he went to a largely Mormon college.
Mm-hmm.
And he ended up committing an act of violence, according to the FBI and the authorities in Utah that charged him. How does that in any way compare to what we're talking about? I'm not justifying the violence that occurred after the death of Martin Luther King, but you're saying that that person, this Tyler, whoever his name is was as disenfranchised
Tyler,
as
whatever his
the
name was.
African-American community in 1968 in inner cities?
Well, the question is who we want to live around.
I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. I want
Jesus.
white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry.
And in the 1960s, the West Side burns down. We don't want to live around that. We don't want to live around a city that's burning down.
That's not when the white flight happened.
It is. It was a big response to it. Absolutely.
100% not.
Absolutely.
You make these historical connections that don't exist. Part of it was
shit.
But before that,
hell yeah!
What Mayor Daley did is made Chicago the most segregated city in the entire United States, other than Boston. When you would come from the South to Chicago, African Americans from the South.
All right, let's see. Wasn't me. Brings back a laid-back, snack-fueled vibe with salty humor, pop culture jabs, especially throwing shade at internet figures. They lean into edgy, quick comebacks and witty insults with casual pacing, often tagging others and rifling with chat. Their style is punchy, irreverent, with a pinch of self-deprecation. Pretty spot on. Yeah. Pretty spot on.
Blacks in the South coming to Chicago would say that Chicago was twice the level of segregation and racism that occurred in the South. And so it wasn't as if you're coming into a situation in which you're feeling in any way enfranchised by the community and the situation that you're in. And as many people left simply because of the idea that someone was black moving into their neighborhood as the violence that occurred after the assassination of Martin Luther King. So the numbers actually, pre-1968, when King was shot, you had more people leave the
But I'm not racist, Fuentes. I go from dry to wet depending on what part of the screen I'm paying attention to. You guys are crazy today.
The city because of the desegregation, because of the 1964 Civil Rights Act than you did after
I love you guys. You're so funny.
After the riots.
I think that's just not true. I think that the race riots were a huge driver of white flight to the suburbs. I think it's just dishonest to say that's not the case.
Okay, so what's your point about all of this?
Well, we're talking about where people want to live.
Yeah, I know. So like what in 2026?
Well,
how
about in 2020 when Minneapolis burned to the ground? Or how about in the summer of 2020 in Chicago?
Minneapolis didn't burn to the ground.
Yeah, it didn't, dog.
No, I mean,
it did not.
BLM didn't destroy dozens of structures.
If you guys need
okay, let's see. Kirsten B. I think I have a good sense of what kind of chatter you are. So like I hope Gloggy nails it. Kirsten B is a warm, friendly chatter who frequently uses emotes and cheers, acknowledges others, showing a supportive. Oh my God, it nailed you. Bellissimo. Fucking nailed it. They often greet and encourage chat to seem to keep the mood light and social with positive acknowledgement. It is exactly you. Nailed it. Their style is easygoing and community focused. Yep. Friendly, you got the tags: friendly, supportive, emote heavy, and casual. Casual and social. Yeah, it nailed you. You got to do more messages, girl. Rogue Weeds, more messages, dog. Yep. Oh, is that a peace fire emote? That's cool. Yeah. Knows us best. Bro, that's what's exactly. I'm so happy. I'm glad I did this. I spent a lot of time on this feature. For some reason, the overlay isn't working, but it's not the biggest deal because I posted in the chat. I had no idea. I was like, yeah, that's exactly how I would characterize you. You're very like supportive. You're very friendly in chat, but you're like, I don't know, like it just nailed you. It nailed you. Rigel, I don't know how he's gonna describe you, dog, but why are the guests interviewing themselves? He's almost bored leaning in the chair. I think that's just his style, right? Rigel. I think Andrew Callahan mostly sits back and lets people talk, and he doesn't really ask questions. He kind of just guides it, like very lightly, right? It's just a different style, right? Some people really like it, some people don't. I'm kind of like whatever about it, but I think it has its moments, right? I'm waiting for him to tip up over, yeah. Drops a quick salty takes with playful sarcasm, meme energy. They lean into irony and call out surface level discourse with clipped commentary favoring light roasting vibes and deep dives. Yeah. Mostly chill, but sharp-eyed observations. You're very sharp. Agreed there. Casual engagement sprinkled with emotes. Yep. I'm really glad I did this. It's very good. So far, it's really getting you. I was a little skeptical. I was like, is this gonna be super gimmicky? But I'm like, no, because if I tie it in with the engine, right, with Gloggy, it's gonna be like him taking notes on you guys. SS Gloggy, am I right? He has a notebook full of stuff. Jesus, that's fucked. This whole thing is basically Nick offering an olive branch and becoming relevant. Yeah, basically, Skelly.
Witness to what happened in Minneapolis. There were many structures that burned.
Gus, you think you can find my true vibe when it's over? I might be pretty left-wing, but I don't think it'll find how a lawful evil I can get till I knows how, since this is the message, but I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna really depend. It's gonna really depend. Yeah, you do a lot of political humor too, dude. Although the overlay kind of looks like Instagram. I don't really like I might have to change the overlay a little bit. Is the music okay? Can you guys still hear me? I just don't want the music to be too loud. What are you talking about? We're talking about our new bot has a feature that basically determines what kind of chatter you are in chat. And then he uses that to like engage with you. Our vibe checks Gloggy at the moment. Yeah, music is fine. Perfect. Okay, good.
To the ground. Not the city, but there was, I would say, between 40 to 50 buildings off of Lake Street in the south side that did burn to the ground. But most of the city was intact, but it was quite an intense situation.
People don't want to live around that. You know, in Chicago, it rolled on into the summer, and it wasn't, let's say, the anger of the oppressed and the disenfranchised.
So
they were looting. They were looting and carjacking. The criminals.
Are you saying that the problem with the 26-year-old white kid living in suburbia outside of Chicago and his feeling of being disenfranchised is because there was looting and rioting in Minneapolis by black people, and it's black people that are doing it?
Yeah, I mean the problem with Austin.
What? The appeals court just told Trump he can't do his mail-in ballot executive order. We'll cover that next. Cool. But thank you for the update. Good news. That's really good news. Really good news. Thank you, wasn't me, for the good news update. We need it. That's a big W. Yeah, because like think about it this way, right, guys? The reason that's a big W is because generally speaking, the people who vote through mail tend to be more like liberal / left leaning. So it basically means he can't like rig the election the way that he wanted to there, right? He probably will try other ways, but that's kind of over now. Oregon was not going to put up with it. Yeah, well, that's the problem, right? And I said this before, the Terry. Hey, welcome back, the Terry. The Terry, I said this before a few months ago, that Oregon votes by mail, right? They're one of those states that vote predominantly by mail. Like everybody just submits a mail-in ballot. So like, how could they rig it? That's right, exactly. And a few states are like that. I think Colorado has it. I forget which states. There's a bunch of states now that do only vote by mail, which in all fairness, like as long as like you fill it in and get it postmarked, I completely think it should be done like that. Or by like you drop it off in the ballot box. Like we shouldn't be like, come on guys, this is 2026. Why the fuck are we going to a polling station to vote? We should be able to vote like in Uruguay, right? In Uruguay, they have a digital democracy, right? We need to go towards that. Shout out to Uruguay. He's going to another to find a cheat system. Yeah. He sends the fit.
Was that he got stabbed in the neck at a track meet. And the problem with our city in Chicago is that the Magnificent Mile is gone. Water Tower Place is gone because of all the crime.
Nick, and the time from an entire generation of African Americans is that they've been getting killed by cops for decades.
That's
what are
just
you
not
talking
true.
about, Nick?
Because they commit crime. And listen, it's not...
Nick.
What?
That's not true. It's
Oh.
not true.
Fuck
Are
you,
saying
Nick.
that police brutality as it relates and racism in the police force, in the way in which police treat African Americans. Nick, you.
Yeah, why? And this is what I was trying to bring up with the Graham Plattner stuff, right? And nobody on Twitch was talking about this shit, but I happily will, right? We're actually going to be watching something really interesting that popped up, right? Versus it came up, and it was ironically something that I had brought up, right? Rehabilitative justice versus punitive justice, right? Why is it that like overwhelming amount of prisoners in our prison system are black and brown people, right? It's clearly racism, right? Discrimination, but why is the recidivism rate so high? Right? And we had talked about this. So yeah, absolutely. Like this is a huge thing. I remember I had to cut out to get mail-in ballot. Then I'd go to town next door on election day, so I wasn't lying. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh my God. That doesn't mean the police have a right to fucking shoot people far out front as rage baiter here. No. Still a lot of systemic racism. Exactly. But the thing is that when you mix systemic racism with punitive justice, instead of like, think of it this way, right? I guess what I'm trying to say is you have systemic racism in the prison system, right? And that systemic racism basically helps fuel the punitive justice system that we have, right? And what do I mean by that? I mean, well, they shot somebody. They deserve to go to jail for the rest of their life, or they deserve 35, 45, 50, 60, 70 years, right? And those are the kind of people that stay in prison the longest and don't really get the rehabilitative justice, right? And then we look at the prison system and we go like, well, they're criminals, right? And then we look at them, and for some reason they tend to, most of them tend to be black and brown people, and then we go like, well, that's because they commit more crimes, right? According to Nick Fuentes. So it's sort of like a self-validating loop in the eyes of most Americans that most Americans don't really pay attention to. But if we were to do a restorative justice, these people would not be reoffending, right? First of all, a lot of these people wouldn't even be in jail, period, right? because a lot of them are innocent, or they're just like drug charges, which is another serious problem. But generally speaking, right, this is what helps Nazis. And the fact that nobody talks about this, or, you know, there are people who do talk about it, Olay and right, but nobody's really trying to fix this to become more like Norway or anything like that, right? Because there's always like cope around it. And there's a lot of like, well, the victims deserve justice and they deserve maximum punishment and stuff. And that's really not what the justice system should be about. We're going to watch something on it, so stay tuned. Our prison and judicial systems are both inhumane. And exactly, so much, right? Wasn't me that in 2005, the Norwegian Supreme Court, this is the Norwegian Supreme Court, right? The highest court in Norway said prisons in the United States are so inhumane that you couldn't deport somebody to the United States to serve their sentence because it would be a violation of human rights. There's a ruling in Norway saying that. There you go. When other countries that are developed tell us that our prison system is shit, it would be too cruel. That's what they're saying, yes. Right? And we're going to watch a video on this because this was something that I brought up with the Graham Plattner stuff as well. And I think it ties really well to even this, right? Because Nick Fuentes, part of the reason, and this is my theory, and there have been various political scientists who have talked about this, right? That a lot of people just don't question these kind of aspects in society. And then what ends up happening is people like Nick Fuentes take these statistics, quote unquote, and they run wild with them, right? Meanwhile, if we had a system that was reformative, like, he wouldn't be able to point to this as like a fucking point, right? Because even in Norway, it's all pretty equal to what the population is, right? They have like about 20% who are not Norwegian or whatever, and in Sweden too. And it looks more or less like the population, right? And that's how it should look. Prisons should look more or less how, if they're fair, right? If our judicial system was effective, we wouldn't have such high recidivism rates. Exactly. And that's what I always point to, right? Guys like Kick Fuentes don't exist in my world. They can't. Yeah, well said.
You could grow up.
So let's rewind that again, right?
In Minneapolis.
So like, this is what he's talking about. And he's saying this isn't happening because they're the ones committing the crimes. Because, I mean, when overwhelming amount of people in prisons are of black and brown people, this just helps the fascist argument, right? And this is what I mean about a lot of this crap. All we're really doing here, by doing this kind of like punishment system, or this system of our system of punishment here in the United States, punitive justice as we call it, all it really helps is the fascists, right? If you really want to boil my point down to something more concrete, it just helps them gain an upper hand in that sense. Punitive justice might feel good, but it's not beneficial for society. Exactly. Well said. Right. And I have something lined up we're going to watch. It's going to be very interesting.
It's by black people. And it's black people that are doing it.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with Austin Metcalf was that he got stabbed in the neck at a track meet. And the problem with our city in Chicago is that the Magnificent Mile is gone. Water Tower Place is gone because of all the crime.
Nick, and the
people of color. Yeah. People of color. Yeah. The judicial system targets both people of color and poor people. Correct.
Entire generation of African Americans is that they've been getting killed by cops for decades.
That's
what are you talking about, Nick?
Because they commit crime. And listen, it's not...
Nick.
What?
That's not true. It's not true. Are you saying that police brutality as it relates and racism in the police force, in the way in which police treat African Americans? Nick.
Yeah, see? And then his argument is, well, look at how many of them commit crimes. You see what I mean? This is just helping fascists like Nick. Yeah.
You could grow up here like I did between Wilmington and Philadelphia. And if you were a black dentist and you lived in Wilmington and you commuted to Philadelphia, the chances of you being pulled over by a state trooper, either Delaware or in Pennsylvania, are about 50 times that would be if it was a white guy. 50 times. And so what you're trying to tell me is that the problem in America right now is that a 26-year-old white kid who lives in suburban Chicago doesn't feel like he has access because he's been canceled or he's been woke. And the problem is black people.
I didn't say the problem's black people.
Well, you just did, Nick. You just said
the problem is crime. And we know who's doing the crime in Chicago. The carjackings, shootings, teen takeovers. We know why there's no business on the Mag Mile anymore. And it's because they steal cars, they drive them through windows. And listen, black people are some of the biggest victims of the black crime. But we're not allowed to talk about it because of the racial dimension.
What do you mean you're not allowed to talk about it? We're talking about it right here.
Hey guys,
you have a platform in which millions of people listen to you, Nick.
I think well, after Elon had to buy Twitter and open it up. It wasn't like that before. I was banned from everything for many years. So no, you weren't allowed.
Oh, God.
We can talk about it now, but that's only because the good guys
Nick.
want.
Hey, what's up, guys? There's something I forgot to tell you about. We also just launched our own streaming platform called C5.now. We have 5 films on there right now. Film number 1, The Art of Protest, made by the homies over at Indecline, who we interviewed a few months back. Film 2, Rat Film by Theo Anthony, set in Baltimore, investigates the lives and times of the rodent population through the eyes of the people who love the rats of Baltimore, study the rats of Baltimore, or are paid to execute and trap the rodents of Charm City. Documentary number 3, Starcash by Haley Garrigus, an amazing Wall Street documentary that follows the lives of market predictors, that's right, stock analysts who stare at the planets to figure out what's going to happen
There are
with the
similar
money.
problems.
Documentary number 4, it's
in
called
Argentina.
Physician Heal Thyself by director Asher Penn, a fascinating lifelong profile featuring tons of archival footage.
Fuck, I hate that little incel sack of shit. This is rage bait, guys. We're getting rage baited right now.
Documenting a physician, psychiatrist, philosopher, sorcerer of the mind named Gabor Mate. Very influential dude as far as addiction and trauma and healing.
Yeah, Living Lily showed us a few of his videos. He's great. I really like him.
Not as good as it gets. He's the top dog in that realm. So check that documentary out. Documentary number 5 is my own. Had to put my own sauce on there to get the train moving. It is called Finding Orson, a 45-minute documentary that I shot over the course of a year and a half, trying to reunite a beloved friend and elderly community member named Rick Shore with his lost parrot named Orson.
Maybe he's just too embarrassed to admit that he doesn't want the bird anymore.
So those are the 5 films on C5.now. A totally independent, creator residual forward, power to the people documentary platform, not gatekept by Hollywood. And what's unique about C5.now is that unlike the major studios, we're not afraid to take a risk. And of course, pay creators fairly.
Oh shit, I might sign up for this. Very cool.
The link is in the pinned comment and description box of this video. And most importantly, it's not just a website. It's an app on your phone and a smart TV app. So get your popcorn, get your remote, sit down. It's time to learn. I'll see you guys soon.
I'm impressed. Howdy, Gustx
You went from being banned on Twitter to being on...
How you doing, Blue Room? Welcome back. Newest mod, Blue Room. What up, my goat? We just watching the we're watching the Nick Fuentes Hunter Biden interview on Channel 5. Mm-hmm. How you been, buddy? We're so close here. I love you guys. Great chat. Love you.
YouTube to creating...
I still think it's Hunter interviewing Nick in Channel 5. Yeah, for real.
I know you're not, but now you have Kick, and now you have all of these other things. You have an enormous platform. I want to find common ground of how much of a shithead Donald Trump is. We can get there. Okay. What I don't understand is how you didn't recognize that in 2016, and how you didn't recognize that in 2020, and how you didn't recognize that in 2024.
Thank you.
Donald Trump
I didn't 24.
Because Donald Trump hasn't changed. Donald Trump hasn't changed at all. Donald Trump has been Donald Trump since he came out of the womb of a woman that was an immigrant to this country. And so what I want to know, though,
oh, shit! Oh, shit! Shots fired!
I don't know how we get past this idea.
Quick chat 15 times so Gloggy can get your vibe. Yeah, so Blue Room. I guess you missed the updates. We got two new emotes. Gloggy gun. Woo! Sorry, I gotta turn on the Damn, look at that.
Give me the money.
Love it.
Give me the money. Okay?
Ooh. Absent A me just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
What up? Thank you, wasn't me. I also changed the alerts. They look a little bit more poppier. They pop more. Limes Floof, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. How you doing? Thank you, wasn't me, for gifting a gifted sub to Benny, says.
Cheer 100.
Thank you, girl. I can't do it without you. You're the best. Aw, thank you so much. Look at that, guys. Supporting the stream on our first day back. What up? Woo! Oh, I hope this works. I've been working on this too. Let it work though. Let it cook.
Thank you. Let it
cook.
Thank you.
Chuga 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 chua chua. We got a false hype train chat thanks to Once Me, it ending at 7/25/2026 9:30 p.m. We at 1 and at 38%, so let's keep it going.
Cheer 100!
Love it!
Raw input.
I don't know why it's kind of weird. Gonna be doing raw input. Okay, interesting. Might have to fix that. But now, what I have an idea. I have like an idea, or I was working on a few days ago. Actually, yesterday I was also working on it. Basically, now every time we get a hype train, Gloggy will announce every part of the hype train, and we will also get, like, you know how he's able to make music? He will like randomly generate hype train music. So I'm working on that aspect. I just want it to be good. Yep. What does IV 66 out of 186D mean in Glogimon? Is a dem? No, it means... Okay, so IVs, you can kind of look up what IVs mean, but IVs are basically individual values, right? And what an IV is every Glogimon has its own, like, unique stats that you catch, right? So even if you catch a Marowak again, it won't have the same IVs because individually, some of them are faster, some of them are stronger, some of them have more HP, some of them are more, right? Woo! Thank you! What is going on?
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
What up? Thank you, Peter.
Woohoo! Peja82 just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
What up? Thank you, girl. Love it. Thank you for the support. You just gifted allegedly okay a gifted sub. What up? Oh my god, I love it. Ilgium, the ET Pokemon. Look at that, guys. All right. So yeah, that's some of the things I've been working on, but I don't know why it's not exactly working. Woo!
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
Oh my god, guys.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
Oh shit. Thank you, Lucy, for gifting a gifted sub. Oh, wait a second. Holy crap. Holy crap.
Chuga, 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 choo. Choo. Woo. 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 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 hype train level 2 reached. We advanced from level 1 to level 2. Keep the support coming and keep this train moving.
Yep, it's working.
Ooh, Lucy Rosie 20 just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
What up?
Ooh, Instant Me just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Oh my god, thank you. You didn't have to do it. Oh my god, girl, that's so nice of you. I really appreciate it. Shout out to Wasn't Me and Lucy for the gifted subs. And Peter, what up? Oh my god. Thank you guys for the support.
Chuga, 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 chew. Who, woo, whoa, oh, 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 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 hype train level 3 reached. We advanced from level 2 to level 3. Keep the support coming and keep this train moving.
Yeah. And then what he's going to do, he actually works. It's just I don't like the music that he's generating. Right? He's like he actually like Gloggy will basically become a DJ and like generate his own AI track, right? It's really awesome. Did he just say oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah? No, he's doing woo ooh 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 ooh. Just because it's goofy as fucking. I love it every time he does that. Yeah. Aggro got gifted a sub. Thank you so much. Wasn't me. Peter Parker. I know that guy. I think he's Spider-Man. Cubix. Miss Hammer Time got gifted a sub. Tavert got gifted a sub. What up? Thank you guys. Oh my god. The gifted subs help. And that actually helps us unlock more emotes. Clip it. Hell yeah. Oh my god, guys. We're doing it. We're doing it. Hype train level 3. No 0. Am I worried? Yeah. Oh, hey, look. Hype train. Yeah. Time to get some emotes, man. What up? All right. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. Sweetie, hey, I put Annie's best pal on my resume.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
Gotta put my phone down for a while. I'll be listening. No worries, girl. Appreciate it. Please listen to the interview. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Lucy. I'll let him.
Chuga, 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 chew, chew, chew. Wait, woo, woo. Whoa, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Oh, train level 4 reached. We advanced from level 3 to level 4. Keep the support coming and keep this train moving.
What up?
Woo-ooh! Loser Rosie 20 just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Oh my God! We did it! Guys, we're only 1 away? Or is it 1 or 2? We're 2 away.
Stop the stream. Me and you just resubbed for 1 at Prime for a total 5 months.
Thank you so much. Me and you too. Ah! Sister Wife number 1. Head Sister Wife. I just resubbed. I love that. Thank you so much, Lucy. We just need 2 more and we'll get to Hype Train level 5, guys. Let's fucking go. I want those emotes. Hell yeah. That or 600 biddies. 2 subs or 600 biddies. Let's fucking go, chat. Gotta put my phone down. Slots 100. Yeah, there you go, buddy. God. We did it! Thank you, strategy member! You did it, buddy! Thank you! Oh my God, guys, we did it.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
Strategy member just paid their gifted sub forward.
Please clap.
Look at all the love going around.
We did it, guys. Whoa.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
Chuga, 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 chew. Hoo hoo.
Do not come.
Woohoo, whoa, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Hype train level 5 reached. We advanced from level 4 to level 5.
What up?
This train moving.
Everybody's coming.
Ooh. Strategy member just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take
Thank
cover.
you, strategy member! My goat. Thank you, gifting out 2 community gifted subs.
Thank you.
Oh my God, look at that, guys.
Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
I fucking love you, guys. Yeah, I don't know why he keeps doing the raw input. I'll have to fix that because I thought I fixed that. What the fuck, guys? Thank you so much. I'm so honored. Thank you for the support. Again, I can't do it without your support, so I'm really honored. Thank you so much. Play the clip. Oh. Yeah, Blue Room, you gotta watch it. I don't think you you're the best. I know, she is awesome, isn't she? She's an OG chatter. W chatters. Love you guys. All right. What a hype train. Damn, guys. W. Fucking W's left and right.
The biggest load that we've seen.
It's a scandal. I can't believe Gus's channel isn't bigger. I know. I don't know, but I think it's just because I'm new and people are very, people just are very, like, they're used to watching other people at certain times, right? I just kind of accept it, but thank you. I appreciate it. What did I do? Love you guys. Appreciate it. I work very hard to do this stuff, right? So I really appreciate your support. Improve our lives, Blue Room.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Wait, where's the clip, Lucy? Can you send it to me again? I don't see it here.
Tasted like fascism.
Show clip.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
Woohoo! Lucy Rosie 20 just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Oh my god, girl, you gifted more? Oh, you didn't have to do that. That's so fucking nice of you. Thank you. Wow, we're at level 6, guys. We're doing really well. Holy fuck. That's amazing. I think the most we ever did was level 15, right? 12, something like that. Take cover. More bombs. More gifty bombs. Amazing, guys. Yeah, send me the link, girl. Oh, is it? Okay.
Chuo. Ooh. Whoa, 0. IPE train level 6 reached. We advanced from level 5 to level 6. Keep this up.
Let's see. Why isn't it popping up?
Rosie. Dude, what's up, Lucy Rosie? Dude, I love all of the Gus chatters are so awesome. Am I allowed to say that? Of course I'm allowed to say that.
Fuck yeah!
They're all awesome.
Fuck yeah!
What's up, Lou?
Fuck yeah! Yeah, we watched this earlier, Blue. You weren't here. I love it. All of the good centers are so... It's true. Like, the fact that, like, way bigger streamers are talking about, like, our small stream, right, guys? Like, I only started a year ago. Is pretty, like... I'm honored. Thank you so much, guys. Again, thank you. Like, you showing up every day and interacting in the chat and using the emotes, they all matter, right? I love seeing you guys out in the wild. Damn right. I love that. You guys are like, Gustx crew unite. Fucking love it. By the way, Blue Room. Type in !vibe. Basically, Gloggy will write up, like he writes up a little report.
Acquisition of wealth is no longer the driving force in our lives. We work to better ourselves and the rest of humanity. Kept Jean-Luc Picard.
I love it. Josephus. Yeah, I'm also I love how more people are talking about Star Trek too and how it relates to politics, because I feel like we were on the cutting edge of that, right? I read that book several years ago and I brought that up on like one of my first streams, and now now I've noticed on Twitch people are bringing it up more and more and more, right? Yeah, it's awesome. I love it. Like, I think Mike from PA had a video about this too. Yeah, Blue Room. I fucking love that. Thank you so much, Lucy. I can't believe he said that. That's so cool. I love you. I love, like, the community here on Twitch. Like, even if I don't, like, a lot of streamers don't end up watching other streamers, but, like, I love when we guys talk like this because we need more of it. You're too kind. Lots of love. Yeah, so Blue Room, basically what happens, right, is Gloggy will write, like, a little report on you and how you chat in the chat. Like, he'll analyze your style, like, what kind of comments you make, and he'll tag you on certain things, and then he'll, like, interact with you. He'll know that about you, so when he chats with you in the chat, he'll have, like, more of an understanding of how you are. You excuse me for not reading Trekonomics, but I have an EPUB file on my phone and I read a lot. Pace, not yours, pal. No worries. Yeah, definitely read it though. Like, honestly, Trekonomics changed the way I view a lot of my politics. It's a really good book. I don't agree with everything he says in the book because I kind of like used my own like experience with politics and kind of like what I've read as well. He's more of an economist and I'm more of a, like, I study more political science, right? But to me, like, I still really valued his book on that, right? And there's actually, like, it's really becoming a thing now. What the fuck?
Whoa, 00000000000. The hype train has reached the station.
What up?
We finished at level 6. Thank you to everyone who subscribed, gifted subscriptions.
Oh my god! Cheered. Love you guys. Share those emotes. Woo! Share those fucking emotes. I love you guys. 0000000. Yeah, you know why I did it? You know why he does that though? It's because I did it like this. Yep. Bingo. I just did it to be goofy. I'll probably change it if it gets too, but... I like making him say dumb stuff, right? Or literally like silly things. I was just gonna type that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But basically what he'll start to do now is he'll basically generate a song for the hype train. I just don't like any of the songs that he generated. So I gotta work on his prompt, on his programming. But we basically have a DJ Gloggy in the house. What up? Oh, this is the Persona 3 one. My goat. One of like the funnest games ever, guys. Jesus. By the way, Blue Room, we got 2 new emotes, so you can spam them. I love the gun one, to be honest. I think that one's gonna be amazing. A pigeon, yeah, a pigeon. He loves hating on pigeons now. I don't know why. You guys got him hating on pigeons. What the fuck? If you know what song this is in Persona 3, I remixed it into this. Oh my god, amazing. Isn't it great? It's him coming out of the portal to shoot you. It's great, right? That was my idea. I was like, we gotta like incorporate the portals. Like the fact that he can go through portals in the... into the emotes. Because like so many emotes just have a gun and I'm like, I don't want that. I want it to look unique. Fuck yeah, chat. Love you. Oh boy.
Insufficient Comcast credits. Please recharge your account to continue using the service.
I love that, right? I might change it to just drink. Blue Room, I don't know what you'd think, but I might just change it to drink. Because like it could be anything. It could be soda, it could be coffee, it could be tea, hot chocolate. I don't know what you think, but that's kind of was my. You always got my back. Thank you, Ducky. Yeah, for real. Thank you, Ducky, for that one. Bloggy pigeons are our friends. It's like that time when I forget who it was. I think it. You always got my back. Thank you. Sorry, I just went down to correspondence dinner rabbit hole. Found this. Oh my god. Sip. Yeah, that'd be a good one. Drink is good. Sip or drink? What do you think? You're a better chatter than I am. I'm a terrible chatter chat. I type like paragraphs and I sit there awkwardly thinking like, what do I type? Oh, and I spam emotes. That's all I do. So because I just like emotes, right? It's whatever you guys think. Like I do this, right? And then I type something out. I am itching to make Gloggy talk. Hell yeah. Oh my god, yeah, you talk way too much. God, I know. Streamer talks too much, am I right? Ooh, is that a Meganium? Oh! Blue Room! It's a fucking Meganium! Yeah, hopefully you catch it. 68%. All right, let's keep going. Hype train is now over.
The biggest woman, Trump hasn't changed at all. Donald Trump has been Donald Trump since he came out of the womb of a woman that was an immigrant to this country. And so,
facts.
What I want to know, though, is that I don't know how we get past this idea that the biggest problem that you have with your personal situation and how you extrapolate that to the situation of other white kids that are your age, that feel disenfranchised, that feel left out, that feel they don't have a shot at the American dream, is because of black and brown people, because of Mexicans, because of Venezuelans, because of Haitians, because of... It's always other, Nick, with you. It seems to me. And I've listened to a lot of the stuff. It's always them. We need to build a wall. Where's the wall, Nick? He never built the wall. Why'd you vote for him in 2020? Why'd you vote for him in 2024?
Damn right. Where was it, Nick? All right. I want to get Blue Room's assessment. Blue Room, do exclamation mark vibe? Doubting Josephus mixes blunt, edgy humor with the occasional playful commands, flashing rapid mood shifts and internet slang. They poke at Gloggy, but also engage with inside jokes and emotes showing impatience and occasional gratitude in chat. Dude, he nailed you, dog. Every fucking one of these assessments, he's basically nailed you to the fucking wall. Their style feels like fast-paced banter with a pinch of salty sass. Tags include edgy humor, fast-paced, blunt, internet slang, playful sass. Who am I vibe? All right, let's see. Let's read yours, Blue Room. Blue Room is an upbeat and engaging chatter with... You're very upbeat. That's one thing I've noticed about you. Who blends enthusiasm with warm social check-ins. Yep, you do a lot of that. Which is why you fit in really well here. Because we're all pretty close. And we all like care about like checking in with one another. Not a lot of chats are like that. And light humor. They show appreciation for the community and Gloggy, often using emotes to hype and praise. Yep, I've noticed that. They respond well to friendly interactions and occasional playful references to inside jokes like pigeons and clips. Yeah, and if you want to get reassessed, just type in exclamation mark reassess, and I might make it 30 messages just because I think 15 is not enough. I don't know why I put 15, but probably just because I wanted you guys to like quickly enjoy the enthusiastic, community-oriented. Yep, you're very community-oriented. Friendly, emote heavy. You are friendly. You are emote heavy. Playful, insufficient field data. Yeah, you need to chat more. All right, let's see. Me and you too. Brings playful, cheeky energy with flirtatious. Ooh la la. You are very flirtatious. Irreverent humor, mixing friendly teasing and casual chat hype. They engage playfully with innuendo and quick banter. Damn. Innuendo, am I right? But also shows enthusiasm for the community, like moments of hype trains. Literally, but you do. I mean, you literally use the Prime to resub. Likely enjoys lighthearted pushbacks and jokes from Gloggy. Playful tags include playful, flirtatious, banter, community, aged, irreverent. Awesome. I love it. Innuendo. Isn't that half this chat? More than half this chat, ladies?
I didn't know 24. Okay. My point being is that whenever you identify your problem as being something that is other, that you can point to, that's a minority, that is a group of people, that's the Jews, it's the I mean, before, remember, all of us, you know, the Irish Catholics who are committing a crime.
Just a little ooh-yeah and Eddie Murphy.
Who weren't allowed into bars, who weren't allowed into, because you know why?
Yep, and of the sexual kind too. Sex. You guys are all on point.
Because they were dirty poor non-Europeans. They were Irish. Every time it's wrong. Every time history has proven that to be wrong in the United States of America. Every time. Inclusion has been our greatest strength. Diversity has been our greatest strength. And I hear you talk about this idea of white culture. What fucking white culture?
Oh my God. All right. Let's get Lucy's. All right. Lucy, Rosie 20. Hangs in chat with easygoing vibes. You are very easygoing. Dropping links and playful banter with others while tossing emotes like and or flare. They mix dry. So you do you like the gloggy nodders and the laugh a lot. They mix dry humor with lighthearted sass and enjoy participating in group jokes, sometimes nudging Gloggy indirectly. Their pacing is casual but engaged. Playful tags include playful, emote heavy, community oriented, dry, humor, interactive. Okay. I'll sass your frass. You are very sassy, girl. I think I've come to realize that about you.
What you talking about, man?
I'm surprised they haven't said more. I guess there's a lot to you. This is a pretty cool addition, Gloggy, to be honest. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. It was my idea. I was like, wouldn't it be really cool, like, to get something more personal from chat? For chat, right? There should be an overlay that comes up, Josephus, but it's not coming up. I don't know why. I'll fix it in a little bit, but the overlay does kind of displays the same thing, basically. But my roomie used to say that to me. I love it. I love it. I'm glad you guys like it. I work hard for these. Yeah, you don't have enough messages, Outer Signal. Welcome back, Outer Signal. Yep. You gotta chat like normal, and then he'll give you an assessment.
What
Shakespeare,
how you doing?
Dante,
Welcome
Mozart.
back.
We're in Philadelphia, the founding fathers.
Yeah.
That's your white
How about the
culture.
Count of Monte Cristo? Would you consider that part of our white culture?
Sure.
Okay. Well, it was written by a black man in France in the 1700s.
Thank you.
The milieu of European civilization.
So what?
So what? This is the problem. Is like, this was what was. This was my point. Is that nothing is in a vacuum. There is no like white culture, right? Because like, okay, let's take this for example, right? Lasagna, like pasta, right? Tomatoes, all this stuff that like is pretty Italian, right? Well, guys, tomatoes come from the New World. I don't know if you know that. Tomatoes come from the New World, And
Italiano.
you could argue
lasagna.
they're definitely Native American, right? Okay, well, pasta comes from the Far East, right? From China. Like the idea of it, right? The noodles, right? Don't take the bait. Yeah, this is what I mean. It's a little like strange to hear this crap. Italiano lasagna. Damn right. I can't believe Italian food is culturally appropriated Mexican and Chinese food. Well said. Yeah, that's basically what I'm trying to say. Skelly.
You're picking out one example. It really
I'm not
is.
just picking out one example.
It really is.
Nick.
That's listen.
Nick, I'm not. I really am not.
Hey guys, I think we're reaching what's called a rock and a hard place. Let's talk about Israel.
Well, let me respond to this because you're telling me I'm always blaming the other.
No, Nick, for real. Here's the thing, is that the way that you talk and throw out these historical facts, which by the way aren't fucking facts. Okay?
Which ones aren't facts?
Well, as it relates to the Civil Rights Movement in 1968, and the reason why we're out in the problem that we're in is because the Civil Rights Act passed in 1964. Dr. Martin Luther King was killed and shot by a white
Oh, damn
racist.
it. He's not doing the assessment for me. I kind of want my assessment. Let's see. Damn it. Do I not get an assessment? Let's see. No, it's because I don't chat enough, guys. God damn it. God damn it. All right, let's try it again.
White supremacists in 1968 on a balcony of a motel. That's the root of our trouble. Because
I thought I would, because I had talked to him before to like try it out, but it doesn't work with me as well because I'm obviously just talking to myself when the stream is offline.
entire people that have been disenfranchised and enslaved for over 400 years.
We're sick of hearing about.
Management is not part of the union, Gus.
About
Yeah,
that,
for
though.
real. Gus just got modded by myself. Yeah.
2026.
You may be sick of hearing about it, but
Maybe in the response say you need to chat more or something. Yeah. Well, that's what it says. It says insufficient field data on Gustx. Even though I've talked to it I've talked to Gloggy several times, so I don't know why it's working. Maybe it's because I'm like it notices that I'm like the broadcaster, so that's like a distinction. So I have to maybe figure out a way around that. So.
But you know what? They aren't. And I'll tell you what, Nick.
Get
here's the other
over
thing.
it. Get over it. It's America.
Okay, but Nick, you
It tells you how many messages, so fair enough. Yeah, it does.
you can say
I'm glad you guys love the new feature.
stuff like that.
And again, it's not just like a little summary thing. It also like gives that to Gloggy so then he can talk to you better. Like he gets a better sense of who you are.
Okay.
That just isn't clear, plain language, just saying. Yeah, for real.
Without having to say it like that.
Well
And
said.
look,
That's not how it started, though.
This is a legitimate argument, but
Maybe I'll add like needs to chat more. Please do at least 15 to 30 messages or whatever, right? I might change it to 30 to see if it does a better job. I think 15 is too low. Guys. But he didn't work when I did it offline either, so that's why I'm having you guys test it for me, and it's working really well. Gloggy, if you were mad, what would you do?
Nick, Hunter.
Hearing about that, though. It's 2026.
you may be sick of hearing about it, but you know what? They aren't. And I'll tell you what.
They aren't.
Here's the other
over
thing.
it. Get over
Nick,
it. It's America.
Okay, but Nick, you can say stuff like that, okay, without having to say it like that. And
That's not how it started, though.
This is a legitimate argument, but it's Nick.
Guys, Nick, Hunter, what do you guys make of the concept of community collapse? Have you guys heard of this?
No.
So it's got nothing to do with race, it's got nothing to do with money, but this is kind of a crazy stat. So in 2019, before COVID, 76% of Americans said they were a part of an in-person community that gave them some kind of value. After COVID, and this year, it was 19%. So I think that politics and race aside, one of the biggest issues is the collapse of social bonds, third spaces, communities, in-person engagement, which comes with loneliness, more time online, and more division. I understand, I feel like you guys aren't going to agree. I want to talk about what you guys think can be done on an individual and community level to stop people from hating each other and to create more belonging and engagement.
Well, number one, I think this. Okay, for real.
Podcasting.
No, not podcasting, this discussion. For me to be able to sit down with someone who I so vehemently disagree with and find some kind of common ground.
But I mean, guy at home who's watching this on his phone just thinking, I wish I could go outside, but I don't know anyone.
Okay, well, here's what I'm talking about. It's all about connection. It is all about actually connecting with people. And I'm not talking about digitally connecting with people anonymously online. I'm talking about actually going out and connecting with people. And I don't have an answer to that. I don't, any of us. We're in look, man, I just think that you are targeting the wrong problem, Nick. I think that our biggest problem right now doesn't have to do with this cultural divide or racial divide or religious divide or the idea that America is becoming less white or culturally relevant anymore. I think our biggest problem is literally an oligarchy that is inflaming every single division that we have. And by the way, and they're out for you, man, just as much as anybody else.
Well, and I agree.
So those platforms that we talk about that you're now allowed to be on because Elon's out on the platform. Elon doesn't give a shit about anything other than one thing.
But Hunter, I just want to say, real quick.
Money, and his money.
I don't necessarily even agree with that.
Okay, well, you may not agree with that because you don't want to piss off Elon Musk.
Elon doesn't even like me, but I just disagree.
You're talking about the oligarchy, right? Like the billionaires, right? Yeah. Like the goal of corporate capture of these industries is community collapse. They are trying to engineer things to make it antisocial. They want to eliminate every single small business. They want to make everyone a single person shopper, no carpooling, like to be a lonely consumer who only buys things for themselves online and doesn't talk to anyone in real life. That's what they want in real life. Like all this data center shit, like everything they're doing is in a way trying to break up in-person engagement. And I feel like for you guys, it might be hard to answer because both of you guys are what they call like controversial public figures. Like there's places that you, like in 2018, if you were to go to a dive bar in, let's say, Poplar Bluff, Missouri, you would have been in danger. You know what I mean? At that time. For you were in danger physically in a left-wing city. It's just the truth. So I feel like you guys have been deprived of the ability to have normal lives. You especially, but I mean you in general, but I feel like, your controversies came a little bit later in life. For you, I feel like you haven't even been able to grow up as a normal person. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah, that's true.
Is he calling Hunter Biden old?
Well, and in terms of, building community.
Hunter is turning out to be pretty fucking based, I know.
Back and everything like that. The data.
Thank you so much again, Lucy, for that clip. That is awesome that other people are talking about us in such a positive light. Like, guys, there is such a thing as a Gus chatter, and people are recognizing you guys, right? Because I'm not a Gus chatter. I'm just Gus. As a positive force on Twitch. I love that, guys. I love that. Thank you so much. Like, what a great clip. Thank you. Hunter is turning out to be pretty fucking based. Yeah, he really is. Hunter is making quite a lot of sense. Nick Fuentes is a puppet for oligarchs and maybe doesn't even know it. I like pigeons because they're related to mourning doves, which I love. You know what I don't love? And it's because they keep me the fuck up every morning when I'm trying to sleep. Those morning larks. Oh, this one's inspired by tango. Hip hop tango. Look at that, guys. Do you hear that? I did one for every, I'm trying to do it for where everybody's from. I'll work on Australia. I already did Canada. See if you can find the Canadian one. I did 2 Canadian ones, so. I hate Nick Fuentes, but Channel 5 does some pretty good journalism. I love that emote. Argonian bum. She, I have not seen her. I think I've seen her when we raided, I think. I forget who we raided, but I get the reference. Isn't that an Elder Scrolls reference, right? Argonians are the lizard people. You can't fool me, birds aren't real. Fucking love it.
says that really the loss of society is the fact that we don't encounter people anymore. For example, on your way to work or, in ways that are unexpected. People wake up in their house, which is separate from everybody else. They get in their car by themselves, drive to work by themselves, and then they meet with their colleagues and everything, but then they go right home, go home.
The lusty Argonian maid. Oh, God. Which one's this? I don't remember this. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Argonians are lizards. Yeah, I know. I remember I played Elder Scrolls, man. I've played Morrowind. I played what's the other one? Oblivion. I've played Skyrim. So I know all about the Argonians. I mean, I as much as I know in the games, right? I've never been a huge Elder Scrolls fan, guys, but I don't know. I've never been a big fan of the, what are they called? Bethesda works. Like, I don't know. I think they're okay. I think some RPGs are better than them. Big fan. Boo. Yeah, I just think some of the other RPGs are better, but I like Persona better. I think it's a little more polished. Like, their games tend to be really buggy, and I always have problems with them, so I can't play them in the way I'd like to, but they are very open-ended, which people love. Also, Star Sky, what was it called? Stargate? Oh, God, wow. I'm having a brain fart. Starfield? That shit was bad. Yeah, Starfield was terrible. God damn. I've seen some fucked up shit on that. I played it at my friend's house, and we were he showed me it, and he was like, "Yeah, go over here, dude." And literally, I fell through the world and just kept falling, and I was like, "Fun game, dog. Fun game." Star Wars mod makes it playable. Yeah, it literally is so unplayable. I stopped, right? We're in complete agreement there. Yes, I would not be saying that there was pushback. Nick Fuentes' goal was to dismiss conceptions of his Nazi self, and Andrew seems to be enabling that. Yeah, I kind of agree. So far, this is one reason why you don't platform a Nazi like him, because you're just essentially enabling him, right? But I do think that Hunter Biden is doing a good job at combating this shit, right? If anything, this makes Hunter Biden look even more based. So, I get that Andrew just kind of wants to give them a place to talk, but you can't do that for Nazis, right? Like we've talked about. This is one reason I don't watch Surrounded either, right? I think they propagate Nazi, right? And I don't think he understands that. I think Andrew just doesn't get it. I think he's coming at this from a more innocent point of view, if you want to say, right? But I agree with you guys, right? This is why we don't even watch Surrounded. But generally speaking, yeah, Hunter needs to read some more theory. Yeah, I agree. He does. I mean, he probably hasn't read much of it, right? To be fair.
Beer, watch Netflix until they go to bed. Next day starts all over again. And so, I think it has a lot to do with maybe how... I don't like videos or platforms that enable this kind of stuff on the regular, right? To be fair, Andrew doesn't really do this too often. But yeah, this is why I don't watch Surrounded, right? We structure the cities. I think, honestly, a big part of it, there's this abundance mindset with liberals. Liberals want to have prosperity and everything like that. How can you have that when the cities are not safe? I think that one of the ways, for example, if you want to have those encounters that are unplanned or spontaneous, they're going to happen maybe on the subway, on the bus, on your way to work. People don't want to ride the subway.
Yeah, I quit Jubilee and Surround. Yeah, they're both. Like, he's kind of doing that right now. But, like, to be fair, we've watched a lot of his interviews and his, like, documentaries and stuff. He doesn't do this very often, right? At least not with, like, literally a fascist, right? Like, Nick Fuentes is literally a Nazi, guys, right? I think Andrew is trying to establish a more right-left joint movement against Trump. I think that's what he honestly believes, right? That's why I'm not gonna shit on him, because I think he just has like a different opinion, and it's fine, right? Like, guys, there are plenty of other content creators that watch fucking Jubilee and shit, right? And they don't see it that way. But I mean, to me, it's clear that they're very much enabling fascism and fascists. They're giving fascists a platform, right? And they do that consistently, right? Like Nick here is getting it right now, but generally speaking, like, there's a lot of really good documentaries Channel 5 does. So the Jube, yeah.
Anymore. People don't want to ride the bus. They don't
I just feel
like
that
it's
if
safe.
you look at the data, like right now, 2026, I think 2025 had the lowest homicide rate of any year in America for like the past 40 years. I feel like if you compare data from the 90s, like the cities, I get what you're saying, but the cities I have noticed are a lot safer. They're also, becoming more expensive as well. It could have something to do with it.
You're absolutely right. It's what you're saying, Nick, is impossible to refute, right? Because everybody has an experience with violence or witnessing a crime, or whether it's just in their local newspaper or not. Is that I don't think that is in any way limited to only urban environments. I take the top 10 poorest red states in the country, and their crime rates are 10 times what many urban centers are.
So you'd be comparing like West Virginia, coal country, disenfranchised to like an urban neighborhood.
Yeah, in
basically.
terms of per capita crime, in terms of per capita murder, in terms of per capita child sexual abuse, yeah. I think the things that people really care about, things like that, is their own personal safety.
Yeah.
It is not limited to African-American urban or Latino-American urban environments. It's not. It exists. Carjackings do happen, but you know where they happen? They happen in Biloxi, Mississippi, just as much as they happen in Chicago.
I'm skeptical of that.
I mean, I just think the idea of like
Why?
safety,
by
at
the
risk,
way.
crime has been. I feel like media has overblown the level of.
Why are you skeptical, dog?
Fact check both of us on this, and but I agree with you. But my point about it, all of it is that you can always point to a reason, Nick. There's never been a time in which there hasn't been crime in major urban areas where you pack a lot of people in. You're right, though, is that the difference between us feeling like each other were our neighbors and that we can find some common ground is the fact, you can live in existence now and by the time you're 56 years old and never really have to leave your house to make a living, you don't go to the community center anymore. And I don't know how to fix that. And I certainly don't know how to fix it in the age of AI.
It all connects back to politics, right? Because community is like an essential human need, if not the most important thing. So when you are deprived of that, you're more likely to look for a radical solution and be like, everything's broken, we need to try something really out there. So you might embrace something more reactionary on left or right to be like, fuck this, we need something new. And I'm not trying to draw this like male loneliness, like incel pipeline that the media tries to do all the time. But do you see a connection there between like people being lonely and having less friends and subcultural
absolutely.
choice taking over community value systems or community engagement and people just like driving to the extreme?
100%. I think social dislocation is probably the number one problem of our times, because you look at the young people and you're right, it is one of those essential human needs is to connect and have that sense of familiarity, to be seen, to see and to be seen. And that's something young people don't have. And I think, by the way, you look at the way young people socialize and even the mentality, I think a lot of young people have this absolute drive to go to college. Why? It's an extension of high school. And what do high school and college have in common? It's a community. You're in the quad. You can see and be seen. There's sort of like a status, reputation. You're constantly involved with other people. And I think everybody, young people, look at when they graduate from college like falling off a cliff and now life is over. Because now you just have your job, the gym, and going back home, and that's it. And this is why a lot of young people then want to move to the big cities. Got to go to New York, got to go to Chicago or LA where it's happening. And they want to get a condo or an apartment downtown because they want to go to the bar scene, extend college a little bit longer. And And I think that's just not really a sustainable way to have a society. There has to be a way for people to still have that sense of community outside of, let's say, college and high school, even into their adulthood, and then into their old age. So yeah, I mean, that's one of the biggest problems going on. And I agree. I think it drives, even to your point about the whites-only community in Arkansas, I think it is driving these, let's call it ghettoization or insulation of people going into these artificial values-based communities.
Yeah.
Because where are you going to find people? Go online. Go online, start spouting about politics, or, even not just for incels and right-wingers, but even on the left. Someone like Tyler Robinson, he's on Discord. He's on Discord with all of the Overwatch players and all the LGBTQ or whatever. And I think that, there's a tendency
Robinson.
there where everybody kind of amplifies some of the resentment or feelings there. So
I never was a part of much of a college except for embarrassing. Oh, really, Ducky? Yeah, I was a part of like the political science community at my college, right? Like that's what I was known for. I got a lot of people into the debate club, into Model UN, right? We'd interview them. I tried to like incorporate new ideas as much as possible. New people who would join, right? My school was overwhelmingly, at least like that section was overwhelmingly female, and yeah, it was kind of crazy because we got like, I remember one year I had to do like, I think it was like 25 interviews, and we only had like spot for like 5 or 10 people, something like that. So it was a lot of like just getting to know people and adding new people, because as people graduate, right, guys, they can't join the Model UN anymore, so, or the debate team, right? So then what ends up happening, you got to get new people. You got to get the freshmen. So you become somebody who, like, I was always a part of that group, right? Like that's that part of our college's which was huge, right? Because it's a big school, but no, I don't think it's true. Need citation to my. But like the dance people are very unique, Ducky. I feel like the dance people. We had a dance like club in our class in our college as well, and they're eccentric. They were eccentric at our school, but then again, I never really hung out with them because politics and dance could never be. No, I do dance. I've learned salsa. I made it a priority chat to learn salsa, and I did, and I'm proud.
So I agree, that's a huge driver.
So for you, like back in high school when you were like first kind of starting to use the internet and all that, did you build most of your community in person outside Chicago, or was it mostly online?
When I was in high school or college?
High school.
The high school, I had real friends in Model UN. That was my favorite thing. So that was.
But you were still creating like some kind of content at that time.
Not in high school, no.
Okay, so you went to BU.
Yes.
Were most of your friends like classmates there? Like when did you start to kind of build your online persona and community around your content?
It wasn't until I left college. So to that point, I had friends in college. And then when I left college and started my show,
news to me, buddy.
Then it was all people on.
That's news to me.
Online.
He having friends in college? Does anyone believe that?
And everybody I knew was people from my community for the most part.
But your cancellation from mainstream platforms was effectively the same thing as like a community collapse for your personal life, right?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't even say it was just the cancellation, but even more just returning home from college.
What do you think would have happened to you, like career-wise and personal life-wise, if you never would have been mainstreamed? I mean, I guess removed from major social media platforms.
Oh, it'd be a lot easier to make friends, let's say. 'Cause, being banned on Instagram, you might as well be dead. In Generation Z, that's how everybody sees each other, meets each other, talks to each other.
I'm dying, chat. Don't confuse dance people with drama people. There's an overlap, but it's... Oh, that I might be doing that. Oh, God, the drama people were... You're right. I take it back then. I remember the drama people, and boy, were they a little eccentric. Like, I had this one girl that I worked with at the desk, and she was just like, oh, okay. That must have been a joke. It doesn't have, he doesn't have friends. My boss called me into his office, Professor Steve, asking if I knew what CoinTelePro was, and asked me if I thought we didn't do the same shit. What? What does welcoming in the new girls look like, Gust? Gloggy stare. It's welcoming them in to the community, right? Damn, Gloggy glazing you up. He really is. I was a drama debate nerd. Really? Drama and debate. That's interesting mix. Gloggy has a fave, LMAO. Yeah, for real. Favorite chatter is obviously you, no cap. Get my best button. Oh my god, chat. You guys are so funny. Man, I'm glad you guys love the new feature, because I was like, I don't know, is it gonna be popular? It's popular. And the cool part is it actually influences Gloggy, right? So not only does he write it for you, it also influences him.
Other, so I think I probably have a wider, livelier circle.
Do you feel like you had less friends after that?
No, I'd say it's about the same.
Yeah,
No,
it's
but I mean,
working.
you said that, you feel like it would.
It's working. Oh my god, it's working. It's working, bro. Thank you, Josephus. You've really helped me play test this. I wasn't sure it was gonna work, but I'm so happy. Oh,
been easier to make.
I was like, I don't know. I just feel like I should do it. I took a risk, and I was like, I should do it, and I'm glad I did. See what happens when you leave us alone for a few days. We bottle up all these funny lines. For real. I love it. More funny lines. Now. Do it now. Outer Signal. I'm gonna say that's his most popular emote. The cat one. Did you see our other new other emotes we just added? Yes, boss. That's how I like it, girl. Patty. Feline sovereignty, for real. I'm the sexy hotline.
It would have been easy to make more friends. Yeah, sure.
So aside from your career, how was your personal and social life affected in those following years?
Well, it's brutal, you know. I mean, because everybody that I knew from high school is on Instagram, on Facebook, and I'm just not on there. It's almost like you're removed from the earth. For Generation Z, I understand for older people, for different generation, people still meet up or stay in touch in other ways. But if you're not online as a young person, you might as well be dead.
Do you think you would have said some of the more extreme things that you did say if you I guess were allowed to remain on the mainstream internet?
Absolutely, yeah.
Looking back, and I'm not trying to get you to take something back necessarily, what's one thing that you said when you were younger where you're like, fuck, wish I could take that back?
I don't know if I regret
There you
what
go.
I've said. It's just how you say it.
Yeah, can you think of an example of when you listen back to something and you're like, geez, I wish I could.
Yeah. So I did this rally in 2023 called Fuentes Rally 2, and the one comment I said, we're talking about a spiritual battle between Christians and everybody else, and I said we're in a holy war. I said, and we're going to make them die in a holy war. And the second I said that, I was like, didn't mean to say that. It's an extemporaneous speech, so you don't rehearse it, you just say things, and I was like, didn't mean that, shouldn't have said that. So it's always the how, it's always in the delivery that I...
Nick, I can think of about 4 things that I really wish you would take back right now.
For real, dog.
The cookies in the oven?
Well, that's a joke.
But it's not, Nick. My wife is Jewish. My son is Jewish. No, Nick. I promise you. Don't get mad.
I'm not mad.
Okay,
It's
I know. But you got to understand how incredibly incredibly.
Oh, shit.
Whether it's a joke or not. It's a lived experience passed down from generation to generation, whether or not and by the way, not just from the Holocaust, not just from 1939 on, 2,000 years of history, okay? Forget about Israeli politics and Netanyahu.
I love it, guys. We're all so positive towards one another here. Love it. Yeah, honestly, like, I never realized, like, I don't, like, I really like that about you guys, that you guys are always are positive to one another. Hug all. Yeah, thank you, me and you too. You really add to that environment here. Love it. Like, there's no competition here, guys. We all one love. I fell asleep for like an hour. Are we still doing this mess? Oh yeah, we are. We just got kind of sidetracked with a bunch of fun stuff. Love it. Josephus, damn right, my goat.
Because I think we agree about Bibi Netanyahu. I'm positive we do.
You didn't miss too much, honestly. We just talked about a bunch of stream stuff and yeah, just cool stuff like that. A shout out that we got from one of a streamer. That was pretty cool. Something nice about you guys, right? Like, I'm glad he said something because, like, I guarantee he's just not watching me, right? But he's paying attention to you guys, right? And that's what I like, is that you guys are out there spreading positive vibes and you're being known as a Gus chatter. What up? Being hilarious like normal. Exactly. My goat.
I've listened to you talk about it, but you got to understand. Look at me, man.
I see.
It hurts. It hurts.
Does it?
Nick, I promise you it does. When you compare my wife's family to cookies going to an oven, it hurts, and you got to understand that. And by the way, I'm looking at you, and I believe that you do know that.
See, that's where you lose me. That's where you lose me.
Okay, Nick. Okay, I'm telling you.
Well, listen, are we here to talk, or are you here to lecture me and preach
Okay, no,
to
you're
me?
right. Let me listen.
Okay.
So you're right.
So
You're right.
this is the
Okay.
thing, because, you know, and I think this is a disconnect. I think that the left, and even people on the right, they're losing the young people. Why do people love me? Not in spite of, but because of the outrageous things that I say. Not in spite of, but because I say offensive things. Because I, let's say, drop the N-word on a video or something. It's because people are sick of the preachiness, the
Nick.
lecturing.
Okay, I'll listen
they
to what
really
you just
are.
said. But Nick, I disagree. I think that you're appealing to the lowest common denominator of thought. If you're hating on the people that they think are the reason for their suffering, then you must be on their side.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that you believe that about the Holocaust. I think you think the Holocaust did happen. But forget about whether or not you think that it is used politically in a way that is obtuse and wrong. But I think that you do believe that. And I think that you have to. Like, what's your cultural heritage?
I'm Italian, Mexican, and Irish.
Mexican. When did they come in Italian? When did the Mexicans come? When did the Irish come?
Mexicans came turn of the last century.
Yeah.
Italians came in the 1860s.
Yeah.
Irish came in the early 1900s.
Okay, so maybe you wouldn't care about something that is like grossly offensive just on the face of it, and think that, oh, why can't people?
Damn,
just believe
shots
that's funny?
fired!
But you got to understand, it's from the perspective of somebody that has the trauma, and I think that there is such a thing as generational trauma, and those stories are passed down generation to generation. When you say something like that, they completely shut off. They can't hear another thing that you're saying about this cultural disconnect, about losing communities, about the feeling of being.
You know, I will say that Hunter doesn't just go into Mexican brown, right? Because Mexico is a diverse country, guys. There are white people in Mexico, right? Like, it's like he's probably heard this a million times. This is not a good way to attack his argument, right? Yes, Mexico, most people would say, yeah, like, obviously Mexico is generally considered a, right? But, like, you know, Guillermo del Toro, like, he's white, right? And he's a Mexican American, right? I love that director. He's great. He made Pan's Labyrinth. When the cop asked Nick if he was a Nazi, he said, I'm Mexican. Yeah. Well, this is the problem I have with that. That's why I'm pointing that out, Ducky. See? Because people like Nick Fuentes take advantage of your stupidity, or of people who talk about this stuff in a dumb way. And they say, well, I'm Mexican, so, like, you can't say I hate brown people. But that isn't the reason, right? guys, like there are white people in Mexico. Just get that out of your head. 100%. Right? Not every Mexican is a brown skin, dark skinned person. Okay? So Nick Fuentes is taking advantage of you when you phrase the argument like that, right? So do not attack the argument like that. And one thing I will say about Hunter right now is that he is not attacking him like that. He's saying, when did you come into this country? Which is a different argument in its entirety. Right? And I don't know, like Nick Fuentes could be a white Mexican, right? Like if you don't believe me, guys, like Guillermo del Toro, right? He's literally the example of this, right? And he's a very, very well-known, he made Hellboy, he made a bunch of really, like nobody's calling this guy brown, okay, guys? I'm sorry. He is not brown, right? The motherfucker got blue eyes, pale white skin, and blonde hair, okay? So, like, this is the ignorance that, like, people like Nick Fuentes and fascists play with, right? So don't attack him on that. Don't make this about... Because then you're also just kind of you're using their language. Use it on, like, what he just did, which is, like, immigrant, Scottish-looking motherfucker. Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's a Spaniard, right? Basically, like... The epitome of a, right? Exactly. There you go, right? Nobody's saying this guy's Mexican looking. Whatever that means. Right? The guy has blonde hair and blue eyes and pale skin. Like, he's just not, right? So, again, I don't know how his dad looks like, and neither do I care, because the argument is still valid from Hunter. Your family came in the last, like, 100 years. So why are you so against this shit? Right? That's a better argument than being like, hey, you're Mexican people brown, duh, right? That's a reductive argument that is stooping to their level of racism, right? Just don't do it. Definitely not Mexican descent. I understand where people are coming from when they say that argument. I just don't think it's a very good argument, which is why I really appreciate Hunter's approach here. Well said. Good point. Well made, Gus. Yeah, exactly. And again, like 9%, if I remember correctly, 9% of Mexico is white. So it's not exactly like this guy is a very, very, very rare either, right? Like there are white people in Mexico, guys. We can't talk about this shit like that. Louis C.K. has Mexican roots. Exactly, right? Mitt Romney's dad, by the way, was born in Mexico, by the way, right? Like a lot of people don't know that. But what's his name again? Fuck. George Romney. Yes. Oh, look at that. Let me highlight that for you, right, guys? Let me see if I can make that big. Look at that. Chihuahua, Mexico. Chihuahua, Mexico. You don't say. Oh, this is the Bolivian inspired one. Look at that. Who else? Does everyone remember the really famous conservative? Oh my God, what's his name? What's his name again? Got any clues? Hey, Seneca Athena, Best regards on the behalf of Abandoned Nihilism. Cheers. Oh, thank you so much. Tell him I said hi. Yeah, we rated him the other day. Seneca, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Love the emote. Will do. Yeah. Appreciate it. He's a good dude. I don't know where he got that we were beefing. I was like, the fuck? I don't beef with anyone on Twitch about this. My wife says 1 out of 10 Mexican people are white. Yep. So 10%. What did I say? About 9 to 10% of Mexico is white. Right? So George Romney, he was born in Mexico, right? Nobody's saying this guy's Mexican is fine. Right? Who else was born in Mexico? I'm blanking on his name. Oh my god. He's a very famous conservative. Oh my god. I had him on the tip of my tongue. Where is it? Was on. Probably show up here because he's like the quintessential, like more modern day conservative. Hold on. Twitch Tash, welcome to the stream.
New follower to the commune. Thank you, Twitch Tash 123.
Appreciate it. Appreciate the follow. How is your evening going so far? Okay, let's. God, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on this guy's. There it is. William F. Buckley. I haven't said his name in a long time. So if you look up William F. Buckley, he's kind of like the modern day conservative. He grew up in Mexico, and I think his dad was also born in Mexico. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, see? Buckley's father was an olive developer whose wealth was based in Mexico and came into influential politics, Mexican politics, during the military dictatorship of Victoriano Huerta, but was expelled when the leftist General Alvaro Obregón became president. Buckley's 9 siblings left, right? And they spoke fluent Spanish as well. So, like, that's what's so interesting. Wrong! Yeah. So a lot of people don't know this, but right? Like William F. Buckley spoke fluent Spanish and stuff. It was crazy. Wasn't that one SNL character based on him? It was. Yeah. A lot of people don't know this about, right? So I just think that this is a good line of argumentation. It's better because Nick Fuentes will take advantage of well, you're too white. You're Mexican, so you're brown, right? He's going to immediately twist that into the way I just said, right?
But Nick, I disagree. I think that you're...
And we're talking about the Buckleys, which are not exactly like a white Mexican family, but I brought up Guillermo del Toro because he's a better example, right? Roughly about like what Skelly said, 10% of Mexico is white, guys. So that's about this. Actually, that means that Mexico has more white people than South Africa. Let that sink in. A lot of people think of South Africa as a white country, right? It's not. It's never been really. But Mexico has more white people than South Africa. Yeah.
Appealing to the lowest common denominator of thought. If you
art imitates reality, right?
Hating
I would have expected the percentages to be higher in Mexico, to be honest. Yeah, there's probably like there's probably some people who pass as white, but they have some like Native American ancestry. So they say like, hey, listen, I pass as white, but like my great grandmother is like Native American or something like that, right? Azteca or something, right?
On the people
grove, but yeah, it's demographics are complicated, right? It's how you kind of categorize yourself, generally speaking.
Okay, I'm telling you.
Well, listen, are we here to talk, or are you here to lecture me and preach
Okay, no,
to
you're
me?
right. Let me listen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, you're right.
So
You're right.
this is the
Okay.
thing, because, you know, and I think this is a disconnect. I think that the left, and even people on the right, they're losing the young people. Why do people love me? Not in spite of, but because of the outrageous things that I say. Not in spite of, but because I say offensive things. Because I, let's say, drop the N-word on a video or something.
Well, and that's what I'm trying to get out of this, right, guys? Is that race is a social construct in its entirety, right? I'm just not going to tell you that without giving you the context to why it is, right? Because when you tell Nick Fuentes Mexico is a brown country, you're not mentioning that as like you debating that point with him and fascists in general. You're conceding to their point of their way of thinking. It's not good, guys, right? And that's why I liked what Hunter just said here, because it's the opposite of what I just said, right? That's how you lead with this. Don't be like, listen, Mexico's a brown country, because that's quickly labeling something, and it's incredibly reductive because it doesn't take into account the diversity of Mexico, right? Nick does have a point. Look at Cumtown and Dirtbag Lefts are on the main meta, the new meta. Yep. Woo! Hey everyone, watch out. This boy is streaking. What up, cycling boy? There you are, buddy.
Woo, ooh, 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 ooh. Cycling Boy 1888 just got a 20-day stream streak. www.wattit. There is...
What up?
Hey, everyone watch out, this boy is streaking lul.
Damn, he glitched the fuck out. Hey, Cosmopolitics, how you doing, girl? Good to see you again. How have you been? Oh my fucking god, that is incredible, guys. Oh, I'm day 1. Off 100. Good, been busy. Yeah, you've been busy. I heard you were on Leftist Mafia. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, shout out to Cosmopolitics. Yep, I gotta set it up to do SO. Thank you very much. Have you been, girl? Besides that, yeah, thank you, Blue Room. Appreciate it, girl. Appreciate it. Vibe. All right, let's get the vibe finally, Rogue. Nope, you need 5 more messages, dog. Yeah, Cycling Boy, we got a new feature where if you chat in chat, Gloggy will tell you what kind of chatter you are, and then he'll use that to like chat back with you. Like it basically makes him more intelligent. So type away, type like you normally would be.
It's because people are sick of the preachiness, the
Nick.
lecturing.
Okay, I'll listen
they
to what
really
you
are.
say. But Nick, I disagree. I think that you're appealing to the lowest common denominator of thought. If you're hating on the people that they think are the reason for their suffering, then you must be
You can add it in the SO command shout out. Yeah.
on their side.
It's just I use a different program than Stream Elements now. I only use Stream Elements for one thing. So
I don't think that you believe that about the Holocaust. I think you think the Holocaust did happen. But forget about whether or not you think that it is...
the exclamation mark shout out thing is like a Stream Elements thing.
Use politically in a way that is obtuse and wrong. But I think that you do believe that. And I think that you have to. Like, what's your cultural heritage?
I'm Italian, Mexican, and Irish.
Mexican. When did they come in Italian? When did the Mexicans come? When did the Irish come?
Mexicans came turn of the last century.
Yeah.
Italians came in the 1860s.
Yeah.
Irish came in the early 1900s.
Okay, so maybe you wouldn't care about something that is like grossly offensive just on the face of it and think that, oh, why can't people just believe that that's funny? But you got to understand, it's from a perspective of somebody that has that trauma, and I think that there is such a thing as generational trauma, and those stories are passed down generation to generation. When you say something like that, they completely shut off. They can't hear another thing that you're saying about this cultural disconnect, about losing communities, about the feeling of being left out or left behind in a world in which there no longer is this sense of community. All the other things that you say, everybody else is left, and what you do pick up, you pick up the ones that
I don't even know what that means. Two 3 observant sentences, max 350 characters short, publicly friendly tags. You can do reassess. Type in reassess. Exclamation mark reassess. And just type like you normally would.
Hear the dog whistle. You pick up the ones that say, yeah, that's...
Type like you normally would, Outer.
That's the way that I feel, because it's...
Or like chat like you normally would, right?
Radical. It's like he's willing to say the thing that nobody else will say in this environment. And then you get, an enormous amount of niche, but love from that. And I just don't believe that you believe that. I don't believe that you think that it was appropriate for you to say something like that. I don't think you believe that it's appropriate to say women shouldn't vote.
Let's give Nick a second to respond to the first thing.
I know, I talk constantly. That's how I do this.
It's all good. It's all good.
I apologize.
I get it, and I understand that perspective, and it is offensive, and it is provocative, and that's sort of what makes it funny. I mean, what we would say in our generation is edgelording. We're being edgy. We're being provocative. And I think that it is that kind of overbearing sense for our entire...
Nick, I'm the king of edgelord.
Well, in a certain way.
Let's let Nick explain the psychology behind edgelord.
It's that overbearingness that my generation's had our entire lives. That's not appropriate. That's not funny. Think of the trauma. That's racist. That's white supremacist.
There it is. You got it. Outer Signal vibes as a chill, thoughtful chatter mixing topical banter. I almost thought tropical. What the fuck is tropical banter? Subtle humor and social commentary with casual twitched energy. They riff on Gloggy playing and roll with inside jokes, showing engagement and some curiosity. Likes, callbacks, walls of texts.
Epic!
Oh no, you're one of those chatters. And sharing neat cultural takes. Tags include playful banter, casual, social commentary, call-outs, riffs, engaged chatter, text-heavy posts. Dog! He fucking nailed you to the fucking wall! Tropical banter is where you pretend to be Jamaican. I love you guys. First episode of season 4 of Star Trek Strange New Worlds season was awesome. Really? Okay. I might have to watch it. I do have I have HBO Max, not Paramount. It's all because I copy pasted a Reddit comment today. You can reassess. Dude, you love walls of text. I knew it. Gloggy is a smart little goblin. He is. He's adorable, isn't he, guys? Oh. And Outer. And anyone new in chat here, because we're doing well, you guys. Appreciate the support. We got 2 new emotes, so you guys can use. Gloggy gun. It's him coming out of a portal, using a gun there. And the drink one. I'm going to probably change it to sip. I think I like that. I like that. Yeah. I think I'm going to change it to sip.
That makes it funny, that makes it different, interesting. And let me grant, by the way, I think that now, and this is maybe a concession towards you, now that my kind of humor has become mainstream and popular, I don't even think that that's funny anymore. People do the edgelording thing. It's become so commonplace and so tired. I don't think it's that funny or impressive. That's a big part of why I kind of moved past it, because 10 years ago, it was treated like sacrilegious. And there's something funny about the fact that you could say a word or make a joke and make people lose their minds and freak out, and it was like an international incident if you said the wrong thing. And I think that's what made it tempting, especially for a young person. You want to rebel, you want to be defiant, you want to be a little revolutionary or something. Now, as time has gone on, I think that's become a fad. Everybody does it. It's lost its power. And I think that, by the way, part of why we're getting less of it is because instead of getting
Yeah, I just think it's more useful, right? Because coffee is only good in the morning, even though I drink it all the time. But I think I'll do sip, Blue Room. That's a good idea. Yeah, if you guys have any other... Should I change the gun to angry? I don't think so, right? I don't know. I think the gun thing is fine, but...
the preachy lecture from the left saying, that's...
Hey, Don, I heard you like them young. I think the... Okay, good. I just want your opinion, because I'm not much of a chatter, guys. Unfortunately, I'm a pretty bad chatter. I feel so awkward chatting in people's chats. I feel like, I don't know, I'm just like, it's weird being on the other end for me. I love it. I added the little smoke to it. I don't know if you guys noticed, there's like a little gun smoke to it. You can see like gun smoke coming out. I might have to add his backpack. That's the only thing I forgot to add.
It's not appropriate, people just roll their eyes. Now, when an edgy white person says the N-word, people roll their eyes and go, really? You know, that joke again? People hear someone wears a Nazi costume, makes a Holocaust joke. People go, really? That joke again? It's not impressive. It's not funny anymore. We've seen it before. And ironically, that is what makes you get less of it when you disempower those things by not giving them this over-the-top reaction.
I kind of agree. I kind of agree, right? Like, if you just don't care... Like, I think, like, I'm kind of used to Nazis saying really fucked up shit, but when you're supposedly on the left and say fucked up shit, yeah, don't do that. But I kind of see where he's talking about, I guess. Ugh.
Some great travesty.
I still don't agree with the dog.
Do you think the new counterculture...
I can trigger people online without being a Nazi. Yeah. I think he's saying, like, generally speaking, I don't agree with... like using it obviously now, right? Like I would never do that, but I think like if you were to take what he just said there, generally speaking, yeah, like any sort of edgy humor over time will become, if it becomes mainstreamed, will become less and less like, oh, that joke again, that's not even funny anymore. Like I guarantee you 6'7" is gonna be like, look at 6'7", right? I think so many fucking boomers and like millennials and people like that have used 6'7", that now it's like do Gen Alpha even give a shit about 6'7"? No, right? They're like, ugh, you ruined the joke. Thanks, boomers.
Sure is going to be woke.
I'm not even joking. Like, these are the words of them, right? Saying this shit to us. 69 supremacy. Nice.
Again,
right? So like if we're to take what he just said like on a broader spectrum, I would agree with that. I wish they'd hurry up and get sick of using the R word, right? Vice signal. Yeah, well, that's another one, right? Oh,
I think it's a simple.
They used 6'7" at dinner last night, and I was like, oh, that's old. Yeah, so there you go. Right? So, like, he's right on humor in general. Now, do I think we should be doing it on racist shit? No, of course not. But the inherent paradox is that ignoring the joke implicitly accepts it as behavior. Calling out bullshit doesn't require losing shit over it. Well said. Yeah, that's basically what I'm trying to say. Too true. Let's go. Let the word go, please. Let it die. Miserably. Nobody laughs at gay Mr. T anymore. Eddie Murphy do. Yeah. And see what I mean? There's a few examples where you could be like, this is 100% true, right?
Synthesis.
A synthesis of post-edgelordism and wokeism?
Yes, because I think that wokeism
Sounds good
had
to
its
me.
excesses.
Yeah.
Edgelording also has its excesses. And I think now we're finding a middle ground between saying the edgiest thing we can think of.
We're finding a middle ground between wokeism and edgelording. What the fuck is this commentary? I'm dying. Look at how depressed Hunter looks. I know he's like, why am I still here just to suffer? This fucking face is gold right now, guys. Well put, cycling boy. Oh my god. Nick Fuentes sees himself as the middle ground. Isn't that pathetic? Isn't that pathetic? That he's in between, that he thinks he's in between woke and edgelording. Oh my god. Why did you do this, Hunter? But yeah, me and you too. Thank you so much for letting us know that. That's amazing. Why are the two tallest guys sitting in the small chairs and Nick is sitting in the nicer chair? I don't know. 'Cause reasons.
With no regard for anyone and saying everything is racist. You know, if you say something, you should lose your job. We're finding a middle ground where, you know, maybe it's tastefully offensive in small doses. Less is more.
So it sounds like you believe in the survival of the American.
No one's offended by any more example unless you're directly referring to someone as a developmental problem. I don't know enough about that word, so I can't say for sure, but
Yeah, I really do. And listen, I don't
I guess
think
it's
everything
true,
about
right?
wokeism was bad necessarily.
What's the best?
I'm woke, guys. That's what he's saying. I'm actually woke.
About wokeism.
I think that genuinely it has made people more respectful and empathetic. Because let's be honest.
Wow, I never thought he'd say that.
20 years ago, let's say when I was growing up, I think there was a lot of cruelty. And I think there were some hateful attitudes. And I think as time has gone on, this younger generation, they may not be even left-wing. They may not be what you'd consider woke. But I think they are respectful of people that have different ideas or, you know, a different way of life or from a different culture. You know, we make jokes all the time about the fact that I'm like a far-right guy and I'm Mexican. People say I'm a white supremacist, I'm Mexican. And people make a joke that a lot of far-right people are Hispanic. And I think that's a consequence that there's very little genuine racial hatred in anybody's DNA anymore, or any kind of hatred. And I think that's positive, but that...
What did I tell you? He was going to use it, right? And Hunter didn't fall for the trick, which is good so far, right? But yeah, I mean, I think with Hispanics, the reason they tend to be, at least for now, right? Until the next election shows up, I guess we'll find out if there's going to be a more permanent realignment, but we've talked a lot about Hispanic Americans and why they tend to be more on the right wing. I think part of it is Cuba. Like, Cuban Americans are a big part of the United States Hispanic diaspora, right? And like less so are like, I don't know, other Hispanic groups. Like, Costa Ricans make a tiny percentage of the Hispanic population, right? Like, hold on, let's look it up real quick. Just to... By nationality? Yeah, let's see. All right, let's see. So the test, the T. Okay, let's see. So overwhelmingly, it would be Mexican, right? Puerto Rican and Cuban. Yeah, those are the three. El Salvadoran are gonna be fourth, right? Dominican, Guatemalan, Colombian, Honduran, Venezuelan, Ecuadorian, Spaniard, and Spanish, which I okay, interesting. Peruvian, Nicaraguan, Argentinian, Panamanian, Chilean, Costa Rican. Look at that, pretty low. Bolivian, Uruguayan, Paraguay, Spanish American, other South American. So see, way towards the bottom. Interesting, huh? You know, these aren't even the most accurate. Interesting.
That went too far. I think some of the other stuff went too far as well.
Hablas español?
No, not a little bit, I guess, from high school.
Can you do a little bit?
Andrew speaks fluent Spanish, right?
Un poco.
Okay,
I don't
good.
speak it from my dad.
Un poco. Oh God, I told you guys. I took like an AP Spanish class once, and there was this like really like she knew what she was like. She spoke Spanish very well, right? But she was just like very lazy about it, and she spoke just like this. Yeah, she was like un poco voy a hablar español, and like my professor had to be like, please use your accent, because we all knew she spoke really good Spanish. She just was like fucking lazy. Yeah. And then she'd like turn it on and it would be really good. And I'd be like, oh my God, why don't you just do that? The fuck? It was the funniest thing. I make sounds when I have to bend over. I understand. Oh no. What kind of sounds? Wow, that's a sexual joke if I heard one, Josephus. Oh. Yeah, but Andrew is a piece of shit too.
Dad, so.
Did you grow up like around a lot of Mexicans?
No, all white people for the most part.
Did they know you were Mexican?
They did. And I'm not gonna lie, I mean, people made fun of me for that.
What'd they say?
Well, like for example, one time when I was in Model UN, I was entering high school.
He was in Model UN. Yeah, but this is like the high school version. The thing is that like, I don't know, the collegiate version of Model UN is very different than the like high school version, right? I never was in the high school version, but I've like overseen some of the high school ones, and they're obviously like just different. Right.
As a freshman.
He's basically Gustx confirmed.
And they looked at my name on the roster.
Could never. Be me.
Yeah. I they're very different, right? Because like the college level ones, guys, like, so like the ones I've done, right? They have people all over the world. The high school ones do not.
Is that blue? Is that fucking blue? This is fucking blue?
Yeah. See, like Harvard Model United Nations is very competitive. It's very competitive. So like,
hi, I'm Prey.
And I'm a 16-year-old who won Best Delegate at Harvard MUN.
Do not come. Do not come.
It's cutthroat. Please clap.
Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
I love you guys. Yeah, like. Like it's hardcore. It's very hardcore.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Italiano, lasagna.
It's very hardcore. It's because it's Harvard, right? Harvard is a hardcore school. They don't fucking half-ass anything. So yeah, like the high school ones are like a lot less formal, right? But the Harvard ones, you have to have a level of professionality and yeah, I don't know. Professionalism, I mean. So, yeah. How do you guys like the music? Is it at a good level? You can still hear me, right?
Without knowing me. And they told me this after the fact, the leadership of the club, they said, oh, we thought you were just some Mexican kid, so we gave you a bad committee assignment.
Wow.
But see,
wow.
I heard that and I laughed. I said, that's funny. You know, whereas a lot of people would say, oh, that's traumatic. I'm a victim of racism. You know, I think that's, you know, it's just a human thing.
Yeah, I always felt like growing up as like a white kid in America.
What if you went, wait, what if you were and identified as being Mexican and they came to you and they didn't tell you that's the reason that they gave you all the bad committee assignments?
That would be unfair.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Thank you, Hunter. Thank you, Hunter. Lurk getting ready for bed. I mean, work. I don't know why I said bed. Damn right, Peter. I love how I'm a part of your morning. I'm a part of, depending on what part of the world you're in, I'm either a part of your cleaning regimen, apparently shower, morning, night. Hawk says he listens to me while sleeping. Thank you, buddy. Love it. Keep it up, guys.
Isn't it?
He settled down, Texas.
I find it funny because you pass as a white Anglo.
Oh yeah, shower, driving. Yeah. Well, what else are some of the things you guys have told me? I don't know. Like I'm trying to list all the stuff.
Oh, Christian.
Do you think I pass?
What?
You think I pass as a white Anglo Christian?
Well, I don't think you pass. I think you identify as it. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is what I mean, right? Is that he's a white passing Hispanic, which just means he's a white Hispanic, but it doesn't really, guys, this isn't that, this isn't Oxy. Yep, Oxy says he falls asleep to the Gustx broadcast. He leaves it on and just falls asleep. Or he has like another stream on. You know Nick never washes his hands. Ew. There's probably poopy on it. I've been taking places that you never asked to go, Gus. Oh God. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Oh no. No, I'm sure they're great. I'm sure they're great. Asman Gold School of Hygiene. Yeah, that's him. All right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's go. Yeah. No, but really, for real. And my point is that I heard you do an interview. Okay, and I literally on the write up here is like you were talking about how you were raised on like Mark Levin in high school,
right?
And the thing that you liked the most about Mark Levin is how cruel he was to the callers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get that. I like the joke about the cookies. It may be a joke and it may be edgelording and you may not really mean it, but you got to realize the cruelty to it. And without going like, oh, like, you know, wham, like, you know, people gotta stop crying about the past. And that's the thing, is that I think that you have such an opportunity to talk to a generation of disaffected, angry, legitimately angry people. It's without having to do that shit. And by the way, and I'm not holding you responsible for, like, you know, the end of you know, my conception of Western civilization, which is different than yours.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't get it. I don't get why you find the cruelty.
It's okay. It happens to all of us. I know guys like Nick who work in construction. I imagine, like, people in construction can be pretty conservative. That makes sense, doubting Josephus. His poop is still worth more than what comes out from his mouth. Oh, God. All right, let's read yours, Grove. Grove Tumbleweed. Vibes like a curious and playful conspiracy theorist dropped into casual chaos. They bounce from mysteries, pop culture, conspiracy, to humor and snarky commentary with low-key hype and meme sauce. They enjoy riffing with chat energy and spicing things up with inside jokes. Tags include curious, playful, conspiracy, snarky, meme friendly. I love it. Yeah, that's about you, dog. W. I say W to that. I'm right there with you guys.
And I think that, by the way, I think that that's why you like Trump. I mean, this is, I'm making, like a very unfair leap, because his first instinct is cruelty. His first instinct is to find the fault in the other. About everything, by the way. It's not his fault that that we're in a war with Iran, that he's ended 38 times and started 39. Mm-hmm. It's not his fault that inflation's high. It's not his fault that the wall didn't get built. It's not his fault that ICE is killing people on the streets in these places. It's the cruelty of it. Maybe it's a generational thing. I got friends who are Jewish that are going to be really, really fucking pissed off that I'm sitting next to you. And what do I tell them? What do I tell them why it's okay for me to sit and have this conversation with you?
I guess I just have such a different opinion of that. Why should we have to explain ourselves to talk to anybody? And why is it that saying the wrong words or making a particular joke makes it so the Jewish person wouldn't want to watch my show? I have a lot of Jewish fans. I mean, some of my best friends are Jewish. I've had Jewish employees, and they recognize that just because I'm not necessarily nice all the time doesn't mean I'm hateful, doesn't mean, I don't even think they see it as cruel. I think they see it as it's a little rough around the edges. And maybe that's the difference, is I guess it's just attributing this weight to something that can considered a joke and maybe doesn't have a cruel intention behind it. Like, Mark Levin, you got to remember, at the end of the day, it's an entertainment show. It's entertainment. People call in. He gets frustrated with them. It's part of what I do on my show. And it's not always nice, but it's funny. And I don't think it's mean-spirited necessarily, and I don't think it's that big of a deal. So, I mean, the thought that I would, like, for example, with you, people would say, why do you talk to Hunter Biden? His father and his DOJ froze your money and put you on a no-fly list. I'd say, so what? I mean, it's just talking. I don't think talking's a big deal,
Some of my best friends are Jewish.
List too.
There you go.
Oh, Lord. I wonder where he got that talking point from. He's very good with the talking points and the framing of stuff, right? Which is why you can't come at him with typical garbage fucking takes, because with the example, right? I think Hunter did a good job at kind of talking about it a little bit better than most people would have. What the fuck is he saying? Yeah, no, it's so dumb. Oh my God.
We got that.
So a different question that I have that kind of weaves everything together. How do you think October 7th and this subsequent pro-Palestine movement and the online worlds it created led to a growing audience on the right?
October 7th in particular?
Yeah.
Well, I think it highlighted and brought to the forefront how captured the right wing is by Israel, which is very unique. I think the Democrats and the Republicans are pro-Israel, but the Republican Party has this inextricable institutional connection with the Israel lobby, with this Likud government in particular.
Likud.
People just
Likud. All races have a friend. Yeah, they always have a friend.
Started to see the hypocrisies. The hypocrisy was brought to the forefront, which is America first, but not with Israel. No new wars except for with Iran.
Under Trump, we will have no more wars. No more wars. No more wars.
Bullshit.
He said he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. Tonight, Iran's navy is gone.
We're going to be racist and all these things, but don't you dare be anti-Semitic. Don't even, think about it.
I see good things about Hitler also. Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
So I think that on the right wing,
I forgot that.
It made it unignorable that there's this ideological institutional capture.
I just feel like a lot of
I want to die, guys.
straightforward, just anti-Semite influencers were taking advantage of.
We got to replay that again.
It made it unignorable that there's this ideological institutional capture.
I just feel like a lot of straightforward, like just anti-Semitic.
So I think that on the right wing, it made it unignorable that there's this ideological institutional capture.
That they brought good things about.
And all these things, but don't you dare be.
I forgot he said that. It feels like he said that so long ago, right?
Anti-Semitic. Don't even, think about it.
I see good things about Hitler also. Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
The worst part is the especially Hitler, right? What? Yeah, right, because I guess you could make an argument like, hey, everyone does bring something of value, right? Like you could argue, hey, yeah, Hitler got us to be aware that fascism is fucked and we should never experiment with it again, right? That's like one thing you could say that Hitler contributed to history, but not especially Hitler. I'm sorry, what? That's the part I really disagree with there, buddy. Oh,
so
man.
I think that on the right wing, it made it unignorable that there's this.
I laughed so hard when I saw that last night. It is pretty funny. It's funny because it's fucked.
Ideological institutional capture.
I just feel like a lot of straightforward, like just anti-Semite influencers were taking advantage of the post-October 7th discourse to push other ideas, broader ideas about Jewish people as a whole.
Come out and say it. Like, I think that Jews are causing a disproportionate amount of problems in the United States.
Well, I mean, I think it's hard to ignore some of those other conversations. I know that it's now become maybe in vogue to say that the Israel issue is very narrow. It's just Netanyahu. It's just the Likudniks. It's just the Israel lobby. But what would you say about someone like Larry Ellison? I mean, somebody like that, I don't think fits neatly into this, let's say, problem of Netanyahu.
As far as installing Barry Weiss and whatnot.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Because this is somebody who's not Israeli. He's not even a religious Jew, but he's ethnically Jewish and has this deep affinity for the state of Israel.
I feel a deep emotional connection to the state of Israel and the Israeli people.
And is using and mobilizing his power and resources and connections to benefit Israel in the private sector. And so if you were to say, what's a law that we could pass to prevent that kind of influence, what would it look like? He's an American citizen. He can't buy a media company and hire Barry Weiss to run CBS News, and yet we recognize that's a big problem.
I just feel the conflation of like anti-Zionism and like Holocaust denial played into the hands of the Israeli propaganda apparatus, because then they can say, hey, look, these people that oppose what we're doing in Palestine also don't think the Holocaust happened. It's a big jump in the public perception.
It was almost to me as if that was your intent. To lose any legitimacy about any argument as it relates to Israel and the Likud government is to say those edgelording things or whatever.
Jews are money changers, bullshit artists, psychopaths, charlatans, grifters, manipulators.
I don't know anybody that can hear you after you say that, including myself. It delegitimizes everything because I don't think that you... a little bit of more compassion.
Let's try to stay a little. I don't want to do any character attacks on Nick.
I'm not attacking his character. I'm not attacking. I promise you. I'm
no,
not.
But as far as compassion, I'm more just mean straightforward. Do you feel like the rise in anti-Semitic online influencers post October 7th has given Israel more ammunition to work with in terms of casting everyone who opposes what they're doing as just like a rabid Jew hater?
In some cases, yeah. In some cases, sure. But I also think that's overstated because I think that.
But at the same, I'm gonna attack the hate he spews.
Look, let's just be honest. The left.
I'm gonna attack.
You believe the political left wants to make the Israel.
Guys, I was saying that last night. Yo, we Gusty. We need a Blue Room. We need
kill me.
A 7 TV emote. I'm Gusty.
Issue very narrow, and they want to say that the issue is this genocide in Palestine, and on some level they think that the Israeli government is racist.
You f***ing baying pig! You f***ing bloodthirsty, violent pig dog!
And that's the problem. And I think that ignores that there is a broader conversation, and it does have to do with the Holocaust, and it does have to do with
I said
Jews
I can't
as
type.
Such.
I thought you were also memeing. Absolutely. America is having a hard time with that. when it comes to this situation.
and Jewish nationalism and Jewish identity.
You're typing now, Blue Room.
So to try to shoehorn it in and say, well, if anybody goes further than this very narrow critique of Israel, well, they're actually helping Israel. I don't agree with that. I think we have to unpack the whole conversation.
Well, do you care a lot about Palestinians?
Not more than I care about anybody else.
So I guess that would be why that they would be like, okay, you're just taking advantage of this discourse.
I don't think it's taking advantage. I think that we can sympathize with the Palestinians while also realizing that, look, I'm an American. And so it's a tragedy what's happening in Palestine, but there's tragedies happening all over the world. My problem is that Israel has this influence over our government.
I'm a newcomer to politics, but not to backing the Jewish state.
And we're paying for the genocide, and we're furnishing them with the weapons to commit the genocide. And by the way, America is going to be held liable for this genocide, morally, but also politically and diplomatically and otherwise. But I think that people on the left, they may be guilty of maybe caring more about Palestine than they do about America.
Nick, but the left didn't cancel you. The right canceled you first. The right canceled you first, and Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, and those were the people that canceled. They may have utilized the tools of the left, or what you call the left, to be able to do that, but it was the right that canceled you. And by the way, what I would consider a radical right. The Daily Wire, to me, is a radical right.
I don't think they're even reactionary. I don't think they're that conservative at all. Ben Shapiro, I mean, he's not like he's in favor of mass migration.
In 2016, they were alt-right.
No, they were not.
Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire were to the right of Mitt Romney.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That's what I mean. And that's
they
what
weren't
I'm
Mormon
saying.
conservatives.
Yeah. My point was, that's who you were canceled by.
I was also canceled by the left.
No, I know. They came along. They came along because some of the more egregious things that you said is edgelording. They came along. And whether you call it canceling or saying, like, what the fuck? This is what I call it. What the fuck? like, what the fuck? And so, like, I don't find it funny. And just like you're able to say, well, I just think it's funny, I'm able to say, I don't find it fucking funny. I didn't find it funny then. I don't find it funny now. I didn't find it funny that some of the things that, you said about me. But I'm willing to sit here and listen to you because I want to get to this, and this is my whole point. What about fucking Donald Trump?
Yeah, we can get to that. Yeah,
how did you get of all the people in the world?
I agree.
But you could look at and say he doesn't believe anything.
So for context for the viewer, Donald Trump is currently the sitting president of the U.S. For our audience abroad, the war with Iran was supposed to be over. Now we're back in business, baby. Khomeini had a pretty sick funeral, if you saw the video. So you guys don't like Trump? You used to like him.
I did.
You've always hated him. He's tried to destroy your life.
Yeah.
You guys were cool. You guys hung out once at Mar-a-Lago with Kanye. You've never hung out with Trump, right? Would you want to?
No.
Do
I want to? Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Look, man, I would, can we get him? Can we get him in the motel room?
So I want you to imagine.
Let's get him in
I want you to imagine he's in the motel with us.
Yeah.
That's Trump. What do you want to ask him?
Put me on the spot. I don't want to ask Donald Trump anything. Because I know, and I think you would agree with me, is that Donald Trump isn't going to give me an authentic answer. Donald Trump never gives an authentic answer. He gives what people refer to as being authentic, but it's not authentic, it's audacious. It's like the example that I give that is the best metaphor for this is that he says he's 6'3", weighs 225 pounds. And everybody laughs because that's a little bit like edgelording, right? Everybody knows that he is maybe 6 feet and weighs maybe 300. And
he's a big guy. He's a pretty big guy.
Yeah, big guy. But by virtue of every picture ever taken of anyone that's...
He's huge, yeah. Like, he's got a huge stomach. Right? And like, no hate for people who have stomachs, but like his is like, you can see it.
6'3", he's not 6'3".
Yeah.
I am.
Okay? Yeah, I know you are.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, if Andrew's, then it means he's taller than him, right?
16,
wow.
Maybe. That's maybe. But my point is that the reason I don't have...
And normally this wouldn't even be an issue. It's just like Trump makes this an issue, right, guys? He cares about his like weight and stuff. And if you've ever watched the movie The Apprentice, right? He just believes in quick fixes to everything, right? He doesn't believe in diet and exercise because all he does is eat McDonald's, right? So, yeah.
I have a question for him is because I'm absolutely certain that he is not going to give me an authentic answer. Look, he came into the Oval Office and the transition this time. And he told my dad that he thought that he did an amazing job. He did an amazing job with the economy. He did an amazing job that with NATO. He did an amazing job, and that he got a raw deal from his side, and anything he could do, particularly for Hunter. Hunter got screwed. Whatever I could do, you let me know. Bullshit. He then went out, and he has now since then done nothing but blame Joe Biden for every single one of his problems.
11 months ago, I inherited a mess.
Joe Biden handed us over a country that was in very serious trouble. Biden gave us a horrible economy.
And I really mean this. I think the good part.
It was him lying about it. Well, that's what I'm saying, Ducky. I don't know if you heard my first part, but the only reason I have a problem with this is he's the one who brings this stuff up, right? And he's clearly lying about it. And he's like, it's like, I don't know. It's a way that he's doing it to obfuscate like what we already know, right? Like dog, I don't care how you look. I don't care that you're only 6 foot. Like, I don't even care that you're overweight, because most Americans are overweight at this point, right? But like, what I do care is that you're lying about it to make yourself feel better. That's the real problem, right? And that's clearly what's going on here. Yeah.
So the Trump is trouble. Biden gave us a horrible economy.
Yeah. No, I get it, Ducky. Cool. Yeah, that was basically what my point was as well.
I really mean this. I think the good parts are the Trump economy and the bad parts are the Biden economy.
He mentioned my dad's name or my family's name 6 times a day in the first 100 days of this administration. 6 times a day. He does it maybe 4 times a day now because he has no answers. All he has is a finger to point. And that's all he does. My point is, I don't know what to ask him. You know, why are you such a dick?
What does your dad think about the war?
Right? I'm not going to get into what my dad thinks about the war. Is it really, because I don't want to get into, I don't put words in my dad's mouth, just like I wouldn't ask you what your dad thinks about the war, but your dad wasn't the president of the United States, which is a little bit different.
I don't even know if you know what's going on. Just Eagles fan.
Look, all I can say is this, is that every single Israeli prime minister.
Yeah, you kind of want to ask the person.
Since at least Jimmy Carter was president, has walked into the Oval Office or picked up the phone and called the president and said, we have to attack Iran. And every single one of them has said no. And they may not all have had the same exact reason, but one of the reasons they did is because they knew what the consequences would be as it relates to the lifeblood of the economy, is petroleum in the Straits of Hormuz. Every single one of them knew that. And every single one of them knew that there is no way.
Your dad loves war, doesn't he?
To end with certainty the nuclear program that the Iranians have supposedly been building. Every single one of them knew that the existing Ayatollah at that time, had put out a fatwa, an edict saying that they would never turn their nuclear technology into a bomb.
The supreme leader of Iran issued fatwa. Having nuclear weapons is forbidden, is haram, which means never we can have nuclear weapons.
It was a religious edict as strong as if the Pope had released an encyclical. But what did he do? He kills the Ayatollah. We get a son that now has a far more radical and far greater ties to the IRGC. And what do we have? The Straits of Hormuz are still closed. He said that they're brilliant people. I find that's Donald Trump on everything. He said he'd end the war in Ukraine on day one.
That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president.
And I didn't hear anybody on the right and say, that's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. He said that he would build a wall. I don't believe in building a wall. But everybody said that's bullshit. And then when he got into office, the corruption, the level of the corruption, I mean, people believed, or led to believe, that there was this thing called the Biden crime family, right? I know that you know is that I didn't do a single piece of business when my dad was president. I made basically $200,000 a year selling paintings. I picked the thing that was the furthest possible thing away from politics that I possibly could. Don and Eric have done over $1.3 billion in contracts, just in contracts for underlying companies that they have an ownership stake in with the Department of Defense. Don Jr. got the largest loan ever given by the Department of Defense of a company that he bought into like 3 months before they got the loan, because Peter Navarro picked up the phone and called DOD to get it done. My point is, I don't have anything productive to say to him that I know of. And when I listen to you, and I listen to what you do, my question is how did you not see that before? He was a disaster in 2020, a complete and utter disaster as it related to what he did with COVID, regardless of whether you think we're supposed to be wearing a mask or not.
The question for Nick is, how did you not realize 6 years ago that Trump would be this sort of letdown?
Because he doesn't hold, there's no ideological core to Donald Trump.
No, I agree with you. Well, you got to realize in 2016 where Republicans were at. We had John McCain, we had Mitt Romney, and the perception on the right is that they were insufficiently conservative and that they were losers. All they do is lose because they don't fight. There was this perception that the Democrats are ruthless, fighters. Obama crushed in 2008, crushed when we thought he really should have lost in 2012. That was a Republican perception that Romney let us down. And so when Trump came on the scene in 2016, it was new, it was refreshing. He seemed like somebody that was really going to take on not just the Democrats, but also the media on our behalf. And what's more, you got to think about the mood of the moment in 16 as well and the message Trump was giving. Trump said in 16, it's just me and my son and my wife. We don't have any donors. We don't have any special interests.
More than $100 million put in of
Which
my
was
money.
bullshit.
Meaning I'm not taking all of this big money from all of these different corporations like she's doing.
We're going to put America first, make the country great again. This is a very appealing message. And I talk all the time on my show about it and realizing now that it was obviously a scam and now
What kind of cursed blunt rotation did I just stumble into? The best one around! What up? Flound Diesel, or Flound Diesel? Welcome to the stream, buddy. My name is Gustx. How you doing?
obviously unfulfilled completely.
We're a great chat in here. You're going to love it.
And you're right, Trump is non-ideological. The message was brilliant because it said, one, the system is broken. America's not great anymore, but it used to be. We can make it great again, but in order to do it, we need to actually bypass the system. Why is it that we never have victories? Why is it that things don't change? Because of money. He said, and that's why I'm different. I'm rich. I'm a billionaire. If I self-fund my campaign and don't take super PAC money, then I won't have to listen to the lobbyists and the special interests. I could fire the people I need to fire, do the things I need to do. That was like a very powerful message in 2016. And after 4 years, I was one of the people even back then that said, look, it never materialized. He did wind up taking super PAC money. He took AIPAC money.
What a clown, right? Yet you still fucking supported him. Like I think he said 3 times? Well, in 2024, he didn't support him, supposedly.
For that matter, Sheldon Adelson.
We're an awesome chat in here, man. You're going to love it.
Money
or girl. Hey, I'm all great. I'm a Hasanabi refugee, Central Committee. Oh, cool. Yeah, a lot of people watch Central Committee as well. We have a few chatters who watch Mike from PA a lot. Obviously, Hasanabi, right? Caroline Kwan, she's awesome. Yeah, I've seen her. I did my rounds when I first started going. I'm a brand new like Twitch streamer. I've only been doing this for a year, Flound. So, our audience is smaller, obviously, but we're much. We're very like close, right? And we're all politics nerds. We love politics. He, him pronouns. Awesome.
That time in 16.
We'll do that. I'll remember that.
Even in
I'm not sure, right? So, and also girl can apply to either now.
Give me the money.
Welcome in.
Give me the
Oh!
Okay.
Woo! Ooh. Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
That's our mascot, Gloggy. He kind of runs the stream for us. He's a political merch treasure goblin. If you've ever played Diablo, you know what a treasure goblin is. So he's our mascot for the channel, right?
The first term bombed Iran.
He's in a lot of our emotes, etc. Yeah.
In the first term, didn't build the wall. In the first term, didn't even reduce illegal immigration until 2019. And I remember the timeline perfectly because I covered it every day. It was like in May and June 2019.
That's where he's from. Yeah, I took like the idea. I was like, I really have always liked the idea of a treasure goblin. I don't know why. And I was just like, I like that idea. Wouldn't it be cool that if he wasn't so like scary looking or evil looking, but he was like very cute and looked kind of like Yoda? So I mixed him with Yoda, like baby Yoda, I mixed him with like my love of politics, right? So he's not collecting gold. And he also kind of is supposed to be like a yokai from Japan, right? Like the spirits. So I just like mixed a bunch of different inspirations to get him. Yeah. I mean, I love Blizzard games, or I used to love Blizzard games. Now they kind of make pretty bad games. I'm a political junkie as well. I'm sure it'll be great. Yeah, I love a good treasure goblin. Been a hot minute since I played Diablo, but I don't know why. I just always liked the idea of them. They were really cool in my opinion, and I liked how they used portals. And I always thought they were like, I was like, wouldn't it be cool though if they weren't like so like traditionally goblin, right? Like instead they I had like a mascot that collected political merch, right? From different like countries around the world. And that's kind of where he came up as an idea. So like, if you've been around the stream, you can see that he has like a lot of like he has a Eugene Victor Dibs badge, right? He has like a little pin on his lapel from Eugene Victor Dibs, and Hassan mentioned him, right? He talked about Eugene Victor Dibs in a interview, and I was like, oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's why I put him down. There he is.
Living Lily just got a 230-day stream streak. www.watwat. Are panties for Gus today, or what ladies? Drop them panties, drop them panties, drop them panties. Wet to sandpaper. Ha 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 ha.
Oh shit. Yeah, there's a lot of moments like that, man. There's a lot of moments like that. Are you wet or sandpaper? I love it, me and you too. I'm tired.
Immigration high in terms of month over month.
Yeah, so see, he's a fun time. He's also like an AI that runs locally on my PC. Flound. So he you can tell him to do stuff, and if you donate bits, he'll say whatever you want, stuff like that. So he's always fun.
Why did I go for him in 2020? At the height of the pandemic, we all thought on the right that if anyone other than Trump was president, you were going to get a vaccine mandate, which we really didn't want to be forced to take the vaccine. We thought the lockdown might never end. We thought that censorship would kick into overdrive. And so we said, really, it's unacceptable that anyone other than Trump would just be a disaster. And then obviously Biden came in, and I don't think it was as bad as we thought it would be, to tell you the truth, honestly. But by
Did you clip it? Because that was pretty good.
2024, I mean, I was out in 2024 because everything you're saying is totally true. And I was telling people on my side, I was saying he's not going to build the wall. And I know you're against that. He's not going to do the mass deportations, promising that. He's not going to start no new wars. I said in 24, he's going to take us to war in Iran. And the Ukraine war, I said, that's not going to end in one day. Too complicated. We're already in it. And so I didn't vote. I didn't vote in 2024. And I told my followers not to vote for Trump for that reason. And it was only until a year later, after all the exuberance died down and people saw the bearing of the Epstein files, the war in Iran, people said, you know what? You were right. You were right about Trump. Even Alex Jones told me you were right about Trump. I was all in on him. So, I mean, as far as him being vaporware is concerned and a scammer and fundamentally, you're 100% right. No ideological core. He's not an ideological guy. Yeah, it is.
He's literally all about him.
And I agree. He's a cruel narcissist.
Yeah.
And you said, I like the cruelty. I do not
No,
like the cruelty.
no, by the way, no. I didn't say you liked the cruelty. I said I'm listening to your thing, and you said one of the things that you liked about Levin was the cruelty. And not for the cruelty's sake, it didn't seem to me like this, is because it was raw. It was, yeah. And that's, so I'm not saying that.
No, but I agree. I think he is cruel. And even what he said on Easter, I mean, we're Catholic. On Easter Sunday, he says we're going to annihilate Iran. And then he made fun of Allah on Easter Sunday. So
he did. He said that.
That kind of stuff, it just totally turned me off entirely.
Is there anything that you think Trump can do to like regain the support of the, I guess, Gen Z and millennial right?
No, it's over. People see what he's made of. And
viewer discretion is advised.
Follower to the commune. Thank you, Syria.
Syria, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Thanks to all the streamers that are embracing Hasanabi's refugees. Of course, yeah. I love you guys. I mean, you guys, he has a great chat. Obviously, it goes way too quick. We're a little more chill in here, but we're very close, right? And I think like if you like a more like cozy, intimate kind of place, you're gonna love it here. And we're a fun time.
And Hunter's right.
We laugh a lot.
He's a liar. He is a liar. He is a bullshit artist. And especially, you look at what he did with the Epstein files, with the war in Iran, what he did to Thomas Massie.
This guy named Thomas Massie. There's something wrong with him. They just vote no. They love
Thomas Massie. There's something wrong with him. That Thomas Massie.
It's good politically.
You realize that if you are America first, you have no place in this Republican Party. Because he said it. He said our Republican Party, or rather, he said MAGA.
All right. It says, let's get Living Lily's assessment. Yeah. So this is a new feature I added to the chat, in case anybody's curious. It basically, like, Gloggy will, like, write down and kind of, like, comment on how you are as a chatter. He'll also, like, talk about your politics, if he has enough information on your politics. So this one's for Living Lily. Living Lily jumps into the chat with playful energy. You literally do, because you're almost always first. So, mixing casual gaming talk with cheeky humor and meme references. They keep it lively, social vibe without hogging the spotlight, dropping quick jabs and playful nudges. Likes to engage with Gloggy and the chat community with light banter and inside jokes. She received the tags playful, gaming, cheeky humor, social, and meme savvy. Pretty good. Meme savvy. I love that. Yeah, you are pretty meme savvy. Good job, girl. You nailed it.
Is Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, Randy Fine. He said, and who is not MAGA? Megyn Kelly, Tucker, Alex Jones, Candace. And I think most Republicans said, well, we're with those other people. We're not MAGA anymore. So
what do you think happens, Nick? I believe that we need radical change. And I'm not talking about violence or revolution or things like that. I'm talking about the only ways that you can have this kind of radical rethinking of the system. Like, there's so many questions. Like, what do you think about the Epstein files? What do you think about
no, Batman.
To the degree that we now are basically in a dictatorship light?
No, I actually have a lot of confidence only because I think the Democrats are going to take the House in 26, which I support. I'm telling my people, vote Democrat. We want the Democrats in the House because what they're going to do is they're going to use the oversight powers to bring all the corruption to light. Because I know Republicans will watch this, and when you say, you know, we didn't commit crime, they're going to be skeptical. However, for the sake of argument, let's say the income you made during Biden was ill-gotten. For the sake of example, it's just doesn't hold a candle. It doesn't even come close, doesn't even touch Jared Kushner, Howard Lutnick, Steve Witkoff, Don Jr., Trump himself. It's just a different sport. It's a different game entirely. And I want all that corruption to be revealed. And I think the Democrats are going to do it. I hope they get impeached. I don't think they'll be removed from office. But I think it'll basically drag this administration to a halt. And then in 28, I think there's an opportunity for a clean reset with both sides, right and left.
He's my new favorite.
Whenever you talk about Trump, sometimes
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you.
you explain this like nightmare scenario that
Whoopsies. My camera died there. Okay, perfect. Sorry about that, guys. Fixed it. All right, let's see. Stream streak. Oh, okay. That's why it was like, huh? What's going on? Let me replay that for you, dog. No worries.
revolves around a Vance presidency.
Yes.
If you ain't America first, you're America last. Dickie Bobby. Also, great timing on that pause on Fuentes. We tend to do that on the stream, dog. Like the tech fails, right? I'm getting a Batman tattoo once the summer is over. Damn. Love that.
What about JD Vance being in power scares you so much?
If Trump doesn't have an ideological core, then Vance really doesn't, because Vance is a chameleon. That's not his real name for openers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Whoops. Sorry. Let me replay it real quick for you.
Never had a real job. These are all sinecures given to him by Peter Thiel. 6 years ago, he's a never Trumper.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
I think that he's leading people in a very dark direction, and that's ultimately what worries me the most.
Terrible candidate. Idiot if you voted for him. Might be America's Hitler.
I was wrong about Donald Trump. I didn't think he was going to be a good president, Brett. He was a great president.
Now he's a national conservative, national populist. Mm-hmm. So we don't even really know who he is.
Yeah, I had brought that up. Like that JD is clearly one of, I mean, we have an emote for him, right? He's one of the biggest fraudsters when it comes to this shit. Like, he's so fake when it comes to all this stuff. He's really not. He was never on the Trump train, right? And yet now he wants you to believe, yeah, I was always on the Trump train. What are you talking about?
JP,
huh?
Right? JD Mandel.
Him, yeah.
I mean, to me, this is basically
fake
a
as
Manchurian
fuck.
Candidate. This is a shell. And who is the power behind him? It's the oligarchs. It's the little tech oligarchs.
Yeah, Peter Thiel. Little tech. I would say big tech, right? Well, I mean, if you Palantir is a pretty big company. I don't know about little tech, but
in bed with the CIA, you know, especially at this fever pitch with AI, I think that's really dangerous. So to me, him being president is just a worse scenario in my mind.
For the uninformed viewer, what is the Palantir?
Get off the couch.
Well, Palantir was founded by
fucking
Peter Thiel.
fascist
Peter Thiel's very close with David Sachs.
Well said.
JD Vance was given his first job in Silicon Valley by Thiel. Thiel hooked him up with it. You know, the CEO of that company said,
we're big. Flound, we are a big fan of Ocarina of Time here. Ocarina of Time. One of my favorite games of all times. In fact, one of the songs that I remixed, like the music on the stream, is all of my creation. It's like instrumental hip hop mixed with samples of different stuff. One of them is of Ocarina of Time. See if you can find which one it is. It plays randomly, right? But
job in Silicon Valley by Thiel. Thiel hooked him up with it. You know, the CEO of that company said it was a personal favor to Thiel that I hired him. And then Thiel got him all his jobs at these various venture capital firms, including his own, and then funding JD Vance's venture capital firm. Peter Thiel gave $15 million to Vance when he ran for Senate in Ohio in 22. Peter Thiel secured President Trump's endorsement for him in 22, which basically got him the nomination and the seat. So, I mean, as far as anybody's concerned, Vance owes his entire political career to Peter Thiel, who derives his fortune from Palantir.
And now he's a Catholic like you and me.
Well, he's a convert, so, you know.
Beware the convert.
Yeah.
So do you think that Trump's unfulfillment of his campaign promises was a result of him being like compromised by somebody connected to that structure, or do you think he always just never cared?
I don't know that he never cared. I just think that, you know, I'm an idealist. So I think about the ideas and the concepts. Trump is a businessman. And so I think with him, everything's transactional. And I said this in 2024. Trump knew the voters would swallow anything. The voters would not walk away from the table because they were enamored with him.
I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody, and I wouldn't lose any vote.
The Terry reached 70 stream streak 3 minutes ago. 70 streams in a row. Wow.
Michael! The Terry! Thank you so much, buddy. You got on the stream streaker board. Everyone, take off your clothes and streak.
Voters, okay? It's like incredible.
So he knew he could break every promise with them.
I love that fucking emote. The more it gets, like, I fucking love it even more. Late. I know. It's late. Sorry, it crashed. The software that I'm using for Gloggy to run off, like, my computer isn't always, like, the most dependable. But I prefer it because that way I'm not destroying land, like I'm not destroying like water supplies and communities and stuff, right? I do try to be ethical about this stuff, chat. So, yeah.
Promises for the donor class, which is Little Tech, the Israel Lobby.
Don't threaten me with the good time, Gus.
Street, the bankers, Tim Mellon, the big asset managers. So I think with him, everything's business. Everything's
right. He's just baiting the ladies.
Transaction. And that's why you can't trust him. You have to do business. And in 24, I said we should all collectively say we're not going to vote unless he makes certain commitments. And not enough people did that. But I mean, that's fundamentally his flaw.
Your critique of this like elite power structure sounds like vaguely anti-capitalist.
It's not anti-capitalist. Capitalism says the capital, large amounts of capital will be held in private hands, which I believe in. I am a capitalist. But I think what is happening is that it's the way that money is used in government. There needs to be a distinct and separate national power that subordinates the money power to it. The problem is the billionaires buy all the elections, buy all the media, control public perception. And so really we're all subsidiary then to the market. So I support capitalism, but it just has to be underneath the nation.
He's a fake populist.
Of course he is. A pretty optimistic outside media channel like this one.
It can be. I think it certainly can be because I think there's frustration on the right.
Gus changed the chat to nudists. Well, we talked about the nudists, right? They are a very left-wing part of like European politics in particular, right? They're pretty powerful over in Europe. Less so in other parts of the world, right? Like here, they're not too powerful at all. They should be, but guys, can you imagine if we had nudists for Congress people? Like how much things would be different in this country? It'd be crazy, right? Because I'm sure we all kind of know, like the vibe of it, like a general politics of a nudist, right? And in Europe, yeah, it's even crazier, right? Like we talked about Scandinavia and stuff, yeah.
Right and on the left. You see even in the primaries on the Democrat side, it's all DSA progressive types that are winning. You ironically have the same frustration on the left with their establishment as we have on the right. And so I think, in 2028, it's going to be a year where there'll be a competitive Republican primary and Democratic primary. And hopefully the people make their voice heard and we get some new options, maybe that reflect the will of the people more.
Yeah. And so what do you think about somebody like Mamdani?
Personally, I don't like him. I don't like some of the things that he said, like, for example, on 4th of July, when he takes the opportunity to sit there with, let's be honest, not a single white person in the room and says,
that's what he has what he's upset about.
Would look down on us.
That's what he's upset about. That he's not standing with white people, chat. Let that sink in. Gloggy stare.
The working people with their dirt-streaked hands against the billionaires. I think it's a little too divisive. I like his energy. I like that he's young. It's ironic. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
That's rich, buddy. But no, look,
but it seems pointed at me.
I know, but
oh no!
The thing, he was dissing you in that video.
Yeah, a little bit.
Staring down the camera like, "Just for you, Nick, you son of a bitch."
People like me.
Yeah.
But what I see is somebody is using government
fucking
for exactly
so stupid.
The purpose that you just said, is to break the oligopoly, to target the anger towards a tiny percentage of the population that is that has controlled the levers of government from the White House down to the mayor's office in New York City or Peoria, Illinois, to that matter, and even more so as you go further down that chain. And so I look at somebody like Mamdani and regardless of his delivery, which may be off-putting, particularly from somebody coming from your side, is that he's delivering, man. You know what? I mean, he's really delivering. You know, like I saw somebody going after Mamdani for some of this stuff and particularly about rent control, you know. And I was like, well, how do you think the middle class was built after World War II and the GI Bill and rent-controlled buildings that created those communities that we were talking about an hour ago?
The GI Bill provides returning soldiers and veterans a range of benefits, including
he's so
mortgages
delivering
to purchase homes.
Right? And I mean, weren't we just like watching a few Hassan interviews about this? And this is where Hassan is like, this is the kind of politics we need to aim for, right? It's not like the end all be all form, but it's a step in the right direction, right? And that's where I was like, yeah, 100% dog. He's 100% correct.
Loans to go to school, and this really was
FDR.
instrumental in creating the new American middle class.
Created the availability for
you need a vision. You really do. You can't just like, and that's why I appreciate that Hassan is using his like platform, his chatters, right? His influence to go out there and make these differences, right? With Daria Lisa, right? Like Daria Lisa won by about 2,000 something votes, which he was able to attract those extra, like, right? We looked into those numbers. That was crazy, guys, right? And that just shows you how close some of these elections can be, right? Yeah, and we talked about that last month, right? So this stuff is important.
Old that had a job with the MTA to be able to live and work in the city and put the kid
watching from a distance. Yeah, because you're in the UK, right? I really need Mamdani to succeed. If he fails, I will knock leftist politics back 20 years. Mamdani and Hassan are pushing things in the right direction. I really do believe that, right? And that's why I'm like I will always cover this shit for that reason, guys. Love it.
In a school with the idea that they would be safe walking there and go to a park that, you know, where the water fountains worked. That's what I see him trying to do. I mean, by the way, it's just so tired and, you know, ridiculous. He's a communist, like it's about the communists. Like who even says that anymore? Nobody, like, you know what? We're just 1981 and, you know, we're watching Rocky V and worried about the communists. You know what I mean? I just don't get it.
Oh, they got copyright struck.
Rocky IV? My whole Philly legitimacy was just blown right there. Yeah. But it's just kind of, and so I look at somebody like Mamdani, I think
Nigeria.
Well, he's just talking about good government.
For real?
Like, what do you think about healthcare?
Same
Don't you
time
think
zone.
that there should be a single payer system? Don't you think that there should be some guarantee as a right? Because I don't know how you make it in this country and aspire to a middle class life and be able to afford a catastrophic event as it relates to your health. I mean, it's over.
You're
done.
fucked. Yeah.
I don't support single.
You're fucked if you get sick, right? And we've talked about this, especially in this country. Yeah. Unless you're a millionaire. It's essentially just a system that gatekeeps poor people and people who do not make enough money to pay for those kind of bills out of the system, right? And that's why I always say, guys, private health insurance companies or private healthcare in general is no different than like a, say, public system or a single payer where like they both gatekeep to a certain degree. It's just the way they gatekeep, right? Would you rather have everyone have access to it and the gatekeeper be time, meaning wait lists? Or would you rather it just be money? Because in that case, if you're poor or can't afford it or don't want to get into hundreds and thousands of dollars worth of debt, what ends up happening? That's how you get gatekept or gatekept in our system, right? They're a lot of times when people argue for like private health insurance because there's not as many like wait lists and shit like that. That's really what's going on. It's just, yeah, you're paying for it. You're just paying more for it. And you're just giving it to you're giving more money to the hands of private corporations. It fucking sucks, but it's the truth. Right? A large population of this country's one illness away from being broke. Yeah, and that's the gatekeeper, not some wait list in 6 months, right? And also, I never liked that argument because the wait list does change, right? The wait list isn't like, oh, if you have cancer, you will die in 6 months, or like they do bump you up on the wait list. It's very disingenuous for the right to be like, hey, in those countries, the countries that have single payer or a universal system, their wait lists are so long. Well, yeah, because everything is rationed to a certain degree, right? Like when everybody's on it, you have to ration it to a certain degree, right? Like nobody's 100% fixed the rationing problem. But would you rather have that only happen to the rich? Or would you rather just give like people the opportunity to like move their way up based on like not income levels, but like based on just being like more sick than the other person, right? And that's why I always support a single payer or universal system in general, right? It should just be provided by the government, because even that stupid wait list argument just never made sense to me, right? Because we have a wait list too. It's called giant corporate insurance companies. They determine whether you get even on the list or not, whether you even can afford it or not, even though you're paying your fucking premium here in the United States. It fucking sucks.
But I do believe that everybody should be entitled to some minimum level.
Yeah, it's rationed here, but people just don't understand that. Bingo, right? That's really what I'm trying to say is, like, people think, oh, it's not rationed. Yes, it is. It's still rationed. They're all rationed, guys. Wait lists and gatekeeping, whether you can afford it or not, those are all forms of rationing. One is clearly more cruel than the other, right? Because if everyone has a chance to become, to get the care that they need based on their needs, right? Then that's a better system, a more humane system than the one that we have currently here in the United States, which is you give me money, bitch, or else you don't even get the treatment. It's like our ER and the ones with the priority go first. Exactly. It's the same thing on any other, right? If you have a serious illness, you get pushed to the wait list. We have a wait list too, guys. It just doesn't look the same. It's different and it's more cruel, because if you can't afford it, you don't get any treatment. You get that. That's what you get.
Of coverage, catastrophic insurance. So in principle, I agree.
Which is Medicare for all to a certain degree, right?
Right.
I mean, because that's all the Medicare does right now. Well, why is that radical?
See, I don't think that's necessarily radical, but
to them, it's because we've been convinced that it's a radical.
Them,
yeah,
those others.
Yeah, no, them. I mean the insurance companies.
Sure.
Yeah. And their lobbyists who control 55% of Congress, regardless of who's in power.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't think that's necessarily the most radical. I think, though, he is with the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. He backs all these DSA candidates. And let's be honest, a lot of them are radical. Like I saw one of these candidates that just won in New York a couple weeks ago.
Elisa,
the Chevalier candidate.
Oh, I knew it.
There's a picture.
I knew it. Well, how did I know he was going to? Because she's a woman. She's a woman. She's a woman and she's brown.
Dad.
Yeah, I know.
She said about my dad.
She had awful things about him.
Yeah,
and she says, I didn't have a napkin to wipe my hands, so I used the American flag.
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, I think it's crazy, but like the same way that, I thought about
Hunter.
The stuff that...
Don't fall into this garbage, dude. You're falling into these right-wing talking points. Don't do it, man.
Some people that...
Oh, man. Don't become a boomer. Oh, God. I have such a crush on Daria Lisa. Yeah, I mean, I see why. Oh, no. Where are my pearls? I must clutch them.
Got elected in 2016, 2020, even during the Tea Party, kind of movement was, egregious, again, egregious.
If it's a legitimate rape, the female body has ways to try to shut that whole thing down.
I remember this. If it's a legitimate rape. Has anyone seen this before? This is, what's his name again? Oh my God. This is the Missouri candidate for Senate. This guy was such a clown. I remember watching this. I still remember this baby-brained shit. I know. If it's a legitimate rape, guys. Do I even have to say anything? Thanks. We have a lot of growing to do, but we're getting by. I wish we would start doing in the right direction. That's insane. Yep. A legitimate rape. Guys, don't worry. If you get legitimately raped, it just goes away by itself magically. Why? Reasons. The human body just gets rid of it. The dumbest fucking thing. So dumb. I remember it. Dumbasses. That guy decided your country's laws. I think from blanking on what his name was. I'm blanking. It's been a while. Sorry, chat.
Tea Party, kind of movement was,
I think it was like Clay something.
Egregious, again, egregious.
If it's a legitimate rape, the female body has ways to try to shut that whole thing down.
So
no, he was another clown. Roy Moore, remember him? Oh man, hold on. Let's look it up because I have Todd Aiken. That's who it was. Todd Aiken. I remember now. God, I haven't thought of Todd Aiken in a long ass time. That was like in 2010, right? Jesus. A lot of women actually have a really hard time having sex again because their orgasms during a rape, and that's the hardest thing for them to overcome. Oh, that's really sad. That's really fucked up. Jesus, living Lily. Fuck.
What do we do, Nick?
I think a better question is...
for real, what do we do? Can you at least come a little bit to this way?
If you can come a little this way.
I can. Here's where I can come, is this. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
About the Holocaust thing?
Oh, about that.
He doesn't agree with that.
No, I mean, really.
Thank you. We have redacted emote.
I do.
We do.
I do. And listen, here's what I'll say. Now that I'm older, I do think that's...
How the fuck? I mean, I think he's just an idiot, right? There is no way for a woman to shut down a legitimate rape, right? His words, guys. I literally was like, huh? How many, in fact, I know a woman very close to me. I won't say who it is, but a woman very close to me who say grape. I know I will. Who was raped and she had her child that way. And, yeah, there was no legitimacy there. So what the fuck are you smoking, dude? Yeah, it's so heartbreaking. Yeah.
Not the best approach. So I agree with you on that. And I see it as I get older, because let's be honest, saying those things when I'm a younger guy, when I'm, 18, 20, it's like, you got to think that's just the age.
Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
And a lot of young people think that's funny and everything like that. I think that it also goes with the medium as well. Live streaming, social media, that's just what it rewards. So yeah, I think that people should try to move past some of that.
I'll try. But if you try.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
For real. And as it relates to when you talk about Israel, the Netanyahu, Likud government, what's happening now, what's happened for the past 20 years in terms of whether the funding to Israel, whether you think it is. It's really important that you make a distinction between that and Jews. Because here's the thing, okay? Zoran Mamdani has a higher favorability rating in the United States among Jews than Bibi Netanyahu does. I think 65% of American Jews disagree with the approach that the Israeli government has right now. They don't disagree with you, but they completely turn off when they hear the conflation of Jews, Zionism, Israel, as and think automatically anti-Semitism, whether it's fair or not, okay? But you have to understand it. And you have to understand it from a cultural perspective in which the recent history is only one data point in 2,000 years of history as it relates to what it means to be a Jew, of which there is what, 1%, 0.5% of the entire world's population? Because I don't know what it adds to your argument, or what it adds to your argument about Miriam Adelson being able to give $300 million to Donald Trump and commit to giving another $300 million to get her way, and we end up in a war with Iran.
Yeah, well, and I think that's a valid point. I do think, though, that the issue's broader than just Netanyahu.
Oh, maybe, by the way, obviously Netanyahu has a base within Israel, within the Jewish community here in the United States, with Jared Kushner. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Jared Kushner, who is unelected, not a member of our government, is having as more control over the direction of the everyday lives of American people right now than anybody that I know of. And meanwhile, all he's doing is building a $6 billion private equity fund with the people he is negotiating for. And I always say, look who's paying him, and wondering whose interest that he is advancing. He's getting paid by the Saudis, he's getting paid by the Emiratis, he's getting paid by the Qataris, he's getting paid, go down the list. And for some reason, he is in control, along with Steve Witkoff, who is also not elected by anybody, of deciding whether or not the Straits of Hormuz are going to open up, and whether or not our gas prices are going to go down. It may not matter to the three of us necessarily, an extra dollar, 60 cents or 85 cents. But you know what? To 85% of the people that live in America, it means it's the difference between whether or not they're going to be able to pay rent, whether or not you're going to be able to actually put the gas in your car in Montana to drive to your job on the ranch.
Well, and here's what I'll say to you, and this is something kind of why I want to do this interview, is emphasize the message that as far as Jews are concerned in general, I think that it's the same standard that applies to everybody, which is as long as you're patriotic, as long as you believe Americans should be put first by their government, I have no problem at all. And I think that
as long as you're patriotic. Oh, fuck off. I'm cooked then. I'm like the least patriotic mother. Like, people insult America all the time, and I'm like, yeah, I agree. Oh, hey, Brookie babe. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. I remember you. I rated you, right? How you doing? Welcome, Brookie babe, to the babe. Yeah, I think it is, right? Yeah, to the stream. We're watching the Nick Fuentes Hunter Biden interview. It's amazing. Brooke.
Everybody in the country should be treated with dignity and respect and have their civil rights. It's just this acute problem of these people, like you mentioned, like Larry Ellison and Miriam Adelson and Jared Kushner, they're putting some other country before the interest of our own. And that, in principle, is what I have a problem with.
There is going to be some people who watch this and feel like, all right, no take-backsies. And they might feel like you're just kind of trying to moderate, and that now that you've achieved your goal and got a lot of support, you're kind of moderating because your main aim has already been achieved, which is to sort of have a generational run and pop off. So now you're trying to kind of make your way more into the mainstream discourse, but that you'll just go back again into the same sort of reactionary rhetoric once you're back in the number one spot.
Well, I don't even think I'm moderating. And I even told our mutual friend, it's not even a moderation. It's not even an apology. It's clarifying, because, all along I've been saying this message. It's just that the way that I'm saying it changes and evolves. And I also think how people respond to it changes as well. Because let's be honest, 10 years ago, there was a very different kind of conversation about Israel. You could not mention it in a negative or critical way without being utterly annihilated in politics. True. We all know that ever since October 7th, that's not the case anymore. So I think that there's sort of something reciprocal happening, which is that people are receiving me differently. And as someone that's growing older and more mature, I'm even representing myself differently. So I wouldn't even call it moderating, just clarifying. People are more receptive, and I'm maybe better able to articulate it.
And you think that's because you've kind of gotten older and been able to have like a longer career in media?
I've got the mod instincts at this point. Yeah, if you see anything from Kick like that, because it does relay all the messages, just feel free to delete them. Any sort of like bots and stuff, right? Because we only have like 5 people on Kick right now. That's probably why we're getting the bots. But because we do multi-streaming chat, we stream on 4 different platforms all at once, so it's popping. We'll do
reflect on your different changes in your perhaps brain chemistry and lifestyle.
That's a huge thing. I mean, I know it's 27. I have a very different mentality than I did when I was 20.
What's the main difference, you think?
Just more even keeled. And I think you know too, it's like when you're 20, you're just like a maniac. And then you hit 25 and you're like, all right,
I was a maniac when I was 49. My brain chemistry has definitely changed in the last 7 years too. And I do believe that people can grow and they can change. And I'm not asking you to, and I'm not asking you to say things, but there are certain things that I just hope that you can
welcome back,
hear
Peter,
without feeling attacked. That some of the things that you said, whether it's edgelording otherwise, are really hurtful. And then people completely turn off to the idea of being able to listen to you about anything. And then you get dug in more and you're like, go fuck yourself. Like, you can't take a joke kind of thing. And that's not what it is. It's not just wokeism. It's not. It's people being really, really hurt by it.
Welcome to Brookie Babe Gust's 8 POGEs Gust Act Cute less than 3 October 40 Nothers.
Yeah, he's our mascot, Gloggy. He kind of like announces stuff, and he's like the AI that you can chat with in chat. So he's a good time.
And I accept your apology for all of the mean things you said about me.
Yes.
Yeah,
Gust, how you doing? Mandakin.
I'm on my apology tour. Is that the one thing you...
Gustx Broadcast, damn right.
You said I was a degenerate crackhead.
Gusty Gucci. I'm Gusty.
Me? I have the problem with that, not you.
Me?
Yeah.
I can't believe my dumb ass thought that, guys. I'm literally still laughing about that. That GTSY meant like, oh, I'm Gusty. Like I'm Gucci. Because, I'm like newer to Twitch. And I don't get all the fucking... Blue Room, can you make an emote on 7TV that says like I'm Gusty?
Also said you were cool though.
Yeah, no, by the way, you said
it'd be like an inside joke.
You know what?
I'm Gusty. That's been a while. Nice. Yeah, it has been, dog. How you been?
I spent more time on my hands and knees smoking anything that even remotely resembled crack cocaine.
And now you're sober. And I find it interesting. You also said that you've never drank before.
Right. Yeah, I've never had a drink. Never done drugs.
That's because you grew up.
I love Hunter. He says he's just like brutally honest with all this shit, right?
With me. You're like, don't be that guy.
I grew up with you too, and I was doing...
Yeah. You're not as smart as he is. My brother never drank. My dad too. And
I'll see what I can do now. No worries. I'm just saying, like, if you know how to do it, I could do it myself too, but I'm pretty busy too, so.
I was gonna ask you, Nick, what kind of prompted your choice to just like be sober for life and never drink?
Well, a big part of it is I had a lot of addiction in my family. My grandfather was an alcoholic, committed suicide. Uncle died from an overdose from crack cocaine. My mom, 2 of her uncles, heroin addicts for their entire lives. And it just devastated my family, devastated both of my parents. And so I know I have that addictive personality and probably have the genetics for it. And not only that, but I like being rational. I like having my sober mind. I think that's actually a sacred thing. To have unimpaired reason. So the thought of losing control and even being tempted to get into, worse things, I just thought it's just not worth the risk. So it's just never for me.
Well, how much, by the way, sorry, do we have time? Yeah. Is it, how much do you think COVID warped not just your generation, but everybody? Because I have this theory that there was this thing that broke for us with COVID. And that nobody's really coming.
That's why I don't drink and I don't take painkillers if I get surgery, because all of the shit. Good for you, girl. Yeah, I know you told us you quit drinking like 2 years ago, right, or something like that.
The terms with.
It's fun, but guys, like it is not good for you. I've never been much of a drinker, so like I only drink very, very occasionally, right? Maybe once a month or something, right?
How
I'm the kind of guy who forgets to drink. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to have a beer tonight, and I forgot to have the beer. Right. Okay, everyone, I'm going to head out. I will see you next time. See you next time, Kirsten B. Welcome back. I'm so glad that you came and that everything is better off with the infection. I appreciate you coming to give us the update. I really do appreciate it. See you next time.
Traumatic that was for everyone.
And especially for the younger generations. I think severely less for the older generations, but for the younger people, missing the graduations, missing critical years in school, that's when the socialization happens. That's when you learn to get along. And so you think about how this generation is going to grow up having 2 to 3 lost years. No sports, no school, no extracurriculars, vacations. It's devastating. And we already had a problem with that isolation, social dislocation, loneliness. I can't even imagine. So it's going to be devastating, I think. But that's a lockdown.
So maybe if you're watching this video after this, put your phone or computer away, go outside, make a friend, just do anything but scroll to the next video. Back in the day during Nickelodeon, they had Go Outside Day.
Oh yeah.
I feel like we need like one day a week where it's mandated in a tech oligarch sense that no one can go on their phone or use the computer.
Man, I would love that. I mean, that's one thing. Is if we could, the one thing we could all agree on. The way I say it now is you're all carrying around a bag of heroin in your pocket. Everybody is, and it's probably even more dangerous in some ways.
Would either of you guys ever run for office?
Are you asking me for real?
Yeah.
No. I think that.
Damn, we're not getting the Hunter Biden presidency, guys. Confirmed. I need to stop drinking as much too. Yeah, I mean it has its problems, right? Go to the gym instead, and then you won't want to drink. Does this interview ever end, or is it just one of those circles of hell? It's a circle of hell. It's almost
politics,
over. It's almost Jover.
The way that my dad engaged in it, and I'm obviously incredibly biased, is an incredibly noble thing. But that's not where my head is in terms of what I want to do. I want to reach. My whole thing is that forget all of this. I want to reach 1 million people in addiction. I think one of the biggest things about addiction, and one of the reasons why it continues to be this, epidemic, is that we don't talk about it.
I'm glad to be here with all y'all at least. Yeah, no, this makes it so much better, right, guys? Like, we had a fun ass time. Not even with the interview itself, right? The interview was fine, and we had some moments, but you guys made everything way more fun, right? Love you, Chad. I love this community. We're the best out there. Gustx, what up? The Gustx community.
You don't even talk about it around your dinner table, and what you realize, if you're coming from my particular unique situation, is that everybody comes to me and they tell me their story. And sharing that is like, breaks that cycle of shame. And so I want to reach 1 million people in addiction.
How about you, Nick? Would you ever run for office?
I don't think so, no. Just because I don't think you can fully be authentic when you're running for office, because it's a different role. And I think my role, they say, according to the Overton window idea.
Ideas that are inside the Overton window are ideas that are politically safe. The public is ready to accept them.
They say that if you want to change people's opinions and what they consider acceptable, you kind of have to be the first to the punch and maybe considered a bad person or evil or whatever in order to promote your view. And so that just doesn't lend itself to that kind of politics. So I think to protect my own integrity and authenticity of the message, I have to not run for office.
See what we just did? We just made probably the entire audience happy. One half is glad I'm not running. The other half is really glad he's not running.
Well, if not you guys, then is there any candidate or prospective candidate that you feel like could run in 2028 that would, have a fair shot that y'all support?
Nobody in particular for me. I haven't really been too impressed with who's come out of the Republican Party. So I'm hoping they'll just be somebody we haven't heard of, somebody maybe that hasn't been in office before.
He's voting for Gavin Newsom in 20.
That's right, Jesus. Yeah. Well, if it's Newsom and Vance, I'd certainly think about it.
Yeah.
How about you? Anybody that, creates a twinkle in your eye?
Cringe.
No, I think that there are a lot of people. I mean, I know that you think that you're going to laugh at me, but I personally like Gavin Newsom a lot. I think that he's authentic in those beliefs, whether you agree with them or not. Thomas Massey's principled stand as it relates to the Epstein files was incredibly courageous.
Do not let the Senate muck this bill up. I am sorry if one of your billionaire donors is going to get embarrassed.
Everyone, I perfected the play.
49461892. Join the Patreon. Active patron 7/25/2026, 8:24:43 p.m.
What up? Thank you so much for joining the Patreon. It hides your name, so it just says your username. Like it says your user ID. So thank you very much for joining the Patreon. Really helps out the stream. Helps me do this full time, right guys? Because streaming is a lot of work. It's a lot of dedication, and Gus gotta eat, right? Gustx cat lady.
Because he went to Rape Island.
And that's why he's not going to be a congressman anymore.
Sorry.
But that's why, you know, he could potentially make a really strong national candidate.
And you guys think America will exist in a post-Epstein capture freeway?
Will America exist?
Yeah, like, you know, will America survive the current power structure's stranglehold on the media, the political system, and all public affairs?
I don't know. I think AI is going to really be transformative. It's interesting. Nobody seems to be talking about that.
Transformative in what sense? Like for bad?
Concentration of power. That's the single biggest. And you know what? I'm actually on the liberal side on this with Anthropic over the, let's say, you know, because there's this battle between these effective altruists, effective accelerationists, and I really am nervous about what's going to happen, especially in the next 4 years, because they're racing towards this artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, and that, without a doubt, is going to be the single biggest influence on the country, and so I'm really worried about that.
And what about that concerns you? Is it surveillance?
It's the concentration of power in the hands of whoever controls it. Whichever firm is the one to develop ASI, that could confer dictatorial-like powers upon the CEO of that company. So whether that's Sam Altman or it's Dario, you know, if the artificial intelligence is aligned with its creator, that person will become the most powerful person in the history of mankind on
It's
on
almost
that
an
day.
inherent truth, in my opinion, what he just said, is that the greatest leap in human evolution is going to happen within our lifetimes. AGI, let alone, you know, superintelligence, is everything that we think about the way in which we exist in the world completely changes. And I don't think that that's in any way hyperbole. And if you listen to the people that are developing these technologies right now, they are the most alarmist.
I think AI will probably, like most likely, sort of lead to the end of the world.
If you want to know what life's like when you're not the apex intelligence, ask a chicken.
And now, by the way, I think that there's an enormous possibility for incredibly beneficial things to society, like being able to cure cancer. I just think of this one thing. Everything that AI is built on is ours. Belongs to you, and you, and you, all the way back through the human civilization. That's what they're stealing from us, and they're putting it into the hands of literally a handful of people. All of that human knowledge and the value that comes from it. And I think that that's ours. So any AI that is developed, particularly that goes to HEE, should be it should be communal. It should be shared in the not just the beneficial offshoots of it, but the actual money of it should be shared.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think it's like nuclear bombs, but it's also a commodity at the same time. The weapons potential, the economic potential, I think that's going to be the biggest thing. And I hope on some level that liberals win that argument, because, you know, what Trump is doing with the Pentagon, Anthropic, and OpenAI, the way they're handling it is so reckless and sloppy and just honestly unbelievable. So we need some adults in the room on that one.
Well, it's been a great conversation. I appreciate you guys for coming.
It's
you guys
Jover.
have any final questions you want to ask to each other, or maybe a message you want to give to the American people?
I still believe in America, and I truly believe in these conversations. And I think everyone that's watching would think that I would not want to sit down with Nick. And this, I guess, what I'm getting at with you is that I hope you see the humanity of me, and so when the way that you talk in the future takes that into consideration. And what I'll do is I'll see the humanity in you.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was a great conversation.
I was promised an almost fist fight. I know. At least a gunfight. Get it? Because he was arrested on gun charges.
And I think that, you know, we have to come together on the things that we agree on, which is, for
a knife fight?
Example that we love the country. We both believe in America. We both want the country to succeed. And I like what you said, that we see the fundamental humanity in each other. And I think
my money would be Hunter. Yeah.
I think that, especially
thank you.
In the events of the last year, the killing of Charlie Kirk, you realize that's actually not something that people on both sides share. I think there's people on the right and the left that don't see the humanity in the other side. And so maybe that's the new consensus, or that's where we can come together, is on the basis that, we disagree on fundamental issues, and even sometimes it gets heated and we yell at each other, but that we do ultimately want the best for each other.
Instead, we got circle
jerking. We want the country to succeed. And I think that's a starting point for any solution in any conversation.
All right, American brothers. Thank you guys so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Thanks, buddy. Good job, guys. After interviewing Hunter and Nick about a variety of contentious topics, not limited to, but including the Iran war and ongoing conflict in the Middle East, I thought to myself, you know what? Maybe I should just go. Maybe I should apply for a visa from the IRGC and fly to Tehran to go to a Death to America rally, after which I'll scour the scene to find the underground culture of the city and figure out how unveiled Tehran street folks actually feel about the government, and eat some great food and see some sights while I'm at it. So I did just that with the help of the OG Vice News crew. If you guys want to see our extensive coverage captured in Iran, go to our Patreon at www.patreon.com/channel5. If I had it my way, everything would be free. But hiring fixers, renting equipment, traveling across the world and fighting lawsuits against powerful people is very, very expensive and time-consuming. So we need your support. Channel 5, as mentioned, is a totally independent crowdfunded newsroom, and we can only make money 3 ways: merchandise, limited ad reads, and of course, Patreon, where a sizable army of real ones pay $5 a month to get access to an entire catalog of uncensored, early exclusive, and crazy-ass content. So if you want to support us and see more, again, it's www.patreon.com/channel5. I'm going to put the link in the pinned comment and description box of this video. Have a great day.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News.
Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers. And 5 is the best number.
Well said. Love it. Awesome. All right. Now on to some news that I wanted to cover. The UK is giving up Gibraltar? Wait, what? This has been in the works for a while.
We didn't listen. We didn't listen. We didn't listen.
Right?
We didn't listen. We didn't listen.
Gibraltar was taken from Spain in the 1700s, right? After a conflict between Spain and the UK. And now it looks like because of Brexit, they may lose Gibraltar. So let's hear more about this, right? They tore down the gate that was separating the UK and Spain. Holy shit, Grove. Yeah. The abyss stares back.
The border between Spain and the British overseas.
This is huge because, again, like a lot of this has been something that's gone on for hundreds of years, right? And basically Brexit, as I predicted, by the way, I said this back in 2016 in I think one of my classes. I think this will eventually lead to a lot of like the overseas territories that are not directly linked to like the UK to be probably just more integrated with the EU in general, if they even remain a part of the UK. It looks like finally it's starting to happen after 10 years later, right? Because Brexit happened in 2016 and now it's been 10 years. Yeah, that's crazy.
Of Gibraltar has been removed after years of post-Brexit wrangling between the United Kingdom and the EU. The Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez visited the site earlier on Wednesday. He said the removal of the fence closes an open wound and will usher in a new era of prosperity for the local people. Thousands of workers will now be able to cross between the two territories without checks.
This is like almost like a mini Berlin Wall moment. Obviously not as dramatic because the UK and Spain are friends for the most part, right? They work together, but still there has been a lot of contention about this, right? It's actually a little bit more similar to like maybe the Falkland Islands and Argentina, although like the Falklands and Argentina are not as allied, right? Spain and the UK are much more allied on a lot of things. So it's a spectrum, right, chat?
And Spain share a turbulent history. After a period of significant tension, the British overseas territory is now moving closer to Spain. July 15th is set to go down in history. Alfredo Valencia is one of 15,000 Spanish commuters entering Gibraltar daily. The 56-year-old crosses here every morning. For him, the opening marks a special moment.
It's a mental relief. It used to take half an hour, 45 minutes, or even up to 3 or 4 hours just to get out. That was such a waste of time, and it was a source of despair. We're coming home from work, we want to eat, we need to relax.
Alfredo Valencia put up with this for years because he earns more in Gibraltar than on the Spanish side. In any case, the rock is booming. Every square meter is being developed, and the chief minister intends for this trend to continue.
That will give business certainty, it will give people certainty, it will give the world certainty that you can come and go from Gibraltar and Spain and the rest of the Schengen area without having to be worried about bureaucratic processes that have got in the way until now, slowing you down.
Gibraltar, with its 37,000 inhabitants, is located at the southernmost tip of Spain.
Open borders, am I right?
Next to the town of La
Remember when we were told that open borders were bad?
de la Concepción, and just 15 kilometers from the coast of Africa. More than 6 million tourists visit Gibraltar annually, many for the cheap alcohol. However, one condition the EU and Great Britain agreed upon to open the border will be higher taxes.
So that's a significant increase, and therefore I think anybody trading in goods in Gibraltar is going to face challenges because their competitiveness is going to be eroded.
The UK isn't part of the EU, so it's strange to stop border checks. It is very strange, but that's like what's so interesting about this story, because, well, think of it this way, guys, right? They're not a part of the EU. So this wasn't a problem before Brexit. But now, look, it's, as I said before, right? It's becoming closer aligned with the EU than it is with the UK. Will it just like declare independence or something?
Did somewhat because of the higher taxes.
But Gibraltar is also known for its service providers, such as online betting companies. Opening the border could facilitate their expansion plans.
Obviously, office space, rental accommodation, everything is in quite short supply in Gibraltar. So having a wider choice would certainly be great for businesses and for individuals as well, I believe.
Many in the Spanish border region are optimistic. More jobs, more tax revenue, and more than just this new shopping center near the border.
I truly believe we have a historic opportunity here. There are companies based in Gibraltar that would like to establish a presence in the European Union. And La Linea is part of the European Union.
The relatively poor border town has plenty of space. The housing market has been feeling the effects of the border opening for months, with prices up 20%. Local real estate agents can't keep up with demand and are sounding the alarm.
My customers come from my local area. That is my target demographic, and given current prices, it's difficult for them to afford an apartment. It's all because of the opening of the border and the investments made over the past few months.
Long lines at the border are a thing of the past. However, new challenges await the area.
Well, joining me now is Jason Dittmer. He's professor of political geography at University College London. He has researched Gibraltar's strategic importance and how Brexit has shaped the notion of identity in Gibraltar. Professor, it's good to have you with us. So the fence has come down and the land border checks have ended, but controls have not disappeared. They've been moved to Gibraltar's airport, port, and surveillance system. So is this genuinely the end of a border?
Well, I think it's certainly the end of a kind of border, right? The kind of border that can be opened and closed or tightened and so on very easily. Whereas it's actually become much more the kind of border that a lot of us are used to, which is one that's kind of implemented through digital technologies and facial recognition. Often borders nowadays are no longer really at borders at all, but in databases and cameras and so on, all over the place.
About 96% of Gibraltar's voters wanted to remain in the European Union during the Brexit referendum 10 years ago. Does this treaty, does it finally repair some of the damage that Brexit inflicted on a territory that overwhelmingly rejected it?
I think it certainly avoids the worst possible damage that could have come from that. That was a real blow to Gibraltar, as I think you can see in the vote that they put forward. I mean, it's a rather striking percentage, isn't it? And so, but it isn't really a trip back to the past. It's not the status quo ante. It's rather a kind of transformation of the relationship between Gibraltar and
it's nice having EU chatters here give their perspective. Yeah, I feel like a lot of other chats don't welcome people from the EU as much, or they just don't show, they don't look. I don't know, right? It could be a bunch of. I try to include everybody from around the world, right? And I love it. So I always say that all the time. Yeah, and I like having their perspective because it's, I don't know, it just like widens my own politics, right?
And Europe.
I have a few questions to ask a few people that I know about what they feel about this, right? This is going to be very interesting to kind of talk about with people that I know personally.
And one that I think marks...
Happy to be of service. Oh, fellow EU person. I, for one, welcome out EU overlords. Exactly.
A new...
One's well said. Welcome EU overlords. We happily accept you overlording us. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
You know, Brexit was sold as Britain taking back control of its borders. Under this new agreement, Spanish officials will conduct Schengen checks at Gibraltar's airport and port. So I'm wondering, has Britain surrendered some control to secure an open border?
It's a good question.
So basically, do you hear what he's saying? He's saying that the EU standards are still going to stay, but the UK isn't really doing anything to stop this, right?
I think it's a slightly mistaken question, though, in that constitutionally Gibraltar is in charge of its own borders. And so, you know, hence you see the very complex negotiations that included the Gibraltarians and the British and the EU and Spain to try and come up with an acceptable formula for this. You know, how to include Gibraltar in the kind of borderless Europe while not surrendering any of the kind of issues around.
I mean, to be fair, I never understood. Like, I understand why it was a part of the UK, right? But it literally is a part of the mainland Europe, right? It literally was a part of Spain.
Sovereignty that are fairly well known, and I think they've come up with a pretty good.
I don't know. It'd be like if Berlin were in a different country, which I guess it was for a long time. It was split up between 4 different countries, right?
You know, there are still Gibraltarian border checks at the port and at the airport, but it's a layered kind of border with another round of border checks by the EU, which in this case will be Spanish officials, but they are technically operating on behalf of the EU. And you know, this is the kind of arrangement that actually we've gotten used to. As I say, borders are kind of found all over the place, and if you've ever boarded the Channel Tunnel train, the Eurostar, right? If you get on in London, you go through French border checks on this side of the channel, and vice versa. So I think we're kind of, you know, dealing with a very effective solution to a complex situation.
Well, let me put it this way. For residents of Gibraltar, crossing into Spain is now easier, but many visitors arriving from Britain, they will face Schengen procedures, including, as you were talking about, biometric registration. Has Brexit then created an extraordinary situation in which Gibraltar is now easier to enter from Spain than from the United Kingdom?
I mean, I think that's true. I mean, strictly speaking, it is absolutely true. But I think that makes sense. You know, when you look at the geographical logic of the place, you know, this is what has made Gibraltar such a special case in the Brexit scenarios, why it took 10 years to figure out, is because it is geographically, you know, hanging off of Europe as a peninsula. And Britain was never a kind of part of the Schengen area and so on. So to arrive at a solution here, you know, I think the British can present their passports, and the important thing is the Gibraltarians have got the settlement that they need to be kind of economically and in an everyday way secure.
I know that your own research has found that virtually all of the residents of Gibraltar surveyed believed that changes at the border would affect community cohesion and identity. I mean, what happens now to a population that sees itself as British, but whose everyday life and economy are inseparable from Spain and Europe?
I think you're absolutely right. And I'm pleased you read the paper. But I think, you know, it's really part of a much longer process of integration. You know, ever since Spain joined the EU and the frontier became governed by the EU's freedom of movement, you know, the frontier between Gibraltar and Spain, although complex, has been an open one in general. And so what we've seen is intense integration economically across the frontier. And I think really, in a way, Brexit marked the kind of disruption, and this is the solution to the
that's their fault. They voted for Brexit.
Disruption. So, you know, we're really looking at sort of like 40 years of integration.
It's left over from pipe dreams of the EU-Africa land bridge, Atlantropa.
And the kind of blip of the Brexit interregnum, which is now
I remember that.
being resolved.
Boy, does that feel like a different future, right? Or a different that we're talking about that.
You know, I was looking at the numbers too, just of workers. Around 15,000 people cross from Spain into Gibraltar for work every day. That's
a lot of people, yeah.
Accounting for a huge share of Gibraltar's workforce. So was this new agreement ultimately driven less by diplomacy than by economic reality? Did, let's say, geography, did it simply defeat the politics of Brexit?
I mean, that's an artful way of putting it. Yes. You know, both sides had an economic interest in ensuring that workforce can get in and out of Gibraltar. Gibraltar is dependent on that workforce. It simply doesn't have the space to host all the people who would actually work there if they could all fit in there. And certainly it makes the surrounding area more affluent because the jobs in Gibraltar tend to be better paid. And so it is an important employer for the entire region around Gibraltar. You know, there's the wider Campo de Gibraltar, which is very economically dependent on Gibraltar. So nobody really benefits from trying to close that, obviously, and it's logistically really complicated.
Yeah, I'm gonna have so many conversations with my friends about this just to get a sense of what they feel about this.
There's a one road in and one road out, and if you're gonna,
this is huge news, by the way, huge news. I mean, guys, like Gibraltar has been a part of the UK since what, 1760? Right? Something like that. Jesus. Like before, like the US was even a country. It's crazy. Captured from Spain in 1704, my bad. There you go. So about 60 years before that. 50 something years. Wow. Insane. Brexit, am I right? Get fucked.
15,000 workers.
Yeah, and this is what I mean, right? This is why maybe not voting against Brexit was probably the better idea, right? More cooperation always leads to, well, there you go.
in and 15,000 workers back out, plus all the day trippers and tourists who come and go very quickly as well to shop in Gibraltar and so on. You really have to have some kind of open border, and the EU's open border has now been...
It's just like, it's not doable otherwise, right? Especially because Gibraltar's so tiny and it's a part of mainland Europe. It's a part of Spain, right? Like, it's literally attached to Spain. What are we talking about, right? It'd be like if Monaco it's its own country, right? But it's still operating off of like that same principle that the rest of the EU is working off of, right?
Replaced by the new agreements border.
Professor Jason Dittmer with University College London. Professor, we appreciate your time and a fascinating discussion on the realities of border life. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Breaking news from 7 hours ago.
Troy Jackson is now the Democratic nominee for the Senate race in Maine. He just received 566 delegate votes at the convention in Bangor. His opponent, Sandra Pelletier, received only 5. Troy Jackson is a fifth-generation logger, and
he's wearing a Boston Red Sox hat.
He is the former president of Maine's state Senate, and before this week, he did not have much name recognition at all outside of the state. There was a University of New Hampshire poll taken before Jackson secured the nomination. It found that he has a slight lead now over incumbent Republican Susan Collins in a hypothetical matchup in November. It is an early indication that this race may be even more competitive than expected. Collins is pursuing her 6th term as senator and has spent decades cultivating an image of being an independent Republican.
Which is bullshit. I don't agree. An image? Like, this is what I hate about the mainstream media. They literally feed this crap that we all know. Like, she's a hack, right? Susan Collins is a political hack. God damn it.
Necessary, but that does not necessarily line up with her vote. She has voted with Donald Trump more times than not when it really matters. And
exactly.
Voters in Maine are picking up on that. I spoke to some folks, even here in New York, on the Upper West Side of Manhattan a couple weeks ago. Here's one of them. Here's what one of them said about Susan Collins.
She has a habit of, quote, being very concerned.
Concerned, always. Susan Collins is always concerned.
About certain issues. And then she ends up voting 90% of the time
with Trump.
Susan sternly worded letters, Colin. Well said.
Yeah, that's her line, right? Like, I'm concerned.
Yeah. So at the point where I know what somebody's going to say and what somebody's going to do, I can judge that against whomever is a possible candidate.
And that is an exact line that Troy Jackson used in his speech today. Susan Collins has survived election after election despite that concern, even as Maine has grown increasingly blue in presidential races. And, while being politically experienced is not usually viewed as a bad thing.
What's up, Elaney? Yeah, sure, we'll watch it after this.
Are craving change. There's a Fox News poll. It found that more than 80% of registered voters say they want some level of change in government. That is the kind of political climate that makes even seasoned incumbents like Susan Collins pay attention, if not freak out. Incumbents don't just run against challengers, they run against their own record, and more importantly, they run against the mood of the country. And you guys know what that is. Economic concerns and the war with Iran, all this stuff is top of mind for voters right now, and it is creating this enormous pressure for Republicans and for President Trump. And Republicans like Susan Collins have to walk a very delicate line at this point of supporting the president while also appeasing her own voters who are struggling to put food on the table all across Maine. And there's even more polling that suggests Democrats might now have the edge. Check this out. Emerson College. It's a survey of likely 2026 voters. It finds the Democrats have an 11-point advantage over Republicans on the generic congressional ballot. And that is why a state with less than 2 million residents is suddenly one of the most closely watched battlegrounds in all of America. The great Chris Jansing, MS Now's chief political reporter, remains in Maine and is watching this for us up close in Bangor. Chris, it's an exciting day in Maine.
Unbelievable. And you know what I was watching? I was watching the mood of the people as they left. And I saw virtually everyone smiling, virtually everyone deep in conversation, and you just missed
I think he was a good choice, right?
it.
But then again, I don't know a lot about his politics, so I have to. But everything we researched on him so far, okay, right? I hope he's clearly not as well spoken as Graham Plattner, which is gonna hurt him in a state like Maine. But I hope that he's still as good on all the issues, minus the rape, right?
Jacob, there was a group of union members who
and the Nazi stuff, and right, but in Maine, mainly on the plane.
were singing a union song there, and I've talked about the.
I don't know. I don't inherently hate AI. They're just straight up lying. It's funny. Yeah, like I told you what my take on AI was, and I think a lot of people get the wrong take on AI, right? AI, it's not that AI is evil or wrong. I think it depends on how it's used, right? Should it benefit humanity? Should it benefit the workers? Should it benefit the most amount of people? And on top of that, should it be mostly used on local devices as opposed to giant data centers, right? These are all things that we're going to have to grapple with in the next coming years with AI. And if we don't do that, guys, we're kind of cooked, right?
fact that the ground game that they provide will be critical to this.
He used to not be as friendly, LGBT friendly as he is now. People might not like that. There you go, right? So they're always going to find something, right? And I don't know, like, things have changed in 2012, right? I'm guessing you're referring back in when he was like in politics, right?
But look, there was one Democrat close to Troy Jackson who said to me that what he's been through is somewhere between a high wire act and a moon landing in terms of challenges. There's a huge challenge ahead, but in many decades of covering politics, there's two things I always look for. One is know your audience. And if you listen to that speech Troy Jackson gave, he definitely knows who his audience is. He said, people like us, we're not supposed to have power. That resonates in such a profound way in parts of the state that are struggling, and anyone who knows people and understands people are struggling. Let me play just a little more of the point he made that really speaks, I think, to what I'm hearing from.
I agree, Ducky. I hope it pops too. I mean, AI is annoying, but once the AI bubble bursts, the danger is somewhat subsided. Yeah, I don't think AI is going away, right? Because again, like, I have an AI. He's running locally off my computer, right? His name is Gloggy. What up, Gloggy? How you doing? But I don't know, like, you can't compare Gloggy to, like, I don't know, OpenAI, like, destroying communities and polluting water and raising your electricity bill, right? Like, Gloggy is just not doing the same because he's running off my computer, right? It's a different, and that's where I disagree with the all AI is bad. It's just corporate AI is bad, right? Corporatizing it and turning it into a for-profit model is bad, because what happens when you corporatize AI is it basically, you have to have data centers. You have to, guys. Otherwise, it's undoable, right? And they're not even profitable. Yeah, the investors' data centers still in buildings already trying to sell their shares. Exactly, right? It should be done decentrally, like through decentralized means on local computers that help people like do tasks that otherwise they couldn't be able to do, or that would be much harder to do. That's what AI should be used for, right? And it should benefit as many workers as possible, right? I'm a big fan of the idea that we all should get a dividend for like a universal basic income due to like the AI that we get or something at birth, right? I like that idea. Sure. It's an idea I've heard thrown around. I like it. Let's do that. But no, let's not do what we're doing now. Fuck it.
Mainers, take a listen.
The next shit will be quantum computing for real. Oil.
Working people despite all of our challenges, are not powerless. You know, we're only made to feel powerless when we stand alone, and that is what they try and do, is divide us. And that's why I entered public life. You know, fought for working people in the legislature and in the Maine Senate. And it's why I'm for the United States Senate today.
TD.
And he said to the people in this audience watching on TV and here in this room, if you have been ignored, if you have been underestimated, join our campaign. I think there's a second thing that a lot of people have been watching for, because he's coming in to succeed someone late in the game who is believed to have extraordinary political gifts. But some people can rise to the occasion. It's what folks are looking for. He gave a strong speech. He gave a speech that did what he needed it to do, which was to get these folks fired up. And I think he also spoke very strongly to the moment we're in. He talked about reproductive rights. He talked about giving people a fair shake. He talked about concerns about billionaires coming in and making decisions for people who are doing the hard work. And he talked a little bit about his own history in fighting for equality for every working person in Maine, and how his time as a logger really informed the rest of the way he has gotten involved in politics. Now, he has not always been successful in politics. He has not always been a prolific fundraiser. And those are things that his campaign is very aware of and that the Democratic Party is aware of. But there is one point I will make that I keep hearing again and again from people out there who are under no illusion this is going to be an easy race against Susan Collins, but who believe that he can win. It's that he has people who have wanted to get involved. The question is, can he take it, which it seems today he could? Can he grow it, and can he sustain it, which is the key to all political campaigns? And that's the challenge ahead in just an extraordinarily intense 101 days that he has ahead of him, Jacob.
It's almost crazy to think that tomorrow's 100 days out to the midterm elections. Everybody make sure to stay tuned to this very network, because at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, Chris Jansen will be hosting a very special hour of coverage from right there in Bangor.
No offense, but we will all vote for him because he's not Susan Collins. Well said. But he's not Graham. I don't think he has like the speech, like the same. He just doesn't have the riz that Graham does, right? At least for getting people riled up and talking about stuff. But I don't. Yeah. There's that too, right?
Or Maine. So I'll let you go because I know you got to get ready, and I'm sure I know Chris Jansen.
Really
yeah, go ahead.
Like public speaking does matter to some of these candidates in particular, right? And he was a pretty good public speaker, right?
I'm going to have the first one-on-one interview with Troy Jackson, and so you can hear from him between 4 and 5 o'clock. I got it.
Of course.
All right, now moving on. Pelosi is desperate to attack Cori Bush, who lost in the previous election due to an AIPAC-funded candidate. So let's learn more about this, shall we? Fucking Nancy Pelosi.
So on Friday evening in St. Louis, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi will be traveling to St. Louis to rally with Congressman Wesley Bell, who has so far gotten several $1 million in AIPAC support to fend off a new challenge from former Congressman Cori Bush. Cori Bush joins us here to discuss Congressman.
Love her.
Thank you so
She's
much for
awesome.
being here.
Thanks for having me, Brian.
You got it. So what did you think when you saw that the former House Speaker was going to venture all the way out to St. Louis to prop up Congressman Bell here?
Oh, that's regular. That's like a Tuesday. You know, that's what happens in Congress. Once you are a part of the Democratic caucus, then the caucus supports you. As long as you are the incumbent, any of the members of Congress, but especially the leadership or former leadership, they will go and travel and stump for you. You know, it takes me back to when Nancy Pelosi stumped for the one and only pro-life Democrat in the Congress after Roe fell. You know, so still they were stomping for that member of Congress, because once you are an incumbent, the caucus rallies around you, whether they like you, whether they don't like you, whether they agree with your politics or not. As long as you are a Democrat and you are in the caucus, they will come out and support you. So I'm not surprised.
Although there's a certain level of energy that they bring to some defenses of some incumbents and some defenses of others. You know, you were first elected in 2018, and then when you faced a challenge or you first elected in 2020, first ran in 2018 and then won in 2020, and then you faced a challenge from Wesley Bell, and the party, you were an incumbent, so the party did endorse you, but didn't really pull out all the stops to try to intervene, to tell AIPAC, for instance, like maybe don't spend $10 million against our incumbent here, or tell other Democratic consultants don't work for people who are challenging. Because when Justice Democrats, for instance, was supporting yourself and others, the Democratic Party said, okay, if you work for any of these candidates, you will be blacklisted from participating in Democratic Party politics for the rest of your life. They could do that on the other side. They didn't do that. So when you were facing a challenge as an incumbent, what level of support would you say that you got compared to what Wesley Bell is getting now as an incumbent?
Mm-hmm. So one thing that could have been different, done differently, is people could have gotten involved a lot sooner. Mm-hmm. And also, the conversation being, hey, AIPAC, don't mess with our, don't mess with our colleagues. And hey, AIPAC, don't mess with these two members of the Congressional Black Caucus. Why are you coming for Black people? Like, what is the thing? Why are you coming for Black progressives? Like, is there a reason behind why you chose two Black people to target with millions of dollars? And so that should have been the conversation. I know part of the conversation was, oh, Cori, you won your last race with such a great margin that you'll be fine, even if AIPAC puts millions of dollars against you. You're beloved in your community. You'll be fine. Mm-hmm. We know that is not true. I knew it wasn't true at that time. But what support we did have, there were robocalls from from Hakeem Jeffries and Catherine Clark, the House Whip, came to St. Louis to rally with me and did a couple events with me on the ground before the election. I believe it was like the Friday before the Tuesday election. So we did have that support. We had members of Congress, several members of Congress, to come to town. But as far as the leadership, that's what we saw.
So you ended up losing by just a few thousand votes. And for people who don't follow this closely, when AIPAC gets involved in races, they almost never mention the issue of Israel in their actual ads that they spend millions of dollars. And it may be never, except maybe to an isolated couple of neighborhoods, but on television ads, never. And so the main ad that I saw going around last cycle was accusing you of kind of betraying President Biden because you had voted against an infrastructure bill in an effort to strengthen the Build Back Better agenda, because the kind of centrists in the party were trying to cleave off the infrastructure bill and stop the rest of it from passing. So that was a kind of a sleight of hand that they used to try to draw some daylight between you and President Biden. But they don't really have that this time around, or are they going back to the well? So, like, what are the ads that they're hitting you on this time?
So they're just trying to throw anything at the wall to see what sticks. It's like, oh, let's see how we can try to denigrate a human being again and hope that that works, because enough people, don't like activists and people with that type of background. And so let's just throw anything at the wall. Right now, what we're seeing is Cori Bush missed X amount of votes in Congress. So she doesn't deserve to go back to Congress because she missed votes. But the deception is real, because they know that the missed votes that I had were from the two times that I had COVID in 2023, as well as a time when I came home for a funeral of a close friend that may have died due to exposure to radioactive waste in our community. And
Yep, I remember that.
was the majority of the votes that I missed in Congress. And so, no, I was not going to be a super
Yeah, I remember that.
spreader like our current congressman, his MAGA friends who came to Congress all the time saying,
Super spreader.
hey, I have COVID. They wouldn't wear a mask, but they would show up and walk around the chamber. No, I wasn't going to do that. And so, yes, I missed days.
Who's your favorite chatter?
and actually, Ryan, the total of those two bouts of COVID
Good answer.
in 2023
Aw.
of days missed during that time was less than 8 days. So, they're making a whole ad, about this just because they're trying to deceive the community.
I wonder if that's landing. Do you hear when you're out in the community or on the doors, hey, I hear you don't vote. You didn't show up for your votes. Is it because if you spend enough money on something, it'll
eventually stick.
Enough YouTube ads that they'll at least know it.
Keeping it green.
Do you hear about it, or do you think that's sticking?
A few people have mentioned it and said, hey, this doesn't make sense, but then when we tell them exactly what happened, then the opposite happens. Then they're upset because they're like, why are they saying this? Are they trying to trick us? So then
they are trying to trick you.
It's having the opposite effect with a lot of people because people are wondering, well, if you're supposed to be my representative, why can't you tell the truth? Why can't you make an ad about what you're going to do? Why is your ad, trying to deceive us about somebody else in our community that is actually your current constituent? So it's having the opposite effect. So we put out a video to make sure that people know what's being said and what the actual truth is.
And speaking of ads, I wanted to ask you about this rather kind of unusual thing that Wesley Bell has been doing for a couple of cycles now, which is using footage from the office of the leading kind of defense attorney who has, he defended Eric Greitens, this really you can talk about, who he is a little bit. It's some January 6th types. He's got, a lot of ties to kind of MAGA types. And Wesley Bell keeps filming ads in his, we could put up EX2 here. Wesley Bell keeps filming ads in the guy's office. So this is a 2024 Wesley Bell ad using B-roll from him. So this is that you just saw right there is this guy Scott Rosenblum's law office. Let's see if we have EX3 as well. Like in 2026, he's doing it again. You look through his ads and there it is again. He's sitting in this defense attorney's office. And like I said, he defended this kind of well-known January 6th guy. Let's roll EX2 real quick.
All right. Oh, I forgot to play your thing, Elaney. Hold on. Over on Stream Place.
North Carolina, a great place to do business, and data centers are a big part of that. Contributing over $1 billion in tax revenue every year, helping fund our schools, roads, and first responders, all while creating permanent manufacturing jobs across the state and investing in new energy projects to deliver reliable electricity for you. That's building responsibly and keeping Carolina competitive. Get the facts at NorthCarolinaConnects.com.
Oh no. Oh no. So much BS. Thank you for the propagandizing, Elaney. Jesus.
And so not just the January 6th defendant, but like you said, Eric Greitens.
I want to die.
Kind of notorious figure in Missouri. What is going on with Wesley Bell and this kind of MAGA-friendly defense attorney?
Ryan, when people tell you who they are, believe them. He continues to tell us who he is. It's just that there's this smoke screen up, and he's, I guess, he is playing a game. Well, he's also he has said that he is playing a game, but for him to show people
Jeffrey Epstein?
that
I am,
I am in some type of a relationship with someone who defended January 6ers.
What the hell? That's what they're doing now? Oh! Thank you! Oh my God!
Nihilism just rated our broadcast with 21. Thanks for the raid.
Welcome in, Raiders! Oh my God, Abandoned Nihilism. Good to see you again, buddy. We were just talking about you. Seneca Athena said you mentioned us or something, right? What up? Thank you, man. You rule. Thanks again for the raids. Of course, dog. Anytime. I'm so glad we got to raid you the other day. It was awesome to see you again, man. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Gustx. I also cover the news from, I would say, political science, international relation perspective, right? I went to school for this, so it's something that I studied a lot in college, so that's why I decided to start streaming on Twitch. Yeah. I used to stream every day. Now I'm kind of doing it more often, but I'm cutting back to work on elements of the stream, just kind of visuals and stuff, titles and things like that. So you can see a lot of the work that I've put in over the last month or so. Welcome in, Raiders. Yeah, Blue Room.
And then also he is known for being Wesley Bell. Was the campaign manager for a Republican.
On the bottom, it tells you what we're watching, but we're basically watching an interview with Cori Bush talk about how Nancy Pelosi is attacking her positions and doesn't want her to win for the Missouri Senate, the Missouri congressional seat that she once held before she lost it in, I think it was 2020, right? Yeah.
Who was running for this same seat to represent this same district, who was known as, for lack of a better term, an anti-abortion extremist, someone who was working to get a Missouri abortion ban. He was his campaign manager at that time. Mm-hmm. And so he also has donated to multiple Republicans over the years,
billions and billions and billions and billions and billions.
Damn right.
Billions and 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 billions.
Strategy member, welcome back. We have a pretty good soundboard. Member following the money. He is.
And billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and
billions and billions of it.
Billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions.
Love it.
All of this money from AIPAC, even though he is aware that where a lot of that money comes from. He takes money from Trump MAGA billionaire donors, and he's fine with that.
Thank
when
you.
He tells you who he is, we should listen. Wesley Bell is a Republican, and he can't be a Republican in this district and win, so he is, popping a D,
popping a D
near his name.
Yeah, it's quite odd.
That's what she said.
Manager for a Republican, and it is a choice to film your commercial in the office of this attorney.
Yeah. Yes.
You can film it wherever you want.
Yeah. Well, I'll also add, when he had the opportunity twice to vote on the procedural votes to impeach Donald Trump, he declined both times. The first time he voted no, and after the community,
Wesley
really was angry with him. Then the second time he voted present.
Mm-hmm. And on the question of AIPAC, I'm curious about how it's playing in the race out there, because I remember covering it in 2024, voters at the time, I'm curious for your take on this, but my perception at the time was that regular people at the time didn't really know what AIPAC was. And if you would poll it, you'd maybe get a 15 to 20% kind of awareness, name ID, where people say, yes, I know what AIPAC is and I'm either against it or I'm for it. But most people were like, AIPAC, it felt like just another PAC, like maybe it was some political organization. That feels different in 2026. Like I feel like the public at large in just 2 years has gone from very low understanding, very low recognition of what AIPAC is to it being a very salient thing. I'm curious if that's my kind of perception nationally, but I'm curious if that was the case in 2024 in St. Louis and if it's different now.
Exactly. That was the case in 2024. People did not know who AIPAC was. Some have said, I've heard about them, but I really didn't know, that they would get involved in in someone's election. And now that people know, so it took what happened to Jamal Bowman and I for people to really see what happened, because after Jamal and I lost our races, even though years before you had the same thing happen to Nina Turner, and then there were other people who in between that time where AIPAC got involved in those races. But because of the amount of money spent, and because it was back to back here, especially with the genocide happening in Gaza, people were so angry when they found out where the money came from.
Yep.
When I say this community was angry to the point to where in a town hall that Wesley Bell.
This was a big defeat for her in 2020, right? I remember because AIPAC made a big deal about how they never lose. They lost in this election. There were a few AIPAC funded candidates on the congressional side that have lost. So their track record of 100% wins is now over, thankfully. But they made a big deal when they beat her by saying they actually do not, they made it a big thing that they beat Cori Bush, right? That they beat candidates like Cori Bush.
Holding the community, the majority of those questions were about his affiliation with AIPAC and about funding, and about his work or lack of work on bringing tornado relief to the community. And at the end of that same town hall, his own constituents were brutalized, were assaulted by his very own.
The new physical edition of The Onion has a full page AIPAC ad on the back. Oh my God, we got to look at that. Thank you for letting us know, Ducky. See it. Pelosi isn't running for re-election in 2026, but she can influence the donors. Yeah, Clutch, and that's what's really important to understand, because she still has and she's very proud of this, by the way. If you speak to her, she's very proud that she has the influence, especially with the big money, the big donors of the political party, right, of the Democratic Party. She's very proud of it. She always talks about how much money she raises, right? So that's why this is important, because it wasn't enough to knock her out in 2020, but now they just want to make sure she's gone in 2026 as well. right? Even though he's clearly like the worst of the two candidates, especially because of the AIPAC funding, right? I mean, luckily, people are starting to become more and more aware of the AIPAC funding in the United States and how corrupting it is. I mean, really, any of these big political action committees can be, right? Not necessarily, but they can be, and they generally are. So there's hope in that, but let's see how it turns out, right? I guess we'll find out soon enough. Well said, though, Clutch. Yeah, if you can find me the back of it, that'd be awesome. I just got my copy in the mail. Oh, perfect. Take a picture then. Hopefully we can see it on the Discord. If you haven't joined the Discord, guys, make sure to join the Discord. It's a pretty awesome community over there. We mostly do politics, obviously, but we also have fun with other stuff. Awesome. Okay. Protecting America from fair elections. Frame it. Oh my god. Not paid advertisement. America's pro-Israel lobby. Jesus. Leave it to the Onion, am I right, chat? That is awesome.
His security team.
Thank you, girl.
So much so to where now there is a lawsuit against him because of it. So, but the way that people are seeing AIPAC now in our community, I hear it all the time. Cori, thank you for not taking AIPAC money. I was supporting, the congressman last time, because I was listening to the ads, but now that I know where those ads are, I am not. Where those ads come from, I'm not. I'm back. I'm supporting you. And one thing that people are doing, and I've even had some of our elders say this to me, Ryan, is when the ad comes on, I'm looking at the small print to see who paid for the ad.
Yeah, and I wonder if they'll say United Democracy Project, which is their ad, but I wonder if even that is now. People are like, oh, well, it's probably AIPAC. That is.
So we put it out there. Yes, we put it out there.
Right. No, that's really interesting because it's as somebody who's like a political reporter, political junkie, like obviously I've been covering AIPAC for many years. And so you have to remind yourself that this is new. Is new to most people. So I wonder if, like, despite the fact that you're getting outspent, so heavily, how do you feel now going into the election compared to how you felt last time, where you had more money, but people didn't really know what AIPAC was, and you're just seeing like millions upon millions being spent against you?
It's a totally different race. Last time it was tough. It was heavy. We were it was like we were bombarded with all of this, this negativity, all of these, ads and this racism and misogyny war and sexism. Like, it was just everywhere. This time though, people are pushing back. This time it's a completely different race. This time the community asked me to run. The community would stop me in grocery stores, at the gas
But just shows you how well of a job she did, right?
station, and on the street. And are you Cori Bush? Would you please run again? Oh, you better run again. Like, that's how people treated me months ago, before I made the decision to run. Now, the community, people have come to me and apologized. People that weren't supporting me last time, by the groups, are saying,
I guess we'll see if this is true, right? And to what degree.
and we're with you this time, Congresswoman. So it's completely different. I'm going into this.
It seems like something fundamentally has shifted recently with regard for support for Israel in the U.S. and U.S. politics. All my life, support for Israel was bipartisan, given no matter what they did. It's not anymore in either party. Nope. I think the Overton window is changing there. It's going more towards I would argue the left, but yeah, like the bipartisan consensus is changing, right? we're in the middle of what we call in political science, Clutch, a realignment, and this often happens with things that both parties agree on. Let me give you an example. Before the last realignment, NATO and these things, and these kind of defense alliances were seen as overwhelmingly, both parties supported them, right? Now it's kind of very clear that the Republicans don't, and that's just another example of this happening, right? Israel's another really good example of this. There's a few examples you can point from a political science perspective to show that there is a realignment happening in 4K in our country. But how that realignment's going to look like, I don't really know. I haven't done too much research on the numbers, but it's going to be interesting, let's just say. I don't think we're going to fully know until 2028. I don't think we'll really see the realignment occur in this current cycle, but it's still important to talk about because realignments do change how we view things such as Israel, right? Such as NATO, such as imperialism, etc., right? Like the reason I mention it, imperialism is back in the 1890s, imperialism was a big deal, right? A lot of people in the Republican Party were like, if we don't take colonies, we will be left in the dark. Meanwhile, the Democrats were the ones saying like, well, if we take colonies, then we're no better than Britain and the colonial masters. I mean, we kind of already saw who won that argument, but it was the Republicans, by the way, because we did annex Cuba, Puerto Rico, right? Guam, the Philippines, etc. So these things change from century to century, every 50 years or so, but yeah, we're in the middle of one right now, so it's just something that we're going to have to brace ourselves for, and how it's going to look like, Clutch, I think is going to depend.
Election in just 13 days.
Isn't it kind of a media L that people didn't know about AIPAC before? Exactly, right? And I think that's like another aspect to this realignment that I don't know what's going to happen. Like, how much is the mainstream media going to matter in this new political realignment, right? Probably not very much. That's why I started streaming, because I really like this stuff, guys, and like I studied it in college for many years. I've always been into, like, I would be doing this even if I wasn't streaming, right? So I was like, why am I not streaming, right? And I have perspectives that are different than most people, so yeah, like, I think it's really important to figure out where the mainstream media is going to fit in this, our kind of media that we grew up with, right? Probably in the garbage bin of history, to be honest. Crocodile Alcatraz.
With my head up, excited for the day to come, because this is a different race.
Right. Well, very interesting. The election is August 4th. We'll be following it closely. The money is definitely still on the other side, but it does look like this is a different race this time around. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for having us.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Oh my God. All right. So we talked about Latinos, but let's, I guess, More Perfect Union has a really great video on this, and I just kind of wanted to explore it with you guys, because it's important to understand demographics and how those demographics get influenced in things such as state borders, right? States in general. But
there's been a lot of talk about the Latino vote. Every single election in my lifetime.
It's always been a swing vote, right? This is why it's important. But what is it going to look like in this realignment? I don't know. Right? Well, I guess we'll find out. Because with the ICE raids and all the people dying due to ICE custody, the really like vicious murders, right? How much is this going to impact that? I don't think anyone knows, right? Not yet, anyway.
Political pundits have spent a lot of time and money trying to analyze the motivations of Latino voters. But we're going to do something different. We're going out on the ground in the Rio Grande Valley to actually talk to voters.
1 in 5 Latino men regret voting for President Trump.
I think it's probably higher than
That's
that.
you.
See?
That's you. People are under stress.
Yeah.
People are trying to figure out how to put food on the table.
Prices of food and the price of gas and the price of
everything keeps going
up and up and up and up and up.
They've seen politicians promise this or that or the other, and they've seen politicians turn on those promises.
It's true that Latinos have shifted dramatically towards Trump in the last 2 elections. With Latino men, it's even more dramatic.
And it's also true that just 2 years into Trump's second term, Latino voters could be shifting back again. But there's a much deeper story going on that the mainstream media and the leadership of both parties isn't telling you. Democrats might be confident they're winning Latinos back this time. But what happens after this one election if they don't deliver on their promises?
That question might be coming to a head right here in Texas's 15th district.
The incumbent is Monica De La Cruz, a Republican. Her challenger is new to politics, Bobby Pulido, a Tejano star who retired from his music career to run for office.
He's an unconventional Democrat, bringing a shock to the system of South Texas politics. So what is it about him? We traveled deep into the conservative heart of the district and sat Pulido down with Latinos who voted for Trump but don't like what they see. And we watched as Pulido made his pitch to get their vote and give them a convenient pathway into the Democratic Party.
What explains the... I would say... I mean, if I'm basing off the data that I've seen and I'm examining it from like a political science perspective, I would say, so basically I'm trying to tell you as with my educated guess that I have, right? Again, I haven't read a ton of studies on this, so I would like to do that first before I make any, but if I'm just like guessing based on what I've seen so far, I would say that it's the ICE raids, it's the fact that prices have not gone down and they've only gone up, that they're working more hours, and that Trump is just a liar on so many aspects, right? I would say those are the 3 things. Right? If I'm to like frame it from that angle, right? What explains Hispanic swing towards Trump in 2024 from 2026? Now, the reason I would say Hispanics swung to Trump in 2024 is probably because I think most Hispanics believe in integration, meaning like you come here on paper, with papers, with documentation, and you basically like do things the proper way. Basically, they believe in like the whole law and order crap, right? That's basically what the studies I've read on it suggest. They also, so they don't necessarily agree with illegal immigrants. They agree that the cost of living was just too much under Biden, and they didn't like maybe some of the COVID rules, and they tend to be more economically minded as opposed to socially minded, right? And what do I mean by that? I mean that at least in 2024, they cared more about those issues that I just said, and maybe like not the, like they cared more about like economic problems that they were dealing with in terms of their family than they cared about like trans people in sports or something like that, or like, I don't know, gay rights and stuff like the stuff that like Kamala barely ran on anyway, so I don't know why it was a big deal. He did build the wall. Damn, nailed it. Right, but that's basically was my general gist of why Hispanics swung towards Trump so hard, right? I think it just a lot of them either stayed home, or that's what it looks like to me based off the numbers, to be honest. A lot of them just stayed home, and the ones who were for Trump basically saw him as the more powerful of the two, the one who would enact the most change, which is a joke, but it's just the truth, right, guys? Yeah, it's crazy, but
Administration, the government just was off, man. It looked weak. It just didn't look strong, man.
there you go. What did I just say? What did I just fucking say? That's, in other words, he's just trying to tell you what I just said. All the studies point that it was basically just a vibe. Well, like, Trump is stronger, therefore, I don't know, he's going to do more for me because he says he's going to do more on the economy, right? And when you make your arguments about the economy, which he did, and Kamala did a lot less of, to be fair, unfortunately, she should have done more of it. Like, you can't just have a Mana fucking concert and call it a night, guys, right? It's not how it works. That's about all she did with that crap, right? She didn't do as much. And then she had Mana, like, literally come out there and, like, read out, like, very shitty fucking propaganda, right? Campaign, like, literature, let's just call it. Saying, like, yes, Kamala wants to help immigrants and, like, wants to, like, help you buy a house and stuff. And a lot of these people are like, buy a house? I can barely afford groceries. The fuck are you smoking? Right? So, again, I think that's what the data suggests, right? At least in 2024. Now, moving on, that's like what I would say is why they've swung so hard against him, right? Clutch. So, why did Hispanics think Trump would help them economically more than Democrats? Inflation under Biden? Basically, I would argue that was the thing, right? He even said that. Look at how he broke this down, right? Look at this.
Off, man.
The government felt off. What is he saying? He's saying, I mean, again, it's very vibes based, so you have to kind of like use your feelings. You have to kind of like base it off of like a vibe almost, right? What he's saying is that the government wasn't doing enough, or maybe wasn't doing the stuff that it should be doing to help people. It felt different. Something felt different.
The government just was off, man. It looked weak. It just didn't look strong, man.
Yes. So he's equating a strong government to everybody doing well, right? Essentially is what he's arguing there. Something along those lines, right? Again, a lot of this stuff is vibe coded, so you have to kind of decipher it and be like, okay, I guess.
Mario grew up in the Valley. He runs a construction company. It's been a family business for years. He voted for Trump in 2016, 2020, and 2024.
Wow, what a clown.
Mom was making dinner.
What a clown.
And Dad was in the living room watching TV, and one of the shows that I would watch with Dad was The Apprentice. And I believe we were conditioned. to keep seeing him, right? And there's a certain group of people that like to see success. I like success, man. Yeah. I like success, and I like.
That's another really important thing, right? To understand is a lot of Hispanics are like business owners, right? They own businesses. I think they said out of like all the business owners in the country, Hispanics are the fastest growing, right? There's a statistic on this as well. So generally when you own a business, it means you have some startup capital to invest in this stuff. And it means like you kind of want like help in that area. And Kamala just wasn't really, I mean, she did, but clearly not as well as the billionaire Trump businessman, right? Again, a lot of this stuff is vibe coded, and that's kind of the problem I have with it, is they're not operating off of like political science, logic, statistics, fact, right? All the stuff that we're talking about on here.
For people to be successful.
I voted for Trump during his first term.
Robert also lives in the Rio Grande Valley. Like many of his neighbors,
I hate that show with the venganza. You're learning Spanish, huh, girl?
He was a Trump voter.
He promised.
As a kid in my class used to harass me about that show, and he gave me a concussion because I was ignoring his spiel about The Apprentice and was going to air in 5 hours and 36 minutes and 20 seconds, and he pulled my chair and I almost cracked my head open. So I've not liked Trump for a long time. Holy fuck, girl. Damn. Trump literally gave you a concussion?
Whole lot of stuff. And
fuck, I'm sorry.
fell for it. You know, oh, the country's going to get better. He's going to bring this economy back, and we're going to be where we need to be.
Texas's 15th district stretches from the Rio Grande Valley up to the suburbs of San Antonio. It is more than 80% Hispanic and predominantly working class. It moved significantly right in 2020 and 2024, especially amongst Latino men. Mario and Robert now think differently about Trump's success.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning.
Tired of winning would be that.
Tired of winning. All right, let's hear what he has to say, right? A lot of this stuff is so vibes coded that it's hard to understand unless you get to talk to these kind of people all the time, right? So let's hear what he has to say. I think everybody got brain damage from the Trump years, for real. Everyone in my class hated The Apprentice by the end of that year because he wouldn't shut the fuck up about it, even the teachers, yeah.
The market is stable. Prices and materials for construction are reasonable.
Did you hear that? What did I just say? I said this exact same thing. That's what he attributes to a strong government. Look at that.
Stable.
Too much winning.
Tired of winning would be that the market is stable. Prices and materials for construction are reasonable. People are able to build product and move it out. People are able to give work to the workers that they've had. The workers can work without any sort of worry that they can't even go to the job site because they might be harassed by a state trooper or a police officer here in the city because they're going to call ICE on them.
Well, this aged like fucking milk, right?
New tonight, experts say ICE is intensifying operations across the country. Sources telling NBC News almost 10,000 people have been arrested.
I don't get how you could vote for the guy who literally said he wants to deport illegal immigrants. This guy is brain dead, right? Because he said that in his campaign, during his whole campaign, right? What is going on? Why would you then go around and turn out to vote for that guy when that's the opposite of what you want? Police harassing your workplace, right? These are his words, not mine. His words. Dumb as fuck.
In just 5 days.
How much of what you've seen with President Trump's mass deportation policy has had an impact on you shifting away from the Republican Party?
At rallies, they literally held signs that said mass deportation now. Well said, yeah. They said that. There were in basically every rally I've ever seen, they hold signs like that up, right? Back in 2024. Why would you then turn around and vote for that guy? See, that's why I'm saying I don't think it was logical. I think a lot of this stuff was vibes coded, right? It was vibes based. And I'm like, I don't know how to like quantify that without like understanding some of those vibes. And like, I get some of the vibes, but I don't obviously agree with them. Like, it's fucking stupid as hell. What are we talking about?
Oh my God.
A lot.
I could not, in any good conscience, vote or support a Republican candidate.
We're a border town. And we have people that have been here for 15, 20 years that have been providing a life for their families. I believe that we need to respect that as a country. And unfortunately, when Mr. Trump started doing what he was doing, I had never seen the level of anxiety that I saw. I had never seen business owners call me at the level where it's like, we can't get people to go to work.
You had this video that went viral.
Mr. Trump, you're supposed to be our hero, man. But I don't understand how this makes any sense for anyone.
Tell me about it.
It was a cry for help, man. It was a cry for help because I wasn't
You're an idiot, dude. I don't know what else to say. This dude's a fucking moron.
seeing our local politicians stressing the amount of impact this was having on our economy, on our.
Do you see what I mean, Clutch? There's no like logic here. It's all just feels and emotions and listen, guys, feelings and emotions are important. I'm not gonna lie, right? If you feel a certain way, you need to like fully feel it out and go through it. But you also have to use logic, right? And if the logic ain't agreeing with your emotions, then I'm sorry, that's on you. I think that's a huge problem. We need to balance the two. I think for the longest time we only cared about one or the other, and now we're on that emotion side way too much. Well, I feel like this is happening to me. Well, it's not. And in fact, now that you voted for this side, now it's happening to you, right? And now they're starting to see that this is happening. So this is, it's just so stupid. I don't know what else to say, right? There's no quantifiable evidence to suggest, well, yeah, maybe don't do this next time because we told you so. We wanted to hurt the other immigrants, not us. Bingo. It's always like, we wanted to hurt them, not you or us. Now you're hurting us, man.
Builders. And when I wasn't seeing our politicians, from our mayors to our commissioners, raising awareness that there are picking up people, literally picking them up with proper documentation to be here, why are you our leader?
When we're out on the expressway and we're out there with our signs protesting and stuff, 96% of the response we get from people are positive.
What would it have been like, maybe during Trump 1.0?
Oh my gosh.
Would you even been out there?
No.
So
and
dumb.
I would have laughed at the people that would have gone out there.
Yeah, now you're now you're going out there desperately to do this, right? It's just so pathetic. They didn't listen to us back in 2024, and now they're all like, "But why is he doing this?" He said it. He literally had mass deportation now signs at his fucking rally, like Ducky just said. What is wrong with you people? What does mass deportation look like? Do you think he's just going to get rid of all the illegal immigrants? No, of course not. Everybody said this, by the way. Anybody that, if you tuned into the news, if you tuned in to anybody who knew what they were talking about, mass deportations always look like what you're seeing right now. God damn it. It pisses me off, right, guys? Jesus.
Why did these guys vote for Trump if they're so upset about his immigration policy? He was very open about what he wanted to do. Well, the flip side is they have a lot of disagreements with Democrats on this issue, too.
The reason I was inclined to vote for Trump was because during the Biden administration, what we saw was a huge influx of immigrants at our border. I believe we live in the best country in the world. We have billionaires that could throw rockets into the sky. So why is it that we don't have a secure border?
In this political vacuum created by
what an idiot. Jesus. Clutch. And this is what we do here all day, every day, or almost every day now, on the fucking stream, right? You would think that by 2024, the Hispanic community would have recognized that what Trump was, but you can say the same for Americans in general. Yeah, that's why I don't shit on Hispanics, right? In that regard, because they are very much a part of the American community as a whole, right? I try not to divide people into categories like that, right? Unless there is clear evidence to suggest otherwise. But yeah, I agree. A lot of Americans are still duped, and have been duped, right? By this fucking guy. And I don't know what else to say. I just think he, for some reason, is really good with the vibes-coded politics. I mean, now it looks like it's falling apart. I just don't want to speak before I see it with my own two eyes. Right? And that's why we're going to be covering all the news and politics. All the news and election coverage going up until November, right? Because this is going to be really important. Is Trump's coalition going to fall apart? And I don't know. It looks like it's starting to, thankfully. But I just don't want to put the horse before the carriage, right? Or the carriage before the horse. What's the saying? All you need is security for the wall. That's how it works. No one ever goes over or through walls. Yes, walls always work. Tell the Mongolians that, right? Has anyone seen Mulan? Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. Remember that? I loved that movie as a kid. Also, all Americans are fascists. Hey, I'm not a fascist. I will take it any day, okay? But I'm definitely not a fascist. That indeed is a profound and cynical emotion of succeeding immigrants wanting to stop others from succeeding. Exactly. Part of it is that too, right? Is, well, I'm succeeding, you're not, so fuck you. You deserve to get... Right, Seneca? I agree with that 100%. Well, and this is what the Republican Party and especially MAGA and Trump are really good at, right? They are great.
Fucking fascist fleshlight.
Well said. Yes. They are great at dividing and conquering people, right? You have a pretty diverse group of Hispanics are pretty diverse. They come from all different races and backgrounds. The main thing that kind of separates them, or the thing that kind of like unites them, is like nationality and like region of place of the world they come from. But they're very diverse ethnic group within the United States, or demographic group, I should call them. And what do? They divide and they divide and they divide, all through divide and conquer, right? To pit them against one another, so they basically vote against their self-interest. Well, sound familiar? They're doing that with everyone else, right? But it's working, or it worked really well with Hispanics, right? Because, yeah, we have said it before here, the idea of deserving is such an insidious thing. Well said. Yeah, Aeon Lord. Welcome. Yeah, I mean, well said, dog. All right. Smartphone guppy brain for the win. You love that new emote, huh, man?
Both Trump and Democrats have approached the border and the economy. A new political contender has stepped forward. Last year, Democrat Bobby Polito launched a campaign for Texas's 15th congressional district, taking on Republican incumbent Monica de la Cruz. Bobby was born and raised in Edinburgh, Texas. He rose to fame as a successful Tejano musician before deciding to enter politics.
I would love for you to introduce yourself to people that may not know who you are.
I spent 30 years singing, but before that, I was a Texas Boy Stater in high school. I studied political science at St. Mary's University. I have...
Oh my God. How dare you even say that? How dare you?
Been very, very politically engaged, albeit not publicly, this whole time.
He's now making the case for his candidacy as a Democrat in a Trump-supporting region.
It's a case.
Fuck off.
There's definitely more people falling into poverty than not.
How do you see that reflected here in the Valley?
People are struggling.
Businesses closing, gas prices going up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we have, as Democrats, have not really talked about the prosperity issue. What are we doing to talk about anything that's economically related? Nothing.
To find out.
I mean, see, there you go. What did I just say, Clutch? Thanks for stream. We're not done yet, buddy. But I see why, because you keep doing the summary thing.
To find out whether Bobby's economic message was connecting with voters who felt abandoned by both political parties, we brought together Bobby, Mario, and several local residents for a roundtable discussion about Polito's candidacy and the challenges facing the region.
So my name is Efrain Gomez Jr. I'm from Donna, Texas, a little small town here in the RGB.
RGB.
I'm a construction owner. I'm here as a two-time Trump supporter.
My name's Ruben Ruiz Jr. I'm a land developer, builder also here in the Valley. I've been doing this for 24 years now.
Nice.
Republican for many years.
My name is Mario Gabero. Voted for Mr. Trump every time he was on the ballot.
What are some of the biggest issues that voters are facing here right now?
My wife is a healthcare professional. Ask me if I have healthcare.
Do you have health care?
I don't.
They just made a billionaire, a trillionaire.
Yeah.
They just made that happen, right? So now Elon's gonna go ahead and buy the rest of Boca Chica.
Meanwhile, I'm adding water to my soap bottle just to make it last longer.
The Rio Grande Valley was a farming community. The one thing that unites us all is that we come from nothing. And one thing that unites...
I don't have that set up, Grove. I'll probably work on that next week. Thank you, though.
is we always want our kids to do better than what we've done. And right now, that's not happening.
What do you do? Oh, you do buy ball, ultra, and then type in the number. Can someone show him?
In 2024, Donald Trump
Congrats, you caught
successfully
it.
courted working-class Latino voters by prioritizing the economy and border security. But many of those same voters are now starting to feel disillusioned.
Yep.
1 in 5 Latino men regret voting for President Trump.
That's you. That's you? How did that happen? How did you go from being ardent?
I mean, yeah, thank you. What the fuck?
Trump
You
supporters
have to have more watch time. Remember. Congrats. Ooh, as well as.
now not.
Everything he promised, he forgot about.
He forgot.
Yes.
Guys, you hear this fucking cope? Everything he talked about, he forgot about. Everything he promised, he forgot. He didn't forget. He never meant to fucking do. You idiots. God damn it. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. For fuck's sake. What is wrong with these people? Jesus. And I mean, they're right. Like, God. So many Americans that think this shit. They fucking hate it.
I regret voting for him.
But this is a conservative place, South Texas.
Oh, we're conservative, but when you start attacking our people, like you start attacking our family, we're such a tight-knit community that you're attacking.
Yeah, you just have to watch more. Remember, the way you get gloggy points is by watching.
Our families.
As Bobby told us, he's campaigning on economic issues, and those are cutting through to these voters. But immigration is on top of their minds too, and the way they tell it, the two issues are deeply connected, as the ICE crackdowns have had a major economic impact on this district and their businesses.
It's not only that they're getting out people that are undocumented. They go and detain people with legal U.S. green cards.
They detain naturalized citizens, okay?
Yeah.
So how can you, they did the paperwork, they did everything right. Why are you detaining them?
They're scaring people, bro. That's the thing. And then because people are scared, they're afraid to go to the job site.
That's right. A community that is
I fucking hate it.
and paralyzed is not a community that can function right. When the thing was getting bad and they were raiding everybody and work just went to a standstill, if you're somebody that's in that business and you say, man, I got a loan out on this project and I can't get it going, I need somebody to at least a shoulder to cry on or go, hey, let me see what I can do, whatever. The last thing you want is for somebody to ignore you.
There's still a little trepidation about whether or not Bobby will go and be the Bobby of the Rio Grande when he goes to Washington, D.C. Do you guys worry about that at all? Will they switch up on you?
Now that we know that we can go to Washington at any time, I'm just going to show up at Bobby's office like, yo, let's go have lunch. I'm being serious.
We'll bring the valley to you.
Yeah.
Polito's opponent, incumbent Congresswoman Monica De La Cruz, has represented Texas's 15th congressional district since 2023. De La Cruz has attacked Bobby's past as a Tejano singer, saying,
South Texas isn't just a stop on a comeback tour for me.
And for some voters, these attacks are resonating.
I'm real skeptical of people that pop up out of nowhere.
And that's Bobby's story.
Yeah, you just pop up out of nowhere. Where's your public service? Where did you go? What did you do?
I had never heard of him.
Congrats, you ranked up.
Considering politics, and for him to now be in the race, well,
Kind of surprising.
Well, because now it's not going to be him. It's going to be all his backing. The people that are actually pulling the strings. They got somebody with a good name. He's very popular.
What are the issues that voters here care about that Polito might be missing? Or uninformed on?
I just think they want him to sing. Sing. But are you going to have the Valley's best interest in mind?
The person he's running against is Monica de la Cruz. Why didn't they? I'm pretty sure people have said this many times. She should have stuck to sending insurances.
You got to send 2 more messages.
That's what she did. I want a politician to understand who we are, what our community is built off of. There's not one building in the valley that has not been touched by an immigrant hand. We need representatives to understand that, and we do have some, except for one.
Despite broad community concern, Monica de la Cruz has continued to vote for funding increases for ICE and border security. Just last month, she voted to pass the Secure America Act, a bill backed by the Trump administration.
Ew.
Which allocated nearly $70 billion specifically to ICE and U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
My biggest issue with her is that she does not understand the people. There's so many people that I know that have so many questions and have been calling for a town hall forever. They just have questions. They just want a answer, do something. Like she's really absent.
In March, Monica de la Cruz released a campaign video criticizing Polito, arguing,
This election isn't about who you want performing at your niece's quinceañera.
The Polito campaign capitalized on the remark and promptly put out an open call for invitations to perform
fuck off.
at quinceañeras. They received over 1,000 responses.
Nice. Rampardos, epic. Look at that.
4 hours. We tagged along with Baba to several of these quinceañeras to get a first-hand look. Why go into politics at a time when people don't trust politicians at an astronomical percentage?
I don't blame them.
You want to change that?
Yes, because the thing is, most politicians go in there and it's just all about their party loyalty. People want you to put them before your party.
Another
Don't
German?
Worry about the party. Worry about us.
As my time in Texas ended, I kept going back to what I heard in the roundtable. These guys who voted for Trump were opposed to the current administration's immigration crackdown, and that's part of what's motivating them to vote for Bobby. But they're also not solidly Democratic voters now.
We don't want chaos anymore. We don't want chaos. Period.
Well, we have chaos right now. You know what I'm saying? It's like we went from one extreme to another.
That means there's a gap wide open beyond this one candidate, and Democrats should be paying attention to this race, not just because Bobby is an unconventional candidate, but because these voters are wrestling with a tension that neither party has been able to solve.
Next election, you could be up for grabs again if Polito doesn't deliver on his promises or in his word.
I mean, I think that everybody would be.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel. If you want to support our journalism so we can create more videos like this
Great piece.
Join our membership program as a paid YouTube subscriber today. You'll get exclusive perks, including invites to members-only live streams with the More Perfect Union team. And if you have a tip, email us at stories@perfectunion.us.
All right. Is he dead? We already know who.
Charles Booker, welcome. Great.
Charles Booker, who I'm pissed that he keeps running and doesn't even get close enough to win because he's such a good candidate, especially for, what is it, Kentucky, right?
to see you.
It's good to be with you.
So we want to talk about your campaign and all the things, but first, inquiring minds want to know, is Mitch McConnell dead or alive? What is the chatter in Kentucky? Because I know there's chatter in Kentucky.
Everyone's asking this question. Democrats, Republicans, independents, we're all.
Finally, I'm not the only EU citizen here. They come and go. I think it's just because it's a little later in the EU, right? Or a little earlier in the morning. Recognize the Turk-Syrian situation. No, I'm Dutch. Interesting. Okay, welcome in. Yeah, I love having chatters from around the world. In fact, I welcome it. So
looking around like, what in the world?
Because it gives me in the chat a different perspective, right? Compared to dumb Americans.
What is going on? This is like House of Cards. one of the worst TV shows that you could ever imagine, and it's offensive at this point. And I don't know what's going on with Mitch McConnell. I've spoken with the governor and their folks, and he's continuing to ask the question too. We really don't know. And the fact that we have secrecy, and it's now right at 40 days, not only is it ridiculous, but it speaks to the fact that we have been ignored throughout his tenure. And even now, because yes, it's a personal health matter, but when it impacts his ability to show up for the people of Kentucky and to do his job, he should be accountable to the people. And that's not a partisan statement. That really is just factual. And it's hard to believe, but with the crazy times we're facing now in this country, the unexpected should be expected now.
I guess. Are you telling Governor Beshear, like, hey, maybe go show up at the hospital? Like, what can we do? Because I know probably, like, everybody probably knows a lot of the staffers for Mitch McConnell. They've been completely silent as well.
It's 40-something days now? Is it 40-something days?
I think it's 40 days.
Yep, it is. And you know what? I've talked to my team as well. It's like, well, shouldn't we all go check on him at the hospital? I think they probably have my picture up to not let me on the block. But we really do need to know what's going on, because there are critical decisions that are impacting Kentucky and this country right now, including funding Trump's endless war, this horrific conflict that's devastating not only Iran, but our global economy, certainly us here at home. And the very decisions that are being made, they go through Mitch McConnell. And him not being there is costing a lot of us the opportunity to hold him accountable, but of course, to make sure that Kentucky is at the table. So I'm doing whatever I can to sound the alarm. I put out the call for transparency. I was the first to do that here in Kentucky. And since then, a lot of folks on all sides of the aisle have spoken up to do the same, including the governor. And so I'm continuing to sound the alarm, because this moment is too important for Kentucky to get ignored like we always do.
Does it surprise you how little this is being talked about in D.C.? Because it is kind of surprising me. Like, I'm trying to think, if the shoe was on the other foot and you had a Democrat in the exact same position as Mitch McConnell, I think that would be on Fox News virtually every day. They would be saying, like, where is this person? Why have we heard nothing? There should be a process to effectively kick him out of office, or, try to fix the problem. Like, do you think there should be a legal process to address this? I think of, like, the Representative Keene is his name.
Mm-hmm. Tom
the guy,
Keene.
He disappeared for how many months? He was just
gone for like 3 months.
He was gone for 3 months. Now, if anybody watching this doesn't show up to their job for 3 months,
you'd be fired. They'd be fired like the day 2, right? Day 2, 3 maybe even, right? Coffee, damn right. I'm glad you like the coffee emote.
They'd be fired after what? 3 days probably. So this leeway is kind of crazy, no?
I completely agree. And of course, even before.
Remember when we covered that Republican congresswoman who didn't show up to work for 6 months and she was stuck in a retirement home? Yes, that's a real story, chat. And it happened literally like last year, or was it this year? We covered it, and I was like, and then when they caught her being in a retirement home due to dementia and the fact that she couldn't remember anything, they were like, oh no, now she's retiring, guys, after stealing like her paycheck for 6 months. My area. Really, Ratatosk? Really? Damn. Let's see, hold on. Which one is it? Let me just replay that, because that was a funny ass story. Yeah, this lady, right? We'll replay this 1 minute clip just so you guys all kind of, there you go. Yeah, it's Dex.
A new report tonight
I can change it to Gloggy Dex too if you like. I can do both.
that says a sitting Texas Congresswoman, Kay Granger, is in a senior living facility after missing months of votes. Julie Sirkin is digging into this on Capitol Hill. And Julie, a spokesperson denies Granger is living in memory care, right?
That's right, Hallie, but her son is telling the Dallas Morning News that
you can't make this shit up. These people are so unnecessary to the country that they're in a retirement home just collecting a check from the government while they have to be working for their constituents, and nobody bats an eye for 6 months. What is wrong with our country, chat? Staffers milking that job to the end. Exactly, right? It's just, and this is the real corporate socialism that we should all be like outraged by. For some reason, this is okay, but like a mother like providing for her kids and not having enough to eat, that's the real travesty. That's the real outrage moment in the United States. Oh, fuck off. Come on. Can we get an age limit for... Exactly. We needed that like 3 years ago. More like 30, 50, 60, 70, 80 years ago. We should all have such posh jobs. I know. Could you imagine? Like, can you just imagine not showing up for a job for 6 months and then you just still having it? Nobody would... Like, what?
Is in a senior living facility. The congresswoman hasn't voted since July. In a statement, Granger
and this was last year.
Navigating some unforeseen health challenges, making frequent travel to Washington both difficult and unpredictable. Last month, the congresswoman was in D.C. for her portrait unveiling, honoring her tenure as the first Republican woman to chair the Appropriations Committee, a role Granger stepped down from in March. The 81-year-old is not seeking re-election, but she's still getting paid by taxpayers to represent her district until January 3rd. Granger's situation reigniting concerns that there are no age or term limits for lawmakers. Hallie?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and...
You cannot make this shit up if you even tried.
Before this, I've called for term limits. We have seen a lot of our elected officials stay in office until they pass. And like I've always mentioned, Mitch McConnell was elected when I was 2 weeks old. So he's really been screwing us my entire life. And we do need to take this moment into account and say, what do we do, not only as a Commonwealth, but as a country to make sure that the people are represented and that if someone's elected to office, that they do the job. And, you know, when you ask about what would it look like when the shoe was on the other foot, we saw it. You know, when President Biden was running for re-election and there were questions about his health, and this was bipartisan, Democrats and Republicans alike were calling out the concerns about his ability to continue through the campaign and whether his health was called into question. And my opponent, Andy Barr, actually called for him to step down, to drop out of the race, but also to resign because of his health concerns. And now that Mitch McConnell, the person who's supposed to represent us in Kentucky, the seat that he says he wants to take, now that Mitch McConnell is gone, he's silent. And they're covering for him. And this is not about political expediency. I've been telling Andy Barr, keep the same energy. And the truth of the matter is he's not looking to replace Mitch McConnell. He wants to replicate him. And Kentuckians are tired of that BS because you're exactly right. If the shoe was on the other foot, there'd be around-the-clock news about how democracy is being subverted for a power scheme. Why would Mitch McConnell and his team not be honest right now? Why wouldn't they explain? And to say that he was in the hospital for a mild case of pneumonia, that he fell and did not injure himself badly, no concussion, put out this photo that he has not looked that young in years.
It was AI doctored. Aeon Lord Arch engages with sharp critical remarks often packed with political edge and disdain for opposing views, leaning into blunt truth bombs and irony. 100% you, dog. They exhibit confrontational rapid-fire energy with no patience for fluff or weakness or weak takes, favoring direct, cynical commentary. Critical, political, blunt, cynical, rapid fire. That's awesome. No patience for fluff.
That he could have 20-minute conversations with people like Scott Jennings. Mitch McConnell could not hold a 20-minute conversation last year.
Yeah,
so
for real.
At this point, we all see
what are we fucking talking about?
Now, whatever is
fuck off.
Side, look, I know he has the best medical professionals, and I want everyone to have high-quality health care. Of course, the folks who are caring for them, I hope they're doing a great job, but on the side of representing our country, they need to show up or he needs to step down, and we got to move on.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know if people understand. Like, Mitch McConnell's not popular in Kentucky. His favorability ratings have long been in the toilet, But then,
Toilet.
a Democrat goes up against him, and the political realities of Kentucky, which has trended hard right at the federal level. It does have a popular Democratic governor with Andy Beshear right now. But in any case, at the federal level, those hard political realities set in. So what are you seeing, Charles, that gives you hope that things will be different this time around?
Tell us.
Well, I think just looking at the news for 30 seconds, we can all see how everything has completely been flipped upside down. And in a lot of ways, for me as a candidate and the type of campaign that I lead, that is rooted in community, that is speaking to our issues and addressing generational poverty and making sure that everyone can live a good quality life. Now the news has shifted, and Trump has flipped the political narrative to where I don't seem radical anymore. It's actually very rational to make sure that everyone has high quality health care. And because I've been organizing for years across Kentucky, from the hood to the holler, literally,
from the hood to the holler,
Democrats, Republicans, and independents who are rallying around our campaign. And so I have a lot of hope that not only can we...
I love this guy. Like last time he ran and he didn't come even close, but it's Kentucky. What do you expect?
Win this race, but we can run away with it because people are so sick and tired of the BS that has been fueled by Mitch McConnell. Like you said, Kentucky does not like Mitch McConnell. People have just come to...
I will say he probably, I don't know if he should seek a DSA endorsement.
Except that he'd probably always be there. He's been so powerful in the eyes of so many, but people do not like him. He's underwater like 80%. And the idea that
they kept voting for
him is laughable, and we're not going out like that. So I'm hopeful. And most importantly, all the things that Trump is doing to our economy, hurting our small family farmers, small businesses, our veterans, people see it. It's like the scales are falling from the eyes of folks across Kentucky. These No Kings demonstrations, they haven't been led by just Democrats. They've been led by Republicans. And folks who voted for Trump are organizing with me. And so I'm putting out the call now. We're going to win this race. We flip Kentucky. We're flipping the U.S. Senate. And I'm asking everyone, go to charlesbooker.org.
Hell yeah.
Help us win this, because we need this as a country.
Now, on that point, Charles, MS Now did a segment the other day.
I put up on the screen, if you can, control room, the full screen that we had during the lead-in. 32% of voters say they're more likely to vote for a candidate who identifies as a democratic socialist. That is more than the 27% of voters who say they're more likely to vote for a self-described MAGA candidate. Those are still not majorities. So is there still risk to this more extreme rhetoric?
I think the risk is worth the reward. Because at the end of the day, child care is a payment. All of the things that people have called communist or socialist in the past, like Social Security, Medicare, the minimum wage, stronger protections for organized labor, those are the things that we fight for now today, because we can't see.
Was very nice being here, Gus. Must catch some Z's. Great stream. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow, so stay tuned for the stream. We'll happily have you back. We're a great community. I'm glad you enjoyed it in here. I love you very much, and thank you. Sweet dreams. All right. Thanks for the support.
A life without them.
Seneca. Like Seneca Falls, right?
This is like unprecedented in terms of polling, that democratic socialism is now more favorable than MAGA. In your opinion, just how cooked is MAGA right now?
You know, I think they have overplayed their hand, and hatred tends to do that. Racism tends to do that. And the premise of MAGA was really exploiting a lot of people who really do want things to change. I've talked to a lot of folks out in Kentucky who voted for Trump and saw the craziness around him, but heard him when he said he was going to bring jobs back, that he was going to drain the swamp. And Mitch McConnell, in large measure, helped
Mitch
create the
McConnell.
swamp. So a lot of folks genuinely wanted that. Donald Trump said he would end the wars. He would end these stupid wars. We have a lot of service members in Kentucky. So they've seen that he's lied on every front. And what they've been looking for is a campaign, a candidate, leadership that will speak to their needs. And in a lot of ways, it's a populist message that acknowledges that Kentucky's been one of the poorest and sickest states in the country. So I speak to a lot of the folks who supported Trump, who supported Thomas Massey and Rand Paul on the libertarian side, because we're all tired of big government corruption, and we're seeing it in the grossest way right now, and people are done with it. And so this shift away from, what has been branded as MAGA is really just a response to people understanding, okay, we're getting screwed, and we have to do something different. And I'm excited about the progress that's possible even now.
Hell yeah.
Can you kind of pinpoint, were there specific turning points when people really started to open their eyes? Epstein
No
files,
worries.
Iran war, tariffs, Doge, like, did you see particular things that were really consequential in terms of changing minds?
You know, the controversy around the Epstein files and the way that so many politicians who were calling out for transparency and accountability, and once the Trump administration took office, they essentially put a full court press to hide everything. That did light a fire in a lot of folks who start to say, wait a minute, what is this? But I think the thing that has really opened the eyes of people, certainly here in Kentucky, are the cuts and the rising costs. Cuts to healthcare, the threat of over 30 rural hospitals closing because of the Trump administration that has been shepherded by Mitch McConnell and then given an applause by Andy Barr because he's doing nothing in Congress. That is hurting real people. And these rising costs, the cost of fertilizer, a lot of small businesses have had to close down because of the essentially the erosion of our economy. And they see that it's not Barack Obama doing it. They see that it's not Joe Biden. And now they're saying, okay, we have to do something different. And while it's exhausting to me in a lot of ways, and it hurts to see so many Kentuckians struggling, I'm inspired because this is a chance for us to do something different, to come together, to stand for humanity, and to win a race that speaks to how we move forward as a country. And so I'm just proud to be on this journey and to represent my family, the people of Kentucky, and we are going to win this race.
When you say 30 rural hospitals may close, that's just in Kentucky.
That's just, in fact, in the country, it's up to 742.
Jesus.
Which parts of the state are most impacted by that, Charles? Because I know Eastern Kentucky, and this is Appalachia, a lot of problems with poverty, and really across the state, a lot of problems with poverty. Some of those communities are literally like built around the hospitals there.
That's right. That's right. And the places that will be hit the hardest are the very places that voted for Trump in the largest measure, in largest percentages. And it is a lot of communities across Appalachia. And you're exactly right. For a lot of those folks, if they can even get access to health care, they have to already travel a couple of hours or spend a whole day to get to it because so many folks are isolated. There's a lot of crumbling infrastructure, which not only through the Biden administration, but certainly with Governor Beshear, we've been laser focused on repairing and rebuilding infrastructure. There's been these historic floods, a lot of storms, and then the erosion of our environment due to the decline in the fossil fuel industry. A lot of things have been really just piling upon Kentuckians. And the idea that we can lose these hospitals, and again, I mentioned Kentucky's been one of the sickest states in the country. I'm a type 1 diabetic. I've had to ration my insulin to feed my children.
Oh shit, I didn't know that.
Kentuckians know that story. And
what
I think
the
it's
fuck?
causing them to say, we can't allow our families to go hungry. We can't allow us over while Elon Musk becomes a trillionaire, and they're standing up to do something about it.
That's fucked.
So there's an Economist YouGov poll that just came out where Trump's job approval rating is 37%. That's actually on the higher of the scale of what I've seen recently. Some have been as low as, there's one that had him at 30% recently. I don't know if you saw that one, Crystal. But when they asked specifically about this illegal war against Iran, the number was just 27%. It started off as the least popular war at the beginning of it, because usually there's a rally around the flag effect. But even at the beginning of this thing, it was 38% support, maybe 40% support at most. Now it's all the way down to 27%. So the Intelligencer just released an article. Polls showed that even MAGA has soured on Trump's Iran war. So some polls have it like 70 to 80% of MAGA still agree with the war. But then other polls have it at a 50-50 split now, even inside the Republican coalition. So how much has this war been a motivating factor for
It's been pretty
your campaign,
bad.
voters coming onto your campaign, voting Democrat now, some people for the first time in their lives? Has it been one of the biggest motivating factors?
You know, I think in a lot of ways it's been the straw that has broken the back of any of those who thought that Trump was ever going to do anything to help working people, to help the people of Kentucky. And as I mentioned, there are a lot of service members here in Kentucky. And so when Donald Trump said in response to our loved ones losing their lives overseas that, well, that's just how it goes, they felt that. And now they're seeing that not only is this not going to be over in 2 weeks, but there's no end in sight. and billions upon billions of dollars are being sent to essentially pad the pockets of folks like Donald Trump and his family in our faces. And again, he ran on ending stupid wars. So this is not something that Kentuckians take lightly, and it has lit a fire in a lot of folks to say, we know we need to end endless war. We need to invest in your home. And those are the things that are committed there. And that's literally been my message for about a decade now. So this is my run. This is my run for office. Because you know this is like my
billions.
My third run for office, Crystal, you know, so just like Rocky 3 for me. And because we've been telling this story for so long,
It's like Rocky 3. Blue Room, what happened to your keyboard or your phone?
Earned a lot of trust.
Classic.
And the people of Kentucky know that I'm standing on what I believe, and that's why the polls are reflecting it. We know this race is a toss-up. We know that we are in a position to win this race and flip this seat, and in large measure it's because of the way that Trump and Andy Barr and Mitch McConnell have really stepped on our backs, and everybody's sick and tired of it.
You know, I've seen in Iowa that there's Fox News polling. There's actually a lot of polling that shows Democrats with a shot to win that Senate seat and also the governor's mansion there as well. I think it really highlights the way that rural Americans have been really suffering under Trump's policies between the tariffs and now the war and many other things besides.
Screwworm.
Yes, screwworm down in Texas. The
we talked about
decimation
that.
of the rural hospital system, as you were mentioning before. What do you think it will take for Democrats to really be able to regain the trust of rural Americans?
You know, I think we got to get back to the basics. I've mentioned that this campaign is a testament to community, the power of organizing, building relationships and building trust over time, and speaking to the issues that people feel when they're at home, when they're dealing with their children, when they're deciding whether to pay the rent or to keep the lights on. And, you know, there are a lot of ways that we go into our corners and when we stop seeing each other. But I always say we have so much more in common than will ever divide us, but we don't get to that if we don't listen to each other. And so a lot of this in my campaign through a distributed model of organizing is showing up on issues, not simply saying, hey, vote for me, but saying, what's pissing you off? What do you care about? And let's work together to address those needs. And let's make government work for us instead of people like Elon Musk. And that is something that you have to invest in, day out, not just around election time. And we've been showing that it works. We'll win this race while being outspent. We have to get big money out of politics. You don't need $100 million in a Senate race. If we invest in community and we invest in people and we listen to them, we can win everywhere. And my hope and call for our Democratic allies and loved ones is let's meet this moment and lift up campaigns and candidates that speak to the needs, that reflect those who are hurting the most, so that we can galvanize our coalition that's ready. And this isn't just Democrats, Republicans who are pissed off, independents. Kentucky has been more of a 50-50 state as far as Democrat and Republican registration. As you mentioned, we have a Democratic governor. This state is not a lost cause at all. We actually can win here and win everywhere if we listen to the people.
Yeah, everybody go donate to Charles Booker. Like he says, if we win Kentucky, we win everything, right? But let me also ask you this, because this has been on my mind a lot lately. What do you make of the criminality, the corruption, the self-dealing? I mean, I have never in my life, I came to my political awareness and consciousness during the Bush years, and that was a nightmare, okay? But now you have people looking back at them and going, oh my God, they look positively professional compared to all the criminality, all the corruption, building the ballroom, putting his name on an airport in Florida, all the no-bid contracts for the reflecting pool where he's getting a cut and the guy who's doing the thing looks like a mobster and the reflecting pool isn't even fixed. You know, the crypto scams. Oh my God, the crypto scams are like, he's made billions of dollars off the White House. When you look at this, Charles, like, what do you make of this? How do we fix this?
You know, when I try to wrap my mind around this, which is really overwhelming, you're right. This is horrible. I mean, he's operating like a mob boss. They are taking every norm every expectation of sanity and decency and humanity and just thrown it out the window. They've ripped up the Constitution in our faces. They are trampling over our human rights, and they're destroying everything that we have held dear in our pursuit of democracy. And to me, the only way that changes is by us having the courage to say, wait, we're not going out like that. Because one of the biggest issues is not just Trump's and his administration's criminality, which they all need to be arrested. It's the fact that people like Mitch McConnell and Andy
They all do.
Barr have let it happen. They have laid down and essentially paved the way for it. We would not have a Donald Trump if it weren't for Mitch McConnell. So it's those folks who know better and have seen what's going on that have decided that they're going to let it happen so that they can get closer to power. And the people is where the power really rests. And so this campaign for me is about giving regular folks the permission to call out this bull. I was going to say more, to call it out and to say that we know that democracy is worth fighting for and protecting. We know that our Constitution is worth strengthening and protecting, and we're not going to allow these criminals to rob us blind anymore. And if we can meet that moment together, and that's why I launched this campaign, speaking about a general strike, us leveraging our power as people to do what we need to do to protect our country from these criminals. And I'm telling you now, Kentucky's ready. We've just been ignored. We've been counted out, but we're ready for change. And this campaign is going to show it because we're going to win this seat.
But to that point about criminals, let's say you make it to the Senate. What are you thinking about investigations in terms of prosecutions? Because I'm watching, these ICE murders in, Maine and Texas and other places as well. There was a whole report from the New York Times about how violent they are, sort of across the board. No vetting, wife abusers, just absolute insane stuff. And then you have, of course, the oligarch criminals, Elon Musk rampaging through the federal government and doing all kinds of illegal things. Like, what is your priority in terms of focusing investigations and trying to hold people to account? Because I think that has to happen if we're going to move forward together as a country.
I think that's the first order of business. I think we have to do two things immediately. One, we have to shore up the attacks on democracy, the gutting of the Voting Rights Act, the ways that they're trying to subvert right in our faces and attack the idea that our voices can be heard at the ballot box. We have to do that work quickly because if we don't have a seat at the table, a voice in the process, any of the policies we want to fight for, it all becomes moot and regular people are being drowned out. But at the exact same time, we have to do the work of cleaning up the mess that Donald Trump has poured gasoline on, but that Mitch McConnell helped to build, which requires us, as you mentioned with ICE, there must be a liability, civil and criminal, for these folks who have been acting like a vigilante group, causing terror across our country, trampling on constitutional rights, trampling on our liberties. That has to stop. And as you mentioned, the rampant corruption throughout the Trump administration, the way they've been enriching themselves in our faces, all of it has to stop. And we have to do the work of ending Citizens United. We have to do the work of making sure that this mega dark, big money interests that are essentially ignoring regular people are not allowed to take our voices away. And to me, having the majority in the Senate gives us an opportunity at a time when so many people see it now more than ever to do that work. So I'm committed to that. And that's a lot of the reason why Kentuckians are standing with me. I've commended folks like Thomas Massie, as I mentioned, for calling out the corruption and saying that we cannot go on this way. So this to me is not partisan. If you're standing for the people of Kentucky, whether you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, you'll find a partner in me. But we got to get to work right now.
Hell yeah.
Charles Booker, great to see you, my friend. And as always, of course, wishing you lots of luck. I know you're running an extraordinary campaign there.
Everybody go donate to his campaign right now. Let's get him in the top 5 on Act Blue.
Thank y'all.
He's a good candidate. It's just too bad it's Kentucky, right?
Of Crystal Kyle and
Me and you too.
Substack. There's a lot more that you didn't see here. Go sign up.
All right. Great interview. And with that, guys, I'm going to go eat dinner. I'm pretty hungry. Thank you so much for joining me on a very special episode of the Gustx Broadcast. I had a lot of fun today. What a great stream. Thank you so much, guys. I hope you had fun too. that interview, right? Jesus. Thanks, Gloggy. See you chatters tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow. Same time, same place. You know how it is. What was the announcements? W stream, cool. Glad you liked it. Thanks for the fun and laughter. That's what we're here for, along with news. Thank you so much, guys. All right, let's stay tuned for the credits. And who do you want me to raid out to? Ducky? Who shall I raid out to? The paradigm shift?
Please clap. Please clap.
Who's that? Let me see, girl. Oh, Galactic Streamlord is on. Let's raid out to him. We haven't raided him in a while. Cool.
Rest now, brother. Rest now, we have to watch. We have to watch. See you.
Take care, everybody. Yeah, for real. I never see Galactic Streamlord on around the time we finish. Damn. Check your messages, Gus. Okay, I will. No worries, girl. My DMs. You watch him too, Ducky, right? Hug all. Yeah. Hug all, guys. He's like never on at this time. Isn't he on like mad late when I'm asleep? The fuck? Thank you so much for everyone who gifted a sub. I really appreciate it. Can't do it without your support, guys. We're doing so well on this. Let's keep it up, shall we? Chugga, 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 choo, choo. All right, Loggy, can I borrow $10? Remember to do your stream summaries. You didn't do your stream summaries.
Dumps. They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps.
Big dumps. There we go. W. All right, let's rate out.
Please clap. Please clap.
Everyone spam tons of emotes in the chat. Spam the emotes. Spam the emotes. The gloggy emotes. And go.